everyone. Hi, guys. Good evening. Hope you guys are doing well. I think this is gonna be like the first time I'm gonna be taking this kind of stuff seriously. I never, I feel like I never actually did like a for real ASMR stream before. And yeah, I'm switching back to my old model for this stream, but don't worry guys, I'm gonna be interchangeably using NEIRU 2.0 and NEIRU 1.0, but yeah, I think it's like about time I started using 1.0 again. And yeah, I don't know, I just kind of missed my 1.0 model a lot, so I wanted to use her again. But yeah, so if you guys are kind of wondering, Nidu, what is going on in the stream? So we are gonna be doing some reading today, some late night reading, cause at least late night for me, cause it is 10 p.m. over here. So yeah, and I'm going to be reading one of my old school, old favorite, I guess children's books from when I was a little kid, and it's called DORK DIARIES, by Nikki Renee Russell, I believe. Or Rachel Renee Russell, my bad. Nikki's is the name of the main girl. I got it mixed up. But yeah, this is if you guys don't know what DORK Diaries is, if you guys grew up with Diary of a Wimpy Kid, it's basically like that, but it's kind of like the girl version of Diary of a Wimpy Kid. And that is what I'm basically going to be reading. So I'm going into this. This is gonna be like a little going into it. Just to let people know, this is an older book. It started in I want to say early 2000s, before 2010s era. It started around there. It was again, it's like one of my favorite childhood books. So hi Pablo, welcome in. It's one of my favorite childhood books of all time, and because it is a children's book, just know if things are really cringy and stuff like that. It's like a throwback book. It's not, so it's definitely not going to be serious in any means whatsoever, and it's not gonna be the most elegant, eloquent type of writing either. Because the writing style is literally supposed to mimic like a prepubescent adolescent girl writing in her diary. So after all these years, never thought I'd look into series like this. Yeah, no, it's one of my favorite. I don't know. I just had I don't know, I was just thinking about it. I mean, I wanted to do a little reading session for a stream idea for the longest time, I want to say. I always wanted to do one, and I wasn't sure what kind of books I should be reading though. But then in my head, I'm like, cause my concept is Y2K gyaru, I might as well do something from my childhood, from the 2000s. And so my head immediately went back to, if you guys recall during my debut stream, my little lore video, quote unquote lore that I made. It was actually inspired by DORK Diaries. That was the entire inspo behind it. You heavily read Wimpy Kid, but you stopped at 2015, man. Yeah, I know. There's this really, really funny tweet that Jeff Kinney, the creator of Diary of a Wimpy Kid, I remember him making. where someone was just why is Greg still in middle school? Why do you keep making these books? And he just replied, Jeff Kinney just replied, "It's all I know how to make, Michael." Or something addressing the person's name. I don't know, it cracked me up when I read it. But yeah, I think in Rachel Renee Russell, the author of DORK Diaries, she's still going too. Yeah, she's still going, still making the books. Damn, Nikki, Greg, they've been in middle school for years at this point. Are they filling in a new diary every single day of their lives? OMG, the nighttime room is so cute. Thank you, and welcome in, Mel. I'm so happy to see you here. Thank you. Pokemon Ashcore, right? For the next 20 years, they're just gonna keep on going. You know what? I appreciate the grind. Make those children's money. Actually, when I was kind of skimming through like the book, like I was like skimming through it a little bit just to like remind myself on how the book originally was. And I think, well, you guys are gonna see it because when I start reading, you guys are gonna kind of see like how old these books actually are. Like, I just saw something that was just like, wow, like these new like iPhones, like they're so like, I wonder if they're gonna get me now. Just like, wow, this is like, this book literally came out when the brand new iPhone was released. That's so crazy. Hi, it's been a while. I know. I'm so glad to see you here, my love. Mwah. Scholastic book for Run Crazy. Yeah. Before we start, that reminds me, guys, the one time I ever got suspended from school, it was in elementary school, and I was suspended because I tried to steal like this Pokemon book from the book fair and got caught. Womp womp. That's an actual true story. I was suspended for like 5 days. But like I also did not give a fuck. Like because like afterwards my parents bought me McDonald's anyways, and it was pretty much just like me just staying home. I don't think I actually got punished for it. I think my parents were just like a little bit embarrassed, but I didn't get punished for it. But yeah, so I have um have a little ebook of it. And it's not, I was originally just gonna share like the screen, but it doesn't show like the entire, like not every single page is entire image. It would take up like all of the like, I didn't want it to take up too much room because I feel like it's not that aesthetically pleasing, like the ebook itself. But when there is like a really cute illustration or picture, I was gonna like show you guys. I have it like brought up like I'm just gonna like pop the window back open and then show you guys what the illustration looks like when it comes up, but I don't want it to take up too much time or like too much space on the screen too. Just because yeah, it's like all of the illustrations are also like a little bit small. It's kind of hard to see. And we wanna look at this beautiful ass background. We wanna look at this cute ass like nighttime bedroom. Am I right? At least lunch detention, yeah. We never actually did lunch detentions. I think like the detentions at my school, yeah, they didn't do anything like that. Like it was like more of what you call it. I feel like it was more so like I don't know. I don't think we did detention like that though, because most of the time, like a lot of the kids at my school, even like going into like high school and middle school and stuff, they were mostly yappers. So even if we did have a detention, like people would just be like talking to one another or like finding a way to talk to one another. I don't know. I never actually got, or actually, no, I lied. There was like a day where I think I did get detention in middle school. I forgot what it, I think it was, I got detention in middle school because I accidentally tweeted a hate tweet at a teacher because she pissed me off. And then I had like an op who reported me. Like, I'm so serious. I gotta get into that story another day with you guys because that was kind of crazy. Because I'm pretty sure the same girl that like the girl that reported me was like this girl who used to be my ex best friend, and then she went crazy when I started befriending this other girl. I gotta tell you guys that story sometime later. Maybe it'll be like a little just chatting stream. I can tell you guys all of my school trauma. The Witch comic series. Oh my, I think I've heard about that. My friend like really likes that series, and I think they were telling me about how much they really liked it. They had a show too for Witch, right? My friend really liked the show. First warnings or referrals into the red dot, then after three strikes. Yeah, no. I think it's because they took I think they just took theft super seriously, so they suspended me. Also, the person that was in like in charge of the book fair, she was like the assistant teacher. Or I don't know. She also ran the lunch shack, and like she scammed me one time. Like I gave her money so I can get something, and then she took some of my money and then gave me like a few coins and change, and then didn't give me anything. I was so fucking confused. I don't know. She ended up like leaving, going to another school or something. Anyways, afterwards, so I didn't have to worry about her stupid ass anymore after that. Also, let me know if audio is okay. This is my first time kind of doing like ASMR. If it's a little bit too quiet, let me know. I'll lean in a little bit closer. But I was just too worried that if I leaned in and I laughed, I just didn't want it to like like overstimulate the ears. I was like trying so hard to like make it like perfect when I was like listening in on my like little practice takes, but you know, the chocolate milk sludge. Yeah, no, like I don't know, there's something in particular that like kind of like turned me off from school milk, like in elementary school, like to the point where like I couldn't drink school milk anymore. Like going into middle school, high school, like it just made me so sick drinking that milk. I think I just got used to and like sick of like the school milk taste, and that's why I stopped like ingesting it. But she said she could lean in a little closer. Oh my god, it's your guys' deliberate plan. It's your guys' deliberate plan to get me to lean a little bit closer. I meant to the mic, not the screen, you sillies. You sillies. Alright, guys. I'll start the reading. Let me take a little swig of water first before we get started. Okay. Okay, guys. Let's do it. Okay. Saturday, August 31st. Sometimes I wonder if my mom is brain dead. Then there are days when I know she is. Like today. The drama started this morning when I casually asked if she would buy me one of those cool new iPhones that do almost everything. I considered it a necessity of life, second only to maybe oxygen. You guys see? Like that's what I mean. Like this book is so old. This is like the very first book in the series, and they said like this is when iPhones just released. Like isn't that crazy, guys? What better way to clinch a spot in the CCP, cool or cute, cool, and popular group at my new private school, Westchester Country Day, than by dazzling them with a wicked new cell? That Westchester Country Day, that's like such that's like so much to say. I've never like for me at least where I live, like my elementary schools, it's like one word and then middle school and that's it. Like why are we given like I feel like in like a lot of fictional settings, like all the schools have like complicated ass names. Like in like if I remember correctly, like in Victorious, if you guys have ever seen Victorious, like on Nickelodeon, their school's like what like Hollywood Arts and whatever. I guess it's not that complicated, never mind. I don't know. Never mind. It's giving the if I had a dime for every time I've seen like a super complicated name for a school, I'd have two times, which is not a lot, but it's still strange it happened twice. This feels like the thing we used to do in elementary school. My teacher called it DEAR, which stood for drop everything and read. Oh my god, we had something similar in my middle school too. Yeah, no, like alone, like alone reading time, like quiet reading time after like you're done with a test or something. It was always the best. I used to love like reading, especially like if I was super like invested in a book. I was like, hell yeah, this is my hour for real. Last year, it seemed like I was the only student in my entire middle school who didn't have one, so I bought an older used phone super cheap on eBay. It was bigger than what I wanted, but I figured I couldn't go wrong for the clearance price of only $12.99. I put my telephone in my locker and spread the word that everyone can now call me with all the juicy gossip on my new telephone. Then I counted down the minutes before my social life before I started heating up. I got really nervous when two of the CCP girls came walking down the hall in my direction chatting on their cell phones. They came right over to my locker and started acting super friendly. Then they invited me to sit with them at lunch, and I was like, okay. But deep down inside, I was jumping up and down doing my Snoopy happy dance. Then things got really strange. They said they heard about my new $600 Juicy Couture designer cell phone and that everyone, meaning the rest of the CCP crew, couldn't wait to see it. I was about to explain that I had juicy gossip on my new phone, not new gossip on my juicy phone, but I never got the chance because, unfortunately, my telephone started ringing, very abnormally loudly. I was trying my best to ignore it, but both of the CCP girls were staring at me like, well, aren't you gonna answer it? obviously, I didn't want to answer it because I had a really bad feeling they were going to be a little disappointed when they actually saw my phone. Alright, wait, actually, let me show you guys. There's like, I don't know if you'll see, like, the illustrations are so small. Here, let me show y'all. Let me show y'all some of this. Let's see. Like, yeah, I don't think you guys can like really see it. It's like, you guys see what I mean though? Like the illustrations are super tiny. But yeah, her phone is in her locker for the scene. So I just stood there praying that it would stop ringing, but it didn't. And pretty soon everyone in the hallway was staring at me too. Also, hello Harley, thank you for stopping in, babe. I know it was your birthday not too long ago. I don't know if your birthday's over now. I'm not sure what time zone you live in, but happy belated birthday, my love. Finally, I gave in, snatched open my locker, and answered the phone, mainly to stop that awful ringing. I was like, hello? Um, sorry, wrong number. Let me show you guys this. And then what she had was actually, I don't know if you guys can see that, it was actually a public phone. It was like a booth phone. She's so silly. And when I turned around, both of the CCP girls were running down the hall screaming, "Make it go away! Make it go away!" I guess it probably meant they didn't want me to sit with them at lunch anymore, which really sucked. The most important lesson I learned last year was that having a cruddy phone, or none at all, can totally ruin your social life. While hordes of celebrity party girls regularly forget to wear undies, not a single one would be caught dead without her cell phone. Which is why I was nagging my mom about buying me an iPhone. How'd she get that in there? Dude, I'm wondering the same exact thing. Like, how the fuck did she have that shit installed? Like, have you guys like ever like if you guys ever had like lockers in your guys' schools, did you guys ever decorate your lockers? I feel like that was just like that was like something I feel like only ever happened in like movies and like TV shows. Because that is way too much work that no one is gonna be there for. And it's not like I don't know, like I don't think like any of our teachers would like let us like go into school and work on our lockers like that. Like we wouldn't be even like before school started, like I don't think any of us would be permitted to like do that kind of thing. The only thing like that was permitted for like customizing something, I think was like my senior year of high school. I had a we had like these senior parking spots like they get to work on before school actually started, but that was like pretty much it. Yeah, no time, exactly same. Like I would pretty much only use my locker to just like put my backpack in and like get my important like binders and textbooks and stuff. And even like in high school, we didn't need to use our lockers at all. We did not need a locker at all. Like cuz in my high school, at least, we all got to just like bring our bags around with us during school. Which if you think about it, it was kind of really unsafe considering how big the risk of like, dangers of school are, you know what I mean nowadays? But yeah, we just got to bring our backpacks wherever we went, and just so there was like really no need for a locker in high school. I remember in middle school they have the most skinniest lockers ever. I could barely believe it. Yeah, same. Our lockers were like super small. But I was glad I had one in middle school because yeah, my I don't know why, but like my binder, it was always super thick. And like I could like shit would spill out all the time. Like I almost got to have one because like it would be such a hassle if I couldn't let any of my shit like down and I had to carry it. It was super heavy. I've tried saving up my own money to buy one, but it was impossible to do, mainly because I'm an artist and totally addicted to drawing. Like, if I don't do it every day, I'll go nuts. I spend all of my cash on sketchbooks, pencils, pens, art camp, and other stuff. Art camp, wow. I wish my family cared enough about my my love for art to send me to art camp. We didn't have money for any of those, like for any extracurricular stuff. Like I never had money to like invest into like sports or going to like if you guys had C camp, I could never go to C camp or like any like really like there was like quite a few field trips too, like in elementary school I had to skip out on because I didn't have the money to go too. But yeah. Hey, so or Oops, my bad. Hey, I'm so broke, I have a milkshake on layaway at McDonald's. Anyway, when mom came home from the mall with a special back to school present for me, I was pretty sure I knew what it was. She rambled on and on about how attending a new private school was going to be a stressful time of tremendous personal growth and how my best coping mechanism would be to communicate my thoughts and feelings. I was absolutely ecstatic because you can communicate with the new cell phone, right? I kind of zoned out on most of what my mom was saying because I was daydreaming about all the cool ringtones, music, and movies I was going to download. It was going to be love at first sight. But after my mom finally finished her little speech, she smiled really big, hugged me, and handed me a book. I opened it and frantically flipped through the pages, figuring that maybe she had hidden my new cell phone inside. It made perfect sense at the time because all the advertisements said it was the thinnest model on the market. But slowly, it dawned on me that my mom had not gotten me a cell phone and my so called present was just a stupid little book. Almost like it's the book we're reading. um, I never decorated my locker, but I was all about decorating the outside of my binder. Ooh, my binder was always so like crummy looking. I always like put like things that I drew. Like I always put drawings like on the insides of my binder, but then they would all, like when you draw like with pencil and then like it starts like smearing like on the binder and it looks all crummy like muddy and stuff like that. That always happened to my binder. It was so annoying. I just kept like a change of clothes in my locker in case something happened, but everything was just in my bag. Ooh, that's smart. I gotta go back in my middle school trauma. That kind of reminds me of this traumatic moment I had where it was my time of the month and I was wearing some white pants in middle school. And yeah, I had like a little protection squad trying to protect me as I went to the nurse's office to change into like gym shorts. I once broke my backpack strap with how heavy the damn books were. That happened to me too. Embarrassingly enough, I actually used to have a Hitalia sling bag in middle school. That was not a good time for me. And it was so expensive too, but it ended up breaking because of how heavy my shit was. We had a rock climbing wall in middle school and the girls wearing white shirts. Oh no, and then she started oh my god, that's awful. Oh my god, we're twins though. That kind of happened to me, but like it was like before I was walking to the lunchroom and then a girl, like this random ass girl started laughing at me and pointing it out. I'm sorry, like some people in middle school were mean, but for the most part, yeah, I don't know. I never got directly bullied, but people just talked behind your back if they wanted to talk bad about you. So, all right. Then I noticed all of the pages of the book were blank. I was like, oh no, she didn't. My mom had given me two things, a diary and an irrefutable evidence she is, in fact, clinically brain dead. Absolutely no one writes their most intimate feelings and deep dark secrets in a diary anymore. Why? Because just one or two people knowing all your biz could completely ruin your reputation. You're supposed to put this kind of juicy stuff online in your blog so millions can read it. Only a total dork would be caught writing in a diary. This is the worst present I have ever received in my entire life. I wanted to yell at the top of my lungs. Mom, I don't need a stupid book with 288 blank pages. What I need is to communicate my thoughts and feelings to my friends using my very own cell phone. Let me show you guys the little illustrations too. Isn't it so cute? I really like the computer design. So cute. I've seen like colored Pinterest edits of some of the Dark Diaries illustrations and the blog one is like one of the popular ones I saw and saved. Getting cute backpacks meant we chose aesthetics over functionality. Of course, like that's so real. Honestly, I don't even remember. I think I just used a random like backpack that my mom got for some random. It was probably some fast fashion for like my last backpack ever in university, and it was a pink one, and that was it. Yeah, like afterwards, I stopped like caring because like there was like a certain like I feel like in elementary school, middle school, I feel like the aesthetics were like but like going into like high school in like kind of sort of university, I think aesthetics started mattering a little bit more in university when I started going again. But in high school, no one really cared. Actually, I used to have a really cute tuxedo Sam backpack, and I was wearing it for my first day of high school. I'm not even sure if these groups of people were actually laughing at me. There was like a group of like fuckboys, and like they started laughing, but I wasn't sure it was at me. I don't know. I don't know what they were laughing at. You know how like I feel like dumb bitches are just they just be laughing at anything. So I wasn't sure if they laughing at me, but like I took it that way back when I was a wee little 15-year-old, and then I like just like never wore it again because I was so embarrassed. I like had to like I asked for my brother's old like JanSport backpack instead. After that, Nikki Maxwell has a VTuber. No way. Oh my god, okay guys. We have to see what that looks like. We have to see what that looks like after I read some I'm not sure how far I want to get into the book, but we'll see. Let's see how fast I'm able to read everything. I feel like everything is not that long, too, to be honest, but dude, I gotta see that afterwards though. We gotta spectate on it. It's a little janky. Oh, really? Okay. Now I'm curious. Now I'm curious. I'm excited to see it. Wait, silly me. I keep forgetting. I don't have any friends. Yet. But that could change overnight, and I need to be prepared. With a shiny new cell. In the meantime, I will not write in this diary again. Never. Ever. Monday, September 2nd. Okay, I know I said I'd never write in this diary again. I meant it at the time. I'm definitely not the kind of girl who curls up with a diary and a box of Godiva chocolates to write a bunch of really sappy stuff about my dreamy boyfriend, my first kiss, or my overwhelming angst about the horrific discovery that I'm a princess of a small French-speaking principality and now worth millions. This is so not me. Very, very cute illustration. If I'm gonna be completely honest, one of the main things that also got me, like really hooked me into Dork Diaries is just how much I used to love the illustrations as a kid. Even now as an adult, I'm just like, dang, like, what is she? Like, she's a middle schooler and she had these drawings still, like, she could draw feet like that. Like, damn, that's so impressive, right? Like, she kinda ate this shit up. My life totally sucks. All day I wandered around my new school like a zombie in lip gloss. Not a single person bothered to say hi. This is me. Most of the time, I feel invisible. How am I supposed to fit in at a snobby prep school like Westchester Country Day? This place has a Starbucks in the cafeteria. Imagine being at like her parents are probably paying a shit ton because I've never heard of no middle school with a fucking Starbucks in the cafeteria. Like that's the only shit I feel like I see at fucking universities. Like what the fuck? A whole middle school? Like middle school? That's crazy. I wish my dad had never been awarded a bug extermination contract from this school. Oh, that's why she went to a rich ass school. Honestly, she'll be thankful for that though, like later down in life, I guess. They can take their little pity scholarship and give it to someone who wants and needs it because I sure don't. Tuesday, September 3rd. It's way past midnight and I'm about to freak out because I still don't have my homework done. The assignment is for Honors English Lit and we're reading A Midsummer Night's Dream by Shakespeare. I was kind of surprised because I didn't know he wrote teen chick lit. It's about a mischievous fairy named Puck who tries to break up a really cute couple lost in an enchanted forest. That's what it looks like, cute. Then this donkey, or this donkey, then this guy with a donkey head crashes a big fairy party and hooks up with their queen. Pretty weird stuff. Our homework assignment is to complete 3 essay questions about Puck. Would you consider Puck the protagonist of the play? Why or why not? How do Puck's personality and actions set the mood of the play? 3. Use your imagination and provide either a detailed physical description or a drawing of Puck. The first 2 questions weren't that hard, and I finished them in no time. However, the third question threw me for a loop. I haven't the slightest idea what Puck looked like, but I tried to imagine him with cute pointy ears as hot as Nick Jonas, Corbin Blue, or Justin Timberlake. I think whoever formatted this ebook kind of mixed it up because whoever is supposed to be Nick Jonas is obviously Corbin Blue from High School Musical. And then whoever is like, and then Nick Jonas, it says Corbin Blue. But they got Justin Timberlake right. But yeah, so you see, like that's Corbin Blue right here at the top. That's Nick Jonas, and then Justin Timberlake. I feel like every single time I look up Justin Timberlake, I can't like look. I can't picture him without. You guys know like the mugshot where he has like red eyes and he's just looking like he's like a scared cat. Also, hi, Boba Fish. Thank you for coming by. Thank you. First time chat. Wow. I hope you enjoy your time here. Yeah, no. Loki, the drawings for them are crazy. Like I can't like I sucked so hard at drawing the opposite gender when I was a kid and in middle school. But then like if you guys remember, I said like I used to only like draw solely girls back in the day. But as I grew, but then I was just like, I need to practice drawing more guys so I can get better at drawing guys. And then like for majority of my uni life, I was only ever good at drawing guys. Like I could not draw girls anymore. That drawing looking is the same. Justin Timberlake is seething right now. Justin Timberlake is literally seething right now. I was dying to know if having a messed up name like Puck had completely ruined his life. I mean, do you guys remember Puck from Glee? Yeah. I bet the popular kids at his school called him Puke, Schmuck, Yuck, or something worse. Poor Puck. Frowny face. I tried to go to that educational website, Wiki something or other, that everyone plagiarizes to find a picture of Puck, but I couldn't remember the name of it and was too lazy to Google it. Being too lazy to Google is such an oxymoron. Now. He conquered drawing men so well, OMG. Oh my god, no. Like, I feel like now, like, I don't know. I need to get back into my drawing guy, or like my art grind, guys. I've been so inspired the past few days, but I've been like kind of working like a dog because I get off at like 7 to 8 p.m. PST, like every night I work for 4 days, and it's been killing me. Like, I've had no time to like really do much of anything. Really, it like tires me out, and it sucks. But it's okay. The rest of the weekend, I have the entire weekend off, so yippee! But yeah, no, I feel like I'm sucking at drawing guys again. I need to like do more art studies again and do that again so I can improve again. I want to get back into art really bad. I was really surprised to hear a knock on my bedroom door this late at night, and I assumed it was my 6-year-old sister, Brianna. About a week ago, she lost one of her front teeth and buried it in the backyard to see if it would grow. She is forever doing crazy weird stuff like that. My mom says it's because she's still a little kid, but personally, I think it's because she has the IQ of a box of crayons. As a little joke, I told Brianna the tooth fairy collected teeth from children all over the world and then superglued them together to make dentures for old people. I explained that she was in big trouble with the tooth fairy, seeing as she had dug a hole and buried her tooth somewhere in the backyard. The funniest part was that Brianna totally believed me. She actually dug up half of Mom's flower garden trying to find her tooth. Since then, Brianna has been paranoid that the tooth fairy is going to sneak into her room in the middle of the night and pull out all her teeth to make dentures. But my prank kind of backfired because now she absolutely refuses to use the bathroom at night unless I first check to make sure the tooth fairy is not hiding behind the shower curtain or under the bath towels. And if I'm not quick enough, Brianna will have a little accident right on my bedroom carpet. Yeah, I'm not showing the illustration for you sickos. There could be sickos lurking in this chat expecting little girl pee. Hell no, bitch! You've been stuck on a drawing for the last 2 weeks. Ew, what's the drawing of? I know you can do it. I know they say art like it takes like art is like such like a long process. Like it takes like all a different amount of time and people should take their time with their art. But me, the impatient bitch I am, I'm like, no. I want to be one of those like really skilled artists that makes the most like detailed, beautiful artworks and they only do it in like 8 hours. I want to achieve that. I'm such a picky motherfucker, right? We're twins. Unfortunately, I had to learn the hard way that, contrary to TV commercial, carpet fresh does not remove all odors. Oh my gosh, I feel like I totally struggled with that word. I'm so sorry. Lucky for me, it wasn't Brianna at my door, but my parents. Before I could say come in, they kind of just barged in like they always do, which really irritated me because this is supposed to be my room. And as an American citizen, I have a constitutional right to privacy, which they keep invading. The next time my parents and Brianna come rolling up in here, I'm gonna scream, "Hey, why don't y'all just move in?" Oh, cute little private no trespassing, all of them cuddled in bed. Very cute. Anyway, my parents said they were surprised to see that I was still up doing homework and they wanted to know how things were going at school. It was really strange because just as I was about to answer, I had a total meltdown right on the spot and burst into tears. My parents were shocked and stared at me and then at each other. Finally, Mom hugged me and said, "My poor little boo-boo," which only made me feel worse. Not fitting in at school was bad enough, but now I had to suffer the additional humiliation of being the only 14-year-old still being called little boo-boo. Suddenly, my dad's face lit up. The sketch is always the long part. Sure, the coloring takes long too, but at least I'm progressing along the time. Sketch takes the longest for you, really. For me, it's always the line art. That's always like the longest for me. I suck at line art so much. I'm always so unhappy with it. Little Boo Boo's so cute, come on now. Oh, you know how middle schoolers are. I feel like in your middle school, high school, you wanna be treated as an adult so bad. But once you're actually an adult, you wanna be treated as a kid again. You wanna go back to that time when you were pampered again, because being an adult sucks. Hey, I've got a great idea. We know you've been under a lot of stress lately with our move in your new school. I bet if we posted some positive affirmations all around the house, it would help you adjust. You think? Oh my god. Nikki's dad posting, doing affirmations, I bet he's a subliminal girly. You guys think so? You guys think he's like one of those girlies that listens to subliminals at night, on loop, on repeat, to fall asleep, so he gets good luck? He's a manifester. I was like, "Okay, Dad, this is what I think. It's a stupid idea, like totally like sticky notes with corny sayings on them that will solve my problem of being a total loser at school. You want to know what else I think? The article I read about bug extermination chemicals killing off brain cells is probably true." But I just said it inside my head, so no one else heard it but me. My parents kept staring at me, and it was starting to creep me out. Finally, after what seems like forever, my mom smiled and said, "Honey, just remember, we love you, and if you need us, we're right down the hall." They walked back to their bedroom, and for several minutes, I could hear their muffled voices. I guessed that they were probably discussing whether or not I should be committed to a mental hospital right then or first thing in the morning. Since it was so late, I decided to finish my puck assignment during study hall. I wonder if you still have to hand in homework when you're locked up in a psycho ward. Okay, guys, this is a reminder. Yeah, I don't think some of the things in this book might not age well. Because again, it was released in the 2000s. If you guys understand like that, like late 90s, 2000s humor, then yeah, they were quite a bit insensitive. Like, I'm kind of surprised that it was kind of this insensitive even in like children's books, but you guys already know that time. Tee. Wednesday, September 4th. My new issue of That's So Hot magazine says the secret to happiness is the 4 F's: friends, fun, fashion, and flirting. But unfortunately, the closest I've ever gotten to friends, fun, fashion, and flirting is having a locker right next to Mackenzie Hollister. She's the most popular girl in the 8th grade. Lucky me, frowny face. I had just finished fighting my way through the crowded hallways to get to my locker and had almost been trampled alive. Then suddenly, as if by magic, the huge mob of students parted right down the center, just like the Red Sea. That's when I first saw Mackenzie strutting down the hallway like it was the runway of a Paris fashion show or something. She had blonde hair and blue eyes and was dressed like she had just left a photo shoot for the cover of Teen Vogue. And everyone except me immediately fell under her powerful hypnotic spell and totally lost their minds. What's up, Mackenzie? You look hot, Mackenzie. Are you coming to my party this weekend, Mackenzie? Love your shoes, Mackenzie. Will you marry me, Mackenzie? You'll never guess who has a crush on you, Mackenzie. Is that another designer purse, Mackenzie? Fabulous hair today, Mackenzie. I'll pluck out my eye with a pencil and eat it with a spam and mustard sandwich if only you'll sit with me at lunch today, Mackenzie. Which also proves my theory that there's always at least one seriously mentally ill weirdo in every middle school across America. Strutting to math class, though, right? She's acting like she's acting like Maddie from Euphoria. Dressed in all designer with a designer purse. And you're just going to math class. And let me show you guys the plucking out illustration here. So silly. It was Mackenzie when she walked to the locker right next to mine, and I knew then and there I was going to have a very bad school year. Being so close to the radiance of her awesome yet sickening perfection just made me feel like a humongous loser, and it didn't help that she was hogging most of my personal space, frowny face. Hey, it wasn't like I was jealous of her or anything. I mean, how totally juvenile would that be? Between classes, Mackenzie and her friends are forever standing right in front of my locker, GGGing. That means giggling, gossiping, and glossing. Lip glossing. And whenever I get up the nerve to say, "Excuse me, but I really need to get into my locker," she just ignores me or rolls her eyes and says stuff like, "Annoying much?" or "What's her problem?" And I'm like, "Hey girlfriend, I don't have no stinking problem." But I just say it inside my head, so no one really hears it except me. However, deep down I'm troubled and ashamed that a tiny part of me, a very dark and primitive side, would totally love to be best friends with Mackenzie. And I find that part of myself so disgusting, I could vomit. But on a much happier note, I'm really into lip gloss too. My favorite one right now is Crazy Kissalicious Strawberry Crush Glitterati. It's yummy, and it tastes just like strawberry cheesecake. You know, what's funny? If you guys are interested, I actually follow this really talented artist. I think her name is Illustralites. I don't know how to say her name, pronounce her name, but she actually makes really funny parody art of some of these childhood series, and one of them includes Dark Diaries, and she made a whole lesbian grown up version of Dark Diaries, and it's shipping Mackenzie and Nikki together. Yes. It's so silly. I was low-key kind of into it though. It's funny, and she formatted it to be kind of similar as well. But yeah, I'll link it. Hold on. Let me try to find it real quick, y'all. Let me see. Illustrice. Think, yeah. Let me see. Let me try to find it, y'all. She's very, very talented. I really like her artwork. She it's not just art too, it's mixed media. Yeah, she called it the dumbass diaries. Tales from a not so straight life. She has quite a few oh my god, I guess she continued it. She has quite a few installments of it, but yeah. Here it is. Okay, I'm gonna keep going, y'all. Unfortunately, no super cute hunk like Brandon Roberts, the guy who sits in front of me in my biology class, has developed a huge crush on me and fallen in love with my fabulous glossy lips, like in all of those crazy kissalicious television commercials. But hey, it could happen. In the meantime, I've decided to try and enjoy my single status. Oh, I almost forgot. Dad is supposed to pick me up after school today to take me to my dentist appointment. Please, please, please don't let him pick me up in his work van with all the 5-foot long plastic roach on top. I would absolutely die if anyone found out I only attend the school due to his bug extermination contract. Frowny face. Thursday, September 5th. Mackenzie and her snobby friends are about to get on my last nerve. They're always making nasty comments about any girl who wanders within 6 feet of them. I mean, who do they think they are? The fashion police? And then this like the little illustration. It's so cute. Today, in under 1 minute, Mackenzie gave out the following scathing fashion commentary while applying her lip gloss. Don't you need a license to be that ugly? That outfit would be perfect for Goodwill. If she knows what's good for her, she will burn it. Not too much on Goodwill. That's crazy now because I feel like all the rich people are snacking up everything at Goodwill. Isn't it so crazy how much of the times have changed? OMG, I bought that exact same sweater she's wearing for my dog from PetSmart. What's that awful stink? She's supposed to spray on the perfume, not marinate in it. She has so much acne. She uses a special makeup brand. It's called Why Bother. Why are they Loki clogging them though? What's up with her new hairstyle? It looks like a small mammal made a nest in her hair, had babies, and died. She thinks she's so cute. She's just living proof that manure can actually grow legs and walk. To call Mackenzie a mean girl would be an understatement. She's vicious. She's a pit bull in glittery eyeshadow and Jimmy Choo flip-flops. Friday, September 6th. I think I've finally figured out why I don't fit in at this school. I still need a new designer wardrobe from one of those really expensive teen shops at the mall. You know, the ones where the sales girls dress like Hannah Montana and have pierced belly buttons, blonde highlights, and phony smiles. Not too much on girls with pierced belly buttons, Nikki, oh my goodness. But what drives me insane is their nasty habit of unexpectedly snatching open the curtain of your dressing room and popping their head inside when you're like half naked. It's enough to make you want to slap those blonde highlights right out of their hair. And when you look in the mirror, you can obviously see that the outfit looks horrible on you. But those salesgirls just smile really big and act cute and perky and lie to your face by saying the outfit 1 looks totally fabulous, 2 brings out your natural skin tones, and 3 complements your eye color. Oh my god, that's my biggest nightmare. My biggest nightmare is that's what all those girls at Shibuya 109, the shop attendants, that's what they all thought of me when I was trying on clothes. They'll tell you this even if you're trying on one of those huge green lawn-sized hefty trash bags. Hun, that looks so cute on you. Me wearing a trash bag. I also hate clothes that are snobby chic. It's when the same exact outfit looks totally different on two very similar girls. The more popular you are at school, the better it looks on you, and the more unpopular you are, the worse it looks on you. I can't tell you how a snobby chic outfit mysteriously knows all of this personal stuff about you, but it obviously does. Why I hate snobby chic fashions. And like the top right is supposed to be the popular girl, and then the bottom is the unpopular girl. It's all baggy and stuff like that. I sure hope not. Come on, where are the girls, right? It's so funny because I feel like so much media back in the 2000s would really like emphasize the divide between popular girls and like, not. And I feel like when I was growing up, there were some popular kids that were like kind of mean, but for the most part, a lot of them were like really, really nice. I'm actually still friends with some of the popular like girls and stuff from like my middle school. And for the most part, there's like some of them are really nice. One of them actually, like I've been following her for a
You're
while,
hot.
and a lot of them are
I love
actually
you.
funny. Thank you so much for the follow. You're so 160. Thank you. But yeah, like, the popular girls, actually, surprisingly enough, that I know, they actually all are lesbians now. They're all in lesbian relationships. Honestly, good for them. Like, let's go lesbians. All the pretty girls are actually lesbians. The snobby chic phenomenon is quite a mind-boggling thing. Hopefully, Congress will allocate funding for scientists to study it, along with how socks mysteriously disappear from the dryer. But until then, buyer beware, frowny face. Anyway, after my mom buys me a designer wardrobe, I'm going to walk right up to Mackenzie and her little entourage and tell them off really good. But before I say anything, I'm going to put my hands on my hips and do that neck roll thing like Tyra Banks, just to show them how much attitude I really have. Tyra says every girl must find her own inner beauty deep down inside and ignore all the haters. She's so sweet and a wonderful role model. Although I have to admit, she's kinda scary on America's Next Top Model. Especially when she's screaming stuff at those poor contestants like, "You fat, worthless skanks. You will never, ever make it in the modeling industry like I did. You have no idea how much I've bled and suffered. And wipe that smirk off your face before I slap it off, you little—" Oh my goodness. I'm actually kind of surprised this is all included in a kid's book. What the heck? Also, I was about to say that, like she's saying that Tyra Banks is like such a sweet and wonderful role model. I was like, not from what I've seen, but right, I'm glad you guys get me. You guys had the same exact thought as me. Then she starts crying hysterically and popping Tic Tac breath mints. I just love that girl. I decided that I'm going to tell Mackenzie right to her face, unlike maybe the last day of school, that just because she and her clones dress like fashionistas, they do not have the right to say really mean things about other people. People being the girls whose moms make them shop at JCPenney, Sears, Target, and Walmart. Girls like, well, me. Okay, it's not a big secret that the clothes from those stars aren't as hot as a lot of the clothes from the mall, and yes, it's a huge inconvenience and a definite turnoff to have to walk through the old ladies, fat ladies, and pregnant ladies department just to get to the ones for the teens. No wonder most girls prefer those fancy teen shops in the mall. Finding the teen department. And then let me show you guys this little illustration. Let's see, you guys see it? Old ladies department, top left. I love shopping. Must keep walking. And then she's tired by the time she gets through and she's still at the pregnant ladies department. My mom says it really doesn't matter where your clothes come from as long as they're clean, right? Wrong. I wish I had $1 for every time I've heard Mackenzie shriek, "OMG, where are these pathetic girls buying such hideous clothes? I'd come to school butt naked before I would ever buy my fashions from a store that sells lawnmowers." To be honest, I didn't know the stores I shopped at sold lawnmowers, and even if they do, big fat hairy deal. Right, exactly. It's not like the clothes smell like a lawnmower or something. At least, I hadn't noticed it. The next time I go shopping, I'm going to sniff the clothing before I buy anything just to make sure. I'm also going to wear a hat, wig, sunglasses, and a funny mustache so no one will recognize me. Whatever. And then cheap fashions are us. Saturday, September 7th. My mom and dad are driving me nuts. In the past 72 hours, they've posted all over the house 139 positive affirmations on rainbow-colored sticky notes that say really stupid things like, be your own best friend, invite yourself over for a sleepover. Unfortunately, I never got a chance to read the one they stuck in the toaster slot thingy because it caught on fire when I tried to make strawberry Pop-Tart for breakfast. And it says, what the? I had to dump my glass of orange juice on the sticky note to put it out. That sounds like a terrible idea. That sounds orange juice? I'm just glad she... Oh, okay, well, let's keep reading actually. Let me shut my ass up. And after that, the toaster started melting, shooting blue electrical sparks and making a loud angry noise like "Greg." I'm thinking we're probably going to need a new one. But what was really scary was that our house could have actually burnt to the ground, all because my parents stuck a sticky note in the toaster slot thingy. I know my mom and dad mean well, but sometimes they're an embarrassment. I wouldn't call it embarrassing, more just like dumb as fuck. Oh my goodness, I did not expect to see pregnant art in this book. Talk about jump scare. Sunday, September 8th. I'm already dreading that the weekend is almost over and I have to go back to school tomorrow. It's been one whole week and I still haven't made a single friend. I've got this overwhelming sense of loneliness sitting in the pit of my stomach like a big, fat, poisonous toad. Like, hold on. Like, I wasn't joking with you guys. Like, is this not low-key pregnant art? Me being overwhelmed by the big, fat, poisonous toad of loneliness. I'm seriously thinking about asking my parents to let me move back to the city and live with my grandma so I can attend my old school. I'll admit the school wasn't perfect, but I'd give anything to hang out with my friends from art class again. I really, really miss them, frowny face. Anyway, my grandma lives in one of those apartment buildings for elderly people who are young at heart and committed to leading a full and active life, so she's up on all the latest fads and stuff. She's also a little wacky. Okay, a lot wacky, and totally addicted to the game show The Price is Right. Last year, Grandma bought a computer from the Home Shopping Network to help her train to be a contestant on The Price is Right. Now she spends most of her spare time on her computer memorizing the suggested retail prices of all the major grocery store brands. She plans to use all her research and game strategies to write a how-to manual called The Price is Right for Morons. Grandma says her book could be bigger than Harry Potter. I didn't think being on a game show took any special skills, but she told me you had to train like you would for the Super Bowl. Oh my goodness, Lucy! Thank you so much for coming by. Thank you. And hello, Raiders. My name is NEIRU Nakayama. I'm a Y2K inspired cat Vtuber. Welcome in. And right now, I'm kind of doing some low-key ASMR reading, and we are reading one of my favorite childhood books called DORK Diaries. And if you guys aren't sure what DORK Diaries is, if you guys are familiar with Diary of a Wimpy Kid or any books similar, like diary entry type children's books, it's basically the same kind of gist for this book. And I'm just reading it, kind of like doing a little throwback on it, and it's been low-key really, really funny. It's a very, very much 2000s setting book, I'll say that. But thank you so much for the rain, Lucy. I hope you're doing well. I hope you guys had fun on your stream. If you guys are tired and you guys need to go, that is a-okay. If you guys have other things you guys gotta tend to, then that is a-okay. You guys can feel free to go if you guys would like. But if you guys just want some background noise, or you guys want to see what's up with everything happening in book 1 of DORK Diaries, I would also appreciate it if you guys stayed. And thank you again, Lucy, for bringing your community over here, my bae. I love you. I'll like Raleigh. Of course. Thank you for the like, my love. Thank you. Alright, guys, where was I? Oh, here I am. I didn't think being on a game show took any special skills, but she told me you had to train like you would for the Super Bowl. She took a few sips of her energy drink, stared at me, real serious like, and whispered, "Sweetie, when life presents challenges, you can be either a chicken or a champion. The choice is yours." Then she started humming Girls Just Want to Have Fun really loud. I was like, just great. Grandma is finally going senile. Doesn't she understand that some things in life you're stuck with and powerless to change? Jeez. But I have to admit, she has gotten pretty good at The Price is Right. The last few times I saw her playing along with the game show, she got every single prize correct. It was amazing because she would have won like $549,321 in cash and prizes, including 3 cars, a boat, a trip for 2 to the Niagara Falls, and a lifetime supply of Depends adult diapers. I gave her a big hug and said, "Grandma, you have mad skills at the Price is Right game, and I'm really proud of you, but you should really try to get out of the house more often." I gave her a big hug and said, Grandma just smiled and said her life is exciting now that she's taking hip-hop dance lessons at the Senior Rec Center, and her dance teacher, Crump Daddy, is dope. Then she asked me if I wanted to see her bust a move. And then this is the illustration. She was actually pretty good for a 76-year-old. Grandma's a little wacky, but you gotta love her. Monday, September 9th. Oh, that's actually Mama Nadi's birthday. This morning, the halls are plastered with colorful posters for random acts of avant-garde art, our annual school art show. I'm super excited because the first prize for each class is $500 cash. Sweet. Oh my god. A middle school with a $500 cash prize? Not even my high school would do stuff like that. I feel like the best prizes we would get for like competitions like that in high school was like a $30 like Target gift card or something. Like, damn, this girl, she legit goes to like one of the richest schools I've ever heard of because $500. I used to think $100 was rich back in the day. Maybe $50. Right, exactly. Like $500, what is a sixth grader going to do with $500? Like, huh? That would be enough for me to buy a cell phone, a new outfit from the mall, and art supplies. But most important, winning that award could transform me from a socially challenged art dork to a socially charmed art diva practically overnight. Who would have thunk my art skills could get me into the CCP clique? So I rushed down to the school office to get an entry form and was surprised to see a line had already formed. And guess who else was there picking one up? Mackenzie, frowny face. And as usual, she was blabbering nonstop. Like, since I'm going to be a model, fashion designer, pop star, I already have a portfolio of 7 very hot fashion illustrations for my Fab Forever clothing line, which I also plan to wear on my very successful world tour as the opening act for Miley Cyrus, who of course will fall head over heels in love with my designs and buy like $1 million worth. Then I'm going to enroll at a prestigious university like Harvard, Yale, or the Westchester Fashion Institute of Cosmetology, which, by the way, is owned by my Aunt Clarissa. Okay, I'll admit I freaked out about having to compete against Mackenzie. She just kept staring at me with her icy blue eyes, and my stomach felt queasy and I got chill bumps. Then suddenly, I had an epiphany and I totally understood what my grandma meant when she said, "You can be a chicken or a champion. The choice is yours." So I gathered all my strength and determination, took a deep breath, and mustered the courage to decide right there, on the spot, which one I was. A big fat chicken. And then she threw herself as a chicken. It's low-key pretty good. When the office assistant asked if I was there to pick up an entry form for the avant-garde art show, I just froze and started clucking like a hen. Buck, buck, bucka! Then Mackenzie laughed, like me entering the competition was the most ridiculous thing she has ever heard. That's when I spotted the yellow sign-up sheet for the library shelving assistants, also known as LSAs. Every day during study hall, a few kids get excused to go to the school library to shelve books. And LSA's life is about as exciting as watching paint dry. So, instead of trying to achieve my dream of winning a major art competition, I very stupidly signed up to shelve dusty and boring library books. My future miserable life as a library shelving assistant. If I see another book, I'm going to puke. And it's all Mackenzie's fault, frowny face. When I reported to the library during study hall, the librarian, Mrs. Peach, gave me a tour. She told me I would be working with 2 other girls who had signed up last week. But what I wanted to know was who in their right mind would sign up to shelf library books as an extracurricular activity. At least I had a good excuse. I did it while I was temporarily insane from Mackenzie's icy stare, which had frozen my brain cells, slowed my heartbeat, and totally immobilized my body so I couldn't sign up for the avant-garde art competition. Tuesday, September 10th. I had the most horrible accident in French class today. While I was taking my French textbook out of my backpack, my perfume body spray, called Sassy Sasha, fell on the floor. Unfortunately, the little white nozzle thingy popped off, and it just kept spraying and spraying until the entire can was empty. My teacher, Mr. Something or other, I can't pronounce his name because it sounds like a sneeze, started yelling a lot of stuff in French that sounded to me like an awful lot like curse words. Then he evacuated all the students from the classroom because everyone was coughing and choking and their eyes were watering really bad. And while we were standing in the hallway, waiting for the smell to go away, he asked me very rudely in English, which I do understand, if I was trying to kill him. Okay, first of all, I don't like French class that much anyway. And second of all, it was just an accident. I mean, it's not like my perfume was really going to kill him. At least, I don't think so. But then again, what if it actually did? What if my French teacher collapsed in this teacher's lounge while eating a corn dog at lunch and died from extreme sassy Sasha asphyxiation? What if, for 3 whole days, no one noticed the foul odor coming from his dead body, since the school lunches normally smell a lot like rotting flesh? Illustration of her teacher dying from the stink fumes and eating a corn dog in his hand. The police would launch an investigation, and I would be the main suspect. Then the CSI, Miami crime scene experts, would conduct scientific tests on my French teacher's nose hairs and find traces of sassy Sasha. They would find out that I was guilty of fumigating him with a lethal dose of my body spray. And then, what if the CSI team secretly planted all of the physical evidence on moi? By the way, moi is French for me. I'd end up getting the electric chair during my freshman year, which would totally suck. And then afterward, I'd be like totally peeved because I missed driver's ed class and my senior prom. I thought she was in middle school. Oh my goodness, I guess that she's in high school. To be honest, I would have never figured. Crippling anxiety, right? She's just like me for real. She's just like me for real with this overthinking stuff. I gotta tell you guys some things that are on my mind, but I guess it'll have to wait for the next just chatting stream, I guess, which will probably be like honestly not too far off. Honestly, probably tomorrow. Or maybe I might just save for the end of the reading session. Who knows? But oh my gosh, there's so much on my mind lately, y'all. I found out some tea about me. I'm excited to share it with you guys. There's not too much in detail about it, but it would just be a funny thing for me to share. But yeah, I recently found out something about like someone Loki connected to me, which kind of gagged me recently. Like I think someone Loki has it out for me. Like Loki just doesn't have it out has it out for me, but I don't think it's also that serious at the same time. I don't know. I gotta tell you guys afterwards. Here, there's a little illustration. Let me show you guys. She's at the CSI unit. Let me see. Let me make sure it's like so you guys can kind of see it. Let me read it from top left to the bottom. You gotta believe me, I'm totally innocent. I have nothing to hide. Search my bedroom. OMG, a dead body? How did he get in here? Now that I think about it, Mr. Something or Other just loves Mackenzie because she's really good at French and she can pronounce his weird sneeze-sounding name. I bet if she had dropped her sassy Sasha body spray in his costume and the nozzle thingy popped off, he would not have yelled at her or accused her of trying to kill him. But that's because Mackenzie is Miss Perfect. I bet she's even going to win the avant-garde art competition. And afterward, just out of spite, she'll probably check out like 189 books from the school library and then return them all the next day. Of course, I'll be the one stuck, having to put each and every one of them away since I'm a stupid library shelving assistant. My pathetic life is so unfair it makes me want to scream. Frowny face. Wednesday, September 11th. Oh no, it's 9/11. Today, everyone in the cafeteria was super excited because Mackenzie was handing out invitations to her big birthday bash. The way Lisa Wang and Sarah Grossman were crying and hugging each other, you would think they were going to be on My Super Sweet 16 or something. It was beyond disgusting. Mackenzie's phony friends crying phony tears and giving each other phony smiles and phony hugs. Lisa Wang on the left, Sarah Grossman on the right. They reminded me of the Olsen twins. For the life of me, I never understood why those sisters were always hugging on each other. They were the first set of non-Siamese twins who people actually thought were joined at the hip. For the rest of the day, everyone Mackenzie invited to her party sucked up to her like a human vacuum cleaner, except for Brandon Roberts. When she gave him an invitation, she tried to flirt with him by twirling her hair around her finger and smiling really big. She even accidentally dropped her purse so he would pick it up for her, just like Tyra says to do when you're trying to get a guy to notice you. But Brandon just glanced at Mackenzie's invitation, shoved it into his backpack, and walked right past her. And boy, did she get upset when he blew her off like that. Then, a bunch of jocks trampled all over her new $300 Vera Bradley bag before she could pick it off the floor. Personally, I kind of like the dirty footprints better than that boring floral pattern. Anyway, Brandon is so cool. From what I can tell, he seems to be kind of the quiet rebel type. He's a reporter and photographer for the school newspaper and has won a few awards for his photojournalism. Once he actually sat at my lunch table, but I don't think he noticed me staring at him. Probably because his shaggy, wavy hair is forever falling into his eyes. And today in biology, when he asked if he could take a picture for the school newspaper of me dissecting my frog, I almost died. I was shaking so badly I could hardly hold the scalpel. And now every tiny detail of his perfect face is permanently etched into my mind. Is it possible that I'm falling in love for the first time? The Biology of Heartbreak by Nikki Maxwell. I see you in my dreams, in your favorite white button-down shirt, sitting across from me in the cafeteria. I've never seen anyone eat fries so beautifully. I see you in biology class, taking pictures for the school newspaper when you whisper to the depths of my soul, hold the frog at an angle. Let me show you guys a little illustration that's like accompanying this poem. So cute. For it is only you who can make a photo of a dissected frog seem so vibrant, so alive, yet dead. It hurts to feel this way, to know that you'll never know me, to want to run my fingers through your dark, wavy hair, as I realize that the putrid smell of formaldehyde and the dull gaze of a lifeless frog will forever remind me of us. Thursday, September 12th. During my gym class, even the scared of balls girls were gossiping about Mackenzie's party, like one of them would ever get invited. They're the really prissy girls who hang in small groups and scream hysterically whenever a ball comes near them. It could be a basketball, football, baseball, soccer ball, tennis ball, volleyball, beach ball, ping pong ball, moth ball, or even a meatball. They are not very picky. Scared of balls girls play volleyball. Yak yak, giggle gossip, Chloe and Zoe. Tee hee gossip yuck yuck. Eek help OMG, Chloe and Zoe freak out. Red team wins by 1 point. Your grade is A+. Losers, hit the showers. Your grade is C. Yep, you can always count on the scared of balls girls to screw things up and lose the game for you. It really sucks to have girls like Chloe and Zoe on your team, especially if you absolutely hate taking showers after gym class. Just the thought of showering at school makes me nauseous. Same. Actually, I used to have showers at my middle school, but we never used them. Like, I never used school showers before. Have you guys ever used school showers before? Like, from, gym class? Like, we had them, but we never had to use them. Like, at least, I don't know. Like, no one ever got, that sweaty or musty. Right, I don't know. I feel like that's, I've never actually seen people actually use them. I swear it's just, they're just there for decoration. I feel like if you if you get super super dirty, let's say, then maybe you would have to use them. If you were playing around the dirt a lot, or maybe if you played a sport, maybe you'd have to use them. But I don't know. I never seen people actually use them. Crazy. Even if you do have to shower, if you get really dirty, I just shower at home. Honestly. It would totally be their fault if I caught some kind of incurable disease from the slimy mold and mildew growing in those nasty showers. Why I hate showering in gym class. Let me show you guys the illustration. Me before showering, slightly sweaty, but clean and fresh. Me after showering, completely covered in stink, mildew, and slime. Ugh. Please let me toggle the visibility. I was really surprised when Chloe and Zoe came up to me after gym class and started talking. Of course, I pretended like I was not teed off at them for running away from the ball and making me have to shower. Now I'm curious, like maybe I'm gonna Google the purpose in schools that don't use them. Yeah, dude, let me know. I feel like it's there because just in case like actual people get really dirty and sweaty and like drenched, like their things drench their clothes, but like we change into like our regular clothes anyways. Like if people like get like really greasy hair maybe, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe it used to be a thing back in the like in the olden days. They would do that, but then maybe they just stopped the practice because people weren't getting as musty. Apparently, our librarian, Mrs. Peach, told them I was assigned to work with them in the library and they were actually excited about it. Like, what is so exciting about shelving library books? But I just played along and pretended to be as thrilled about it as they were. I was like, OMG, OMG, I can't believe we're going to be shelving books together. How cool is that? We ended up eating lunch together at table 9, and it was really nice not having to eat alone for once. Chloe's full name is Chloe Christina Garcia, and her family owns a software company. It was amazing because she has read like all of the latest novels. She says she lives vicariously through the characters' joys and heartbreaks, and she learns a lot of stuff about life, love, boys, and kissing, which she plans to use when she goes to high school next year. Oh, I guess maybe they're not high schoolers. I don't know. She said she owns 983 books and has read most of them twice. I was like, wow. Zoe's full name is Zoisha Ebony Franklin, and her mom is an attorney and her dad is a record company executive. She has met practically all of the biggest pop stars. Oh my god, yeah, you can tell these people are rich. Like the daughter of a big software company and then the daughter of a record company executive and an attorney. Like, dang. This girl must be like rich, rich. Zoe says she likes reading self help and is currently seeking ways to enhance her relationship with the three mother figures in her life. She has a mom, a grandmother who helped raise her, and a stepmother. I was really sympathetic since I know from personal experience that having only one mother figure in your life could be traumatic and psychologically damaging. Can you imagine having three? OMG. Initial search, and it's giving me the impression that apparently it used to be mandatory for students to shower and now it's not because of the concerns of privacy. Yeah, because I'm imagining because like, like all like since the kids like got cell phones and stuff now, like that would kind of be like a danger. Like with like how technology like advance, I could see like how big of a danger it would be that kind of makes sense. That makes sense. Honestly it's good though because I would not want to have like personally, I don't want my feet or anything touching the same like icky floor that all these girls be showering and like all their like gross bodily fluids and whatever else could be falling on the floor. Like ick. Then Zoe said, how can you stand having a locker next to Mackenzie's? She is like so stupid. She rubs lipstick on her forehead to make up her mind, and being really shallow can sometimes create multifaceted self esteem issues. I could not believe Zoe actually said that. I thought everyone at the school worshipped Mackenzie. He laughed so hard that chewed up carrot bit shot right out of my nose. Ew. All three of us were like, ew, gross. Then Chloe snickered. Hey, carrot flavored boogers. Let's give them to Mackenzie so she can sprinkle them over her tofu salad as a low carb topping. In the Click series, those girls are forever doing evil stuff like that to their frenemies. We laughed so loud at Chloe's joke that the kids sitting at table 6 and 8 started staring at us. I even saw Mackenzie glance our way, but then she looked away really fast so we wouldn't make the huge mistake of believing she actually acknowledged our existence. I could tell she was wondering what was going on. So now I'm thinking about forgiving Chloe and Zoe for that whole shower day fiasco in gym class. I actually had a pretty good day today. And here's the carrot boogers falling out her nose illustration. Friday, September 13th. I was pretty sick and tired of hearing about Mackenzie and her stupid little party, but since she's in my geometry class and I sit right behind her, I knew I was going to have to suck it up and deal with it. I was trying my best to ignore her when she turned around, smiled at me, and did the strangest thing. She handed me a bright pink invitation tied with a big white satin bow. I gasped and almost fell out of my chair. My brain was like, OMG, OMG, OMG. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen, other than maybe that new iPhone I want. Who would have thought that I would get an invitation to the party of the year? Here's a little illustration. Bro, my family and I once went to shower at my dad's work. Oh my god, there's like a shower at your dad's work? What the heck? Because our water boiler broke and the hot water was gone, but I took a shower with flip-flops on because I did not want to touch any of the surfaces. Feels weird, man. I actually had something, so I went on like, I don't know if it's considered, I not really can, because it was like I had to stay in like this cabin with like 30 girls. So I like went on like a little like trip. It was kind of like a conference thingy, and it took place over 3 days, and we were all like on a mountain thingy. It wasn't really a conference, it was more like a bunch of like social activities and stuff for like the club. And we had to travel like to California, and we had like Northern California, and like on top of like this mountain, and it has like a bunch of cabins and stuff, and the drive was super scary. And yeah, we had to like, we are in the same cabin with like 30 girls sleeping in like different like shitty like sleeping bags. And oh my god, the showering was like the worst part. Like so many pubes were on the floor of the shower. Like thank god I had shower slippers on, because that shit was so disgusting. And like I kept seeing, but like I felt so bad because like there were literally girls going like walking around like that bathroom floor area and that shower just like barefoot. It was so gross. I was like, oh my god, like the thought of it makes me want to vomit. It was so disgusting. I could never. Yeah, like, girl, be serious. Who would have thought that I would get an invitation to the party of the year? Then it dawned on me that this might be some kind of really cruel joke. I looked around the room for a hidden camera, half expecting Ashton Kutcher. I can't believe he's married to a woman older than my mom. Is that supposed to be is that supposed to be a like a dig on Mila Kunis? Is Mila Kunis older than him? Like oldest, like super older than him? Or is this like about like an ex-wife? I don't know. To jump out the closet and yell, "You just got punked!" Oh my god, I totally forgot that he hosted Punked. Do you guys remember that show? I think it was on MTV. Then I realized that most of the other girls in my class were staring at me with envy and disbelief. It was really weird because suddenly I noticed I had tiny lint balls all over my favorite hoodie, and it made me feel self conscious, so I tried to pick a few of them off. None of Mackenzie's friends would be caught dead in a not from the mall hoodie with lint balls on it. So I made a mental note: burn current wardrobe. Let me actually zoom in more so you can see. Yeah. And gasoline and the trash can with all her all her unfashionable clothes, quote unquote. That's what I was thinking. So it's not Mila Kunis. So it's another ex-wife, I guess. Dang. That makes me wonder. So whenever this series of Dark Diaries came out, he wasn't dating Mila Kunis by then. Crazy. Mackenzie was still smiling at me like I was her new BFF or something. Hey, hun, I was just wondering if you would, but I was so excited, I jumped right in before she could even finish her sentence. Mackenzie, I would love to, I gushed. Thanks for asking me, hun. Okay, so I actually called her hun, even though I always thought that word sounded super phony. And yes, I was totally geeked and as happy as Vanessa Ann Hudgens when she found out she was not getting kicked off High School Musical 3. But mostly, I was in shock. I could hardly believe I was actually going to Mackenzie's party. Soon, I was going to have really cool friends and a social life. Maybe even highlights, a pierced belly button, and a boyfriend. I was starting to believe that. I was starting to believe that. Sorry, I can't read. I was starting to believe my That's So Hot magazine was right. Maybe the key to happiness really was friends, fun, fashion, and flirting. Me floating in air amid sunshine, rainbows, twinkling stars, and pink cotton candy clouds, passionately clutching my invitation to Mackenzie's party over my heart. My hands were shaking as I untied the ribbon and tore open the envelope. Suddenly, Mackenzie narrowed her eyes at me and scowled like I was something smeared on the bottom of her shoe. You idiot, she hissed. What are you doing? Opening my invitation, I stammered. I was already starting to have a really bad feeling about this whole party thing. Like I would invite you, she sneered, flipping her blonde tresses and batting her long eyelashes at me in disgust. Aren't you the new girl who hangs around my locker all the time like some kind of creepy stalker? Well, yes. I mean, no. Actually, my locker is just right next to yours, I muttered. Are you sure? She said, looking me up and down like I was lying to her or something. I couldn't believe she was actually pretending like she didn't know me. I've only had a locker next to hers like forever. I'm very sure, I said. Then Mackenzie took out her crazy kissalicious lip gloss and applied like 3 extra thick layers. After gazing at herself in her little compact mirror for 2 whole minutes, she is so stuck on herself. She snapped it shut and glared at me. Before you so rudely interrupted me, I was simply asking if you would pass my invitation to Jessica. How was I supposed to know you're going to rip it open like some uncivilized gorilla? Mackenzie spat. Then everyone in the class turned around and stared at me. I could not believe my ears. How dare that girl actually call me uncivilized? Oh, okay, my bad, I said, trying to sound coolly nonchalant about the whole thing while blinking back tears. Who's Jessica? And then here's a little illustration of her as a gorilla. Suddenly, I felt a sharp tap on my shoulder. I turned around to face the girl sitting in the desk behind me. She had long blonde hair and was wearing pink, glittery lip gloss, a pink sweater, a pink miniskirt, and a headband trimmed with fake pink diamonds. If I had spotted her in Toys R Us, I swear I would have probably mistaken her for a new fashion doll. Pretty ticked Jessica. I'm really ticked. Totally ticked off Jessica, the doll. I'm Jessica, she announced, rolling her eyes at me. I can't believe you opened my invitation. I was desperately trying to tie the satin ribbon back on when she snatched the invitation from my hand so violently I almost got a paper cut. Ooh! I felt like a total. And then there's like a term I'm not comfortable with saying. Again, kind of surprised this is in a kid's book, but I guess it was, the different times. That's so deliberate though. Why wouldn't she just had the invitation to the actual person it was for? I don't know, dude. I guess it's like, when like you would pass notes in class and you would just give it back to the person and like, yeah, I guess it was kind of like that. But at the same time, like, I guess it's because Nikki cut her off before she could say pass it to Jessica. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like, why don't you just like point it out at least before just like handing it over and just like looking at her like that. But I don't know, it's Nikki's point of view, so I guess we don't know the whole story. Let me take a swig of water real quick, guys. Excuse me. Let me just take a little bit of a sip before we continue. She got ahead of herself, right? Exactly. Like she was like way too gleeful. She was just like as soon as she saw that invitation, she was just like, ooh, for me. But I feel like I would have done the same thing, like as a kid though. But I don't know. Because I think Nikki's an 8th grader. I don't know. I thought she said she was a freshman, like when I read it, but I guess not. And to make matters worse, I heard a few of the kids around me snickering. This was absolutely the most embarrassing moment of my pathetic little life. I had no doubt that, in just a matter of minutes, everyone in the entire school was going to be text messaging gossip about me. I was relieved when our math teacher, Mrs. Sprague, finally started class. She spent the entire hour at the board reviewing how to calculate the volume of a cylinder, sphere, and cone for our upcoming test. Then, I don't know why this is drawn out. I guess kids do draw out like what they want to do in their notes all the time, so I guess she just wanted to do it in her diary. How'd you find my diary? I don't know, Dork Souls. My bad. I was snooping in your room a little bit and then I took it because it looked interesting. But thank you again for stopping by. Thank you, thank you. But I was too freaked out to concentrate on math formulas and was totally not listening. I just sat there staring at the back of Mackenzie's head, wishing I could disappear. Yeah, as a kid, we totally let this behavior pass just to be friends, but as an adult, looking back at this, it's like, girl, where's your self-respect taking an invitation from someone who's been treating you so... Exactly! Like, she was talking so much shit about her, but she's also the same person who literally was about to, start jumping up and down in happiness because she received an invitation, oh my gosh. I guess I must have been really upset because a tear rolled down my cheek and splattered my geometry notebook, but I wiped it up with the sleeve of my not from the mall lint ball covered hoodie before anyone saw it. Even though I was totally bummed about all the drama over the invitation, I really wasn't that mad at Mackenzie. I'm such a loser. If I was having a party, I wouldn't invite myself either. It's a party, and you're not invited. So real. Saturday, September 14th. I've had the most horrible week ever. Why? Because Mackenzie has been trashing my life. First, she ruined my chances in the avant-garde art competition. Second, she dissed me by not inviting me to her party. Third, she ridiculed me by calling me uncivilized. Fourth, she publicly humiliated me by giving me an invitation and then uninviting me. Girl, to be honest, you weren't actually invited, but... Fifth, she tried to steal the one true love of my life, Brandon Roberts, by twirling her hair and flirting with him. I planned to spend my entire weekend just sitting on my bed in my pajamas, staring at the wall and sulking, which, strangely enough, always seems to make me feel a lot better. Then, Jason, me getting my sulk on. But my plans were completely ruined. Around noon, my mom came bouncing into my room, all cheerful, and announced that for lunch we were having a family cookout on the grill. She said, "Honey, get dressed quick and come out into the backyard and join the fun." Well, obviously, I wasn't in the mood for fun, and I just wanted to be left alone. And I didn't like hanging out in our backyard because I have seen some fairly large spiders out there. I have a thing about spiders. They creep me out. Also, my physician has diagnosed me as being highly allergic to pests that suck human blood, such as spiders, mosquitoes, leeches, and vampires. My life motto is bloodsuckers cannot be trusted. That seems like art you would see on DeviantArt of some random Sonic character or something. Anyway, when I went outside, my dad was all dressed up in his matching chef hat and apron that we got him for Father's Day. It said, "My dad is the world's greatest cook," but some of the letters had faded off in the wash and it now says, "My dad eats sook." How we got that gift was actually kind of embarrassing. Mom drove me and Brianna to Walmart and gave us $30 to spend on a nice Father's Day present for Dad. But after Brianna bought a tattoo and tan fashion doll for $9.99, and I bought the new Miley Cyrus CD for $14, we only had $6.01 left over to use for Dad, which wasn't a whole lot of money. Oh my god, they're so greedy. Lucky for us, I spotted these hideous hot pink chef hats with matching aprons in a clearance bid for only $3.87. We had a choice of Kiss the Cook, When Mama Ain't Happy, Ain't Nobody Happy, Detroit Pistons Rule, or My Dad is the World's Greatest Cook in orange fluorescent lettering. And since the gift was dirt cheap, we still had $2.14 left to buy a Father's Day card. But I convinced Brianna that Dad would much rather have a handmade card from us that she could make for free using notebook paper, crayons, and glitter. She totally bought into it, and I used the last few dollars to buy myself popcorn and an extra large strawberry mango smoothie. Dang, Nikki is so greedy. Nikki is so Nikki is looking kind of selfish. She's such a queen for that though. The snacks tasted good, considering the fact I was starving at the time and they came from Walmart. Who would have thunk that Dad would have loved the tacky gift so much? By the way, I know like the past tense is like it's supposed to be thought, but I guess like the stylistic choice of thought is thunk in the book. This is the absolute best Father's Day gift I've ever received in my entire life, he said, and got all teary eyed. Aw, that's actually kind of really wholesome. Which is not saying much, because every year Brianna and I outdid ourselves finding cruddy Father's Day gifts. But we always manage to snag some really great swag for ourselves. Father's Day is now our favorite holiday after our birthdays and Christmas. Anyway, my dad was grilling the meat whilst whistling old disco tunes. Then, out of the blue, he suddenly developed a major complication. Not with his whistling, but his grilling. I guess you could call it a bug problem. So, when he told me to run into the house and get the can of bug spray, I had a really bad feeling about it. I was like, Dad, are you sure? And he was like, I don't plan on sharing my $20 steaks with these pesky flies. Well, that was a big mistake because the bugs were not pesky flies. Our family barbecue picnic, a story in pictures. Here's the bug spray. And then here's the illustration. Just humming to himself, and I guess it's a wasp, either a wasp or a bee's nest. And then they start flying, and then he put the spray on, and then because they got pissed at that, so they started stinging him, he ran away, and then he ended up buying McDonald's at the end of the day instead of cooking the steaks. You'd think an experienced exterminator would recognize a fly when he saw one. Unfortunately for Dad, he was dealing with a nest of very angry hornet wasp. Oh my gosh, if it was hornets, that sucks. I can never, like, you can never pay me to spend like 1 second outside near a hornet's nest, ever. Hornet stings are like one of my worst nightmares. Like, I could never deal with a hornet or a wasp. I'm sorry. Like, I'ma mind my own business if they are minding theirs. Like, I'ma stay at least 100 feet away at all times. Well, our cookout ended up being a total disaster. To make Dad feel better, we all complimented him on how handsome he looked in his snazzy chef hat and apron, even though he was a little dirty from knocking over the neighbor lady's garbage cans when he was running away from this wasp. Poor Dad, frowning face. However, the good news is that I was able to go back up to my room and put in a few more hours of intense sulking. Woohoo! Monday, September 16th. Today we had our math test on calculating volume, and I was really nervous. Mainly because I'm not that good at math. Same girl, same. The last time I got a decent grade in this subject was way back in first grade, and even then, I almost got half the problems wrong. It just so happened that I sat across from Andrea Snarkowski, the smartest girl in the entire first grade. We were taking a test on addition when I kind of accidentally noticed that Andrea's answer to one of the problems was different from mine. So, at the last minute, I decided to cross out my answer with an X and use the one she had come up with. It was a good thing I did so, because I got an A on the test. My teacher was so pleased with my miraculous improvement. On a good day, I usually did D+ work. She gave me a smiley face gold star. And only geniuses like Andrea Snarkowski earn smiley face gold stars. Since I had morphed into a brilliant math scholar, I also won the class Student of the Month award, and my picture appeared in our community newspaper. Nikki Maxwell, me in first grade, with a perfect score on my math test after Andrea Snarkowski, which kind of helped me out a little bit. My mom and dad were so proud of me. They made 127 copies of my newspaper article and mailed them out to every single one of my relatives all across the nation. I can only imagine how happy and excited they were for me when they opened their letters. My Aunt Mabel, well, Tootie my Fruity, a picture of Dakota Fanning. My Uncle Augustus, it can't be, my long-lost nephew Vladimir from Kazakhstan? My great-grandma Gertrude, gracious me, it's Bindi the Jungle Girl. My third cousin Billy Bob, Ethel, call the cops. We just got another letter from that crazy stalker. Okay, so maybe some of my relatives didn't recognize me right away, but if they had, I'm pretty sure they would have been really proud. Anyway, my geometry test on calculating volume was really hard. I know I should have studied more, but since I spent the entire weekend sulking, it kinda cut into my study time. I pretty much just prayed like crazy through the whole test, sometimes even out loud. Please, please, please help me to pass this test. I'm really sorry about snoozing in church last Sunday and it won't happen again. Also, can you tell me if the formula for the volume of a cylinder is pi r squared hr squared h or pi r squared h r squared? And when you calculate a sphere, do you multiply the... Some of us are trying to take a test. Hey Einstein, study much? I guess a few people sitting near me must have overheard. I was too happy when that test was finally over. As I was putting my stuff into my backpack to go to my next class, I couldn't help notice Mackenzie eyeballing me all evil-like. Then she walked up to Jessica and said, "Today is the last day to enter the avant-garde art competition, and I have to take my entry form down to the office. I'll meet you at my locker, okay, hun?" Then Jessica stared at me and said really loud, "Mac, I just know you're going to win first place. Your fashion illustrations are so, bootylicious.
You're
I
hot.
could not believe. Thank you
I
so
love
much for the
you.
follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." I cannot believe Jessica said that because bootylicious is like so yesterday. But the thing that really freaked me out was when Mackenzie smirked at me and was like, "Nikki, everyone in the entire school knows you're too chicken to enter the art competition
hot.
because I'm a better artist
I
than
love
you
you.
are. So don't bother." Right? These little white girls just using bootylicious is like kind of like the thought of it is just like cracking me up. Okay. Even though Mackenzie didn't actually say those words to me, she definitely looked like she was thinking them. And either way, it was a humongous insult to my integrity. Then she flipped her hair and sashayed out of the classroom. I just hate it when Mackenzie sashays. How dare she talk about the art competition right to my face like that, especially when it was her fault. I didn't enter to begin with. This whole situation just ticked me off. Suddenly, I just totally lost it and screamed at the top of my lungs, "Mackenzie started this war, and now I'm going to finish it." But I said it in my head, so no one else heard it but me. Then I made a solemn promise to myself. I, Nikki J. Maxwell, being of sound mind and body, am officially entering the avant-garde art competition. I was going to show Mackenzie once and for all that I had mad art skills, and mine were way madder than hers. So I grabbed all my stuff and marched right down to the office to fill out an entry form. Sure enough, Mackenzie was still in there, applying her 14th layer of lip gloss and bragging non-stop about her fashion illustrations. And everyone thinks my original designs are so hot, and I'm going to be rich and famous and move to Hollywood and blah blah, blah blah, blah 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 blah. I was just casually chilling out behind a big potted plant outside the office door, minding my own business when finally Mackenzie left. But it was not like I was spying on her or anything. I just didn't want to attract a lot of attention to myself or have Mackenzie think I was making a big deal out of the fact I was entering the competition. Although, to be honest, it was a big deal. Ooh woo voice. Okay. I gotta get myself ready for this one, y'all. Hold on, actually. Let me take a swig of Dr. Pepper real quick. I feel like I'm like a little congested for it, but I'll try my best. Okay. It was the most important thing I had ever attempted in my entire 14 years of life here on planet Earth. I rushed into the office and quickly filled out an entry form. As I handed it to the assistant, I felt a rush of panic, excitement, and nausea, all mixed up together, whirling around in my stomach like leftovers in a garbage disposal. I walked out of the office and collapsed against the wall. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I began to wonder if this whole thing was a big mistake. Then, out of the blue, I got a really creepy feeling that someone was watching me, even though the hall seemed empty. Suddenly, a leaf on the plant I had hid behind moved, and I saw this eye staring out at me. Then two eyes, very icy blue ones. Mackenzie, yes, the Mackenzie, was peeping out at me from behind that big potted plant near the office door. She was like so busted. Finally, Mackenzie climbed out of the plant into shade over to the drinking fountain like she was thirsty or something. But it was very obvious to me that she was just trying to use water torture to force me to change my mind about entering the art competition. And here it is. Mackenzie tried to act all innocent and apologetic, like the whole squirting me with water thing was just an accident. But I looked into her beady little eyes, and she could tell she absolutely meant to do it. I still could not get over the fact that I had actually caught her spying on me, which made me angry because I don't follow her around spying on her and getting all up in her Kool-Aid, which, by the way, means business, even though she literally was. Well, at least not that often. Today was like totally an exception, mainly because we were both turning in entries for the art competition at the same time. But to stoop so low as to spy on me? That girl is one sick little puppy. Tuesday, September 17th. I can't believe I'm actually writing this while hiding in the janitor's supply closet. I know it's super grungy in here and smells like an old, wet, mildewy mop, but I didn't know where else to go. I absolutely hate, 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 hate the stupid school. Today at lunch, I was carrying my tray and trying to get to table 9, where I was supposed to meet Chloe and Zoe. Things were going pretty good because I had managed to sneak past the jock table without the football players making those embarrassing farting noises with their armpits. But as I was walking past Mackenzie's table, I really wasn't paying attention. She and Jessica must have still been pretty mad at me about the party invitation and the art competition because this is what happened. Me in the lunchroom trying to get to table 9. Oh no! And then there's Jessica's leg. They tripped her. I tripped, and suddenly everything started moving in slow motion. The way this Loki kind of happened to me, I was not tripped. No one was deliberately trying to trip me. I actually tripped by myself. I somehow tripped on I don't know, I fucking tripped on the air. And then I fell and everything in my binder slid out. Every single one of my papers flew out. And the entire lunchroom laughed at me. It was so embarrassing, guys. This happened in middle school too. It was such an embarrassing moment. I heard a very familiar voice shrieking, "No!" Then in horror, I realized it was mine! Crash! Aw, poor thing. This is her. Look, same thing happened with me, but it was my papers and chocolate milk. I fell flat on the floor and was so stunned I could barely breathe. My spaghetti and cherry jubilee dessert were smeared across my face and the front of my clothes. I looked like a life-size version of one of Brianna's messy finger paintings. I just closed my eyes and laid there like a beached whale, with every inch of my body aching. Even my hair hurt. However, the worst part was that the entire cafeteria was laughing like crazy. I was so embarrassed, I wanted to die. I could barely see because I had cherry jubilee in my eyes and it made everything look red and really blurry. Finally, I gathered the strength to crawl to my knees, but every time I tried to get back up, I slipped in the mixture of spaghetti and milk and fell back down again. I have to admit, I probably looked hilarious sloshing around in my lunch like that. And if it hadn't actually been happening to me, I definitely would have been laughing my butt off along with everyone else. Honestly, same though. Then, Mackenzie folded her arms, glared at me, and yelled, "So, Nikki, are you having a nice trip?" Of course, that witty little comment made everyone laugh even harder. It was the cruelest thing Mackenzie could have possibly said, especially since she was partially responsible for my trip. I was so humiliated, I started to cry. The good news was the tears washed all the gunk out of my eyes and I could see again. But the bad news was, all I could see was this guy kneeling over me with a camera dangling in my face. And only one person in the whole entire school owns a camera like that. In a split second, I knew exactly what was going to appear on the front page of the next issue of our school newspaper, Franny Face. And I was not going to be sending that article to any of my relatives. It was very clear to me that some way, somehow, Mackenzie had completely charmed Brandon with her awesome beautyliciousness and lured him over to the dark side and then brainwashed him. How could my crush, the secret love of my life, do such a horrible and wicked thing to me? I'm so sorry, I totally forgot about the cute my Ulu voice. I'm sorry. Let me continue. OMG, that's so infuriating. Have someone shove a camera in your face like that. And why would exactly? That's what I'm saying. Like, again, it's like I get in like this kind of stuff. Like, oh my god, I would literally never. I would switch schools immediately. I don't care what kind of scholarship I got. I don't care if my dad has a deal. Like, please enroll me to public school the next day. How could my crush, the secret love of my life, do such a horrible and wicked thing to me? I felt like I had been stabbed in the heart with my favorite lucky ink pen, the hot pink sparkly one with the feathers, beads, and sequins on the end, and left to die. On the floor at the cafeteria, with everyone watching and laughing, by my beloved Brandon. And the most bizarre thing happened. Brandon kind of smiled at me, set his camera out the way, grabbed my hand, and pulled me off the floor. You okay? I tried to say yes, but my voice just made a gurgling sound like I was strangling or something. I swallowed and took a deep breath. Sure, I'm okay. I had spaghetti for dinner yesterday, but it wasn't nearly this slippery. I cringed. I couldn't believe I just said that. I am. Oh, she kinda says a word that you're not supposed to say, but. Then I watched spellbound as Brandon handed me a napkin in what seemed like slow motion. I almost died right there on the spot when our fingers accidentally touched. Ooh. Ever so slightly, like a gentle but wild squirrel slurping sweet nectar from one of those dainty purply flowers in my mother's garden that my dad accidentally sprayed with weed killer. Our eyes locked, and for a split second, it was as if we were gazing into the deep, misty cavern of each other's wounded souls. I will forever remember the words he whispered into my trembling ear. I think you have something on your face? I blushed and my knees started feeling all wobbly. Probably my lunch. Yeah, probably. Unfortunately, our very serious emo convo, which, by the way, means emotional conversation, was rudely interrupted by Mr. Snodgrass, our lunchroom monitor, but everyone calls him Mr. Snot in a not so nice word. He started cleaning up the mess on the floor and lecturing me about my responsibility as a young adult to keep my food on my tray at all times. Brandon rolled his eyes at Mr. Snodgrass in a very chivalrous manner, and then he kind of smiled at me again. I guess I'll see you in biology. Yeah, okay. And thanks, for the napkin. Hey, no prob. Actually, we have napkins like this, just like this at home. My mom got them at sale at Walmart. Oh, that's, cool. Well, later. Sure, see you in bio. Then Brandon picked up his backpack and left the cafeteria. I just clutched the napkin over my heart and sighed. In spite of everything that had just happened, I suddenly felt very happy and butterflyish all over. But that feeling lasted only about 10 seconds, because that's how long it took me to notice Mackenzie. She was so angry, her whole face was all droopy and distorted. And then she drew her like the scream. She actually looked a little scary. I hope you're not stupid enough to think he'd like a loser like you, she howled like a banshee. But I guess I was still kind of disoriented because I didn't have the slightest idea who she was talking about. He who? I asked. That's when Jessica blurted out, You are such a klutz. OMG, look at her. I think she peed her pants. And then Mackenzie was like, OMG, you're right. She did pee her pants. And then both of them started laughing and pointing at me again. I just rolled my eyes at them and said, yeah, right. I spilled milk on my pants. Don't you morons know milk when you see it? Then I ran out the cafeteria and went straight to the nearest girls' restroom. Inside, there were about 5 girls at the mirror trying out one another's lip gloss flavors. They completely froze and just stared at me in horror with their mouths wide open. It was like they had never seen anyone covered from head to toe in spaghetti and cherry jubilee before. Some people are so rude. I kind of staggered back into the hallway like a zombie, but instead of leaving a trail of slimy, rotted flesh, I left a trail of spaghetti, sauce, and cherry jubilee. Then I noticed the door of the janitor's utility closet near the drinking fountain was cracked open a little bit. I peeked inside, and since no one was in there, I snuck in and closed the door. I felt so horrible. That's when I burst into tears and started writing in my diary. Years were going to the janitor's closet. Pretty soon, I heard some vaguely familiar voices whispering and snickering outside the door. I just knew Mackenzie and her piece were trying to track me down to harass me some more about peeing my pants. Are you sure she's in there? I think so. The spaghetti leads right up to this door and stops. And look, cherry jubilee footprints. She has to be in there. I was just like, great. At that moment, I would have given anything to just disappear to thin air. Then they actually had the nerve to knock on my door. Well, not exactly my door, but the door to the janitor's closet. I felt like the victim in one of those horror movies where the girl is home alone and hears a knock at the front door. When she goes to open the door, everyone in the audience is yelling, "Don't open it! Don't open it!" But she opens the door anyways because she doesn't know she's in a horror movie. Friday the 14th, midnight on Elk Street. And then? Who's that knocking? Hey, maybe it's the pizza guy. Oh, so you're saying you're giving out free haircuts? But I was not stupid. Imagine tracking someone down just to laugh at them, right? Like, I don't know, that's just straight up evil. Like, that's just straight up, like, comically evil of a person. Like, bullying is not that deep. Just talk shit at the moment and then fucking go at least, but like, you, like, purposely tracking someone down just to make fun of them more, like, pack it up, dude. Like, you're the real loser here. But I was not stupid. I knew I was trapped in a horror flick, so I didn't open the door to the janitor's closet. All of a sudden, it got really quiet, and I suspected it was a trick to make me think that they had left. But I had a feeling in my gut that they were still out there. Nikki, are you okay? We just heard what happened. Yeah, we wanted to make sure you were all right. That's when I finally recognized the voices. It was Chloe and Zoe. Zoe said, "Girl, don't make me bust this door down because you know I'll do it." That kind of made me laugh because Zoe has trouble opening her locker, and sometimes even her bottled water. I was like, yeah, right. Then Chloe said, "If you're not going to come out and talk to us, we're coming in." The next thing I knew, Chloe and Zoe were poking their heads inside the janitor's closet and acting all goofy. This is so cute. Chloe was snorting and giving me jazz hands, and Zoe was sticking out her tongue and giving me the stink eye. They were like, "What's up, girlfriend?" For some reason, seeing them made me start crying all over again. Soon the 3 of us were just chilling out in the janitor's closet talking about all the drama with Jessica and Mackenzie. But I left out the part about Brandon on purpose because I was still kind of embarrassed about it. Plus, I was pretty sure he'd pick Mackenzie over me any day. If I were a guy, I sure would. I was so not getting my hopes up about Brandon actually liking me. And then here they all are in the janitor's closet. That is some true friendship right there. OMG, I wish. For me personally, like, my best friends kept changing in elementary school. I don't know. I had like a new friend, like best friend every single grade. Because I swear, because like, I don't know, I didn't have class with the same people all the time, so pretty soon the lunch period was almost over. Chloe and Zoe helped scrub most of the food stains off my clothes with paper towels and hand soap right at the big sink. There were still some stains we couldn't get off, though. I couldn't believe it when Zoe ran to her locker to get me her favorite lucky sweater to wear to cover them up. And Chloe said that if I applied an extra amount of her Candy Apple Swirl Ultra Shiny Lip Gloss along with her Midnight Blue eyeliner, everyone, especially the guys, will notice my beautiful, luscious lips and dreamy eyes instead of the pea stain, milk stain, on the front of my pants. Which, like for me, was not that noticeable since it was starting to dry up. In spite of how bad things went at lunch, I definitely feel a lot better now. I guess maybe I don't hate this school quite as much anymore, but I bet Brandon thinks I'm a total klutz. Wednesday, September 18th. I think I'm suffering from no cellophonophobia. No cell phonophobia, I guess. Same here. One of them we didn't have any classes together in the new school year, then the other eventually transfer schools in the next school year. Oh, I see. Oh my god, then we're for real twins then, Mel? OMG. Yeah, I don't know. I never really had a stable best friend throughout my entire life. I wish I was like one of those girls that always had like the same best friend growing up. I mean, I guess I had some of the same friend group, like since middle school best friend group, but like we don't talk, like we're not the type of best friends that talk every day though, like shoulder, like attached to the hip, like visiting each other's houses all the time type of friends, you know what I mean? So I think I'm suffering from no cell phonophobia. I know it sounds like some really nasty disease where you're covered from head to toe with itchy, runny sores or something hideous like that, but it's actually the irrational fear of not having a cell phone. The worst thing about no cell phonophobia is that it sometimes causes hallucinations and makes you do insanely stupid things. I think I had an attack of this very debilitating disease on my way home from school today. I thought for sure I saw a tiny, cute cell phone thingy that clips around your ear lying on the sidewalk near our mailbox. I was like, sweet, a free cell phone thingy. It's all good. But when I took a closer look, it was kind of a bright peachy color. And I guess that what I had found was actually a hearing aid.
You're
of course,
hot.
I was devastated
I
when I
love you.
finally figured this out. Thank you so much for the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Because I was really pumped about having found a free cell phone thingy just lying there on the sidewalk. I figured it probably belonged to Mrs. Wallabinger, the little old lady who lives next door. I suspected she was hard of hearing because for the past few days, whenever I said good morning to her on my way to school, she would ask me to repeat what I said like 7 times. She has a scrawny little Yorkie named Cream Puff, and she walks him twice a day. That's crazy because I literally have like older relatives, like aunts and uncles that literally have the same kind of tiny dog with, like the tiny, like quintessential, like POC white, like curly haired dog with the crusty eyes. It is that instead of a Yorkie though. Cream Puff looks like a fuzzy ball of lint on 4 legs, but he's as vicious as a Doberman. Ooh, he's a little bit of a tough guy, I see. Anyway, I spent 5 minutes trying to decide whether or not to knock on Mrs. Wallabanger's door and ask if she had lost her hearing aid, but I had figured she hadn't. It would be a bigger waste of my time and energy. And if she had, it would be an even bigger waste of my time and energy. I was right. This is what happened. Me, talking very loud, Mrs. Wallabanger not really hearing me. Grr, grr, Cream Puff, growling and trying to bite me. But I said, "Hi, Mrs. Wallabanger. I just stopped by to ask if you lost your hearing aid." What she said, "What did you say, Missy?" What I said, "Your hearing aid. Is it lost?" Eh? Speak up, why don't ya? Did you lose your hearing aid? Eh? You say I need to lose my hairy legs? Hearing aid! Hearing aid! Don't get fresh with me, you little whippersnapper. My hairy legs are none of your beeswax. Get off my property. I was like, never mind. My little chat with Mrs. Wallabanger did not go so well. So I figured I'd just hold on to her hearing aid for a while. Since she only comes out of her house to walk her dog, what's the worst that could happen? Hey, lady, be careful. Don't step in that big pile of... Cream Puff dear, it's the sound of the mating call of the yellow-bellied swamp goose. Did you hear me, ma'am? I said watch out for the wet cement. Oh my gosh, and then let me show you guys the little illustrations. Also, hello, Jumper666, welcome in. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you. See her stepping on dog poo poo, her stepping in what's a man, and then her going in the front of an operating car. Okay, so maybe the worst that could happen is Mrs. Wallabanger gets run over by a semi-truck. But could you really say it was my fault? Oh my god, girl, yes, give her that shit back now. Why didn't she just like show it in front of her? She probably would have understood. Thursday, September 19th. Today, my social studies teacher, Mr. Simmons, reminded the class that our project on recycling can help stop global warming is due on Monday. I didn't have the slightest idea what I was going to do. I figured I'd just wait until my creative juices started flowing and come up with something the night before, like I always do. Anyway, at lunchtime, I saw a group of CCP girls crowded around Mackenzie raving about their brand new Prada cell phone. And get this, she had a cell phone thingy clipped on her ear that looked almost identical to the hearing aid I had found. Even though I was starting to feel a little guilty about keeping Mrs. Wallabanger's hearing aid, I suddenly got this fantastically brilliant idea for my social studies project. My project was going to 1. Encourage recycling to cut down on pollution, 2. Help stop global warming by reducing the numbers of hot air bags yakking nonstop on cell phones, 3. Boost my popularity at school by making everyone think I owned an expensive new cell phone thingy, just like Mackenzie's. I borrowed my dad's video camera and taped my project. How to Make a Faux Cell Phone Thingy from an Old Hearing Aid, a social studies project by Nikki Maxwell. And then, I'll show you guys the illustrations in a little bit. Hi, I'm Nikki, and I'm going to show you how to make a faux cell phone thingy from an old hearing aid. The word faux is pronounced faux, as in phony. It's a French word snobby people use that means fake or knockoff. Step 1. Gather your supplies. For this you will need 1 hearing aid, recycled, found, or borrowed, quote unquote, 1 paper plate, 1 can of spray paint, black or silver, depending on the model you plan to make. And then step 2, paint your hearing aid. Utilizing my very expert and highly creative skills in arts and crafts, I placed my recycled hearing aid on a paper plate. Then I carefully spray painted a shiny metallic black. Next, I allow the paint to dry for 30 minutes. Recycling is a vital step in stopping global warming, as my very fine teacher, Mr. Simmons, has taught us in our social studies class. Listen, Mr. Simmons. Step 3. Make a script for your faux calls. Even though your phone thingy will look so real, it'll fool your family and friends, you must always keep in mind that it is not real. This means you'll have to make up faux phony things to say while you're wearing it, like 1, dee-dee-dee, dee-dee-dee. This is your phone ringing. I recommend using a very high-pitched voice for authenticity, or you can sing or hum your favorite song for a top 40 ringtone. 2. OMG! I can't believe she actually said that. I'm going to hang up and call, insert the name of your biggest school gossip, right now. 3. I'd really love to give you my cell phone number, but I get so many calls that my parents' rents, said I'm not allowed to give it out anymore or they'll take away my phone. But if you like, I can put you on my waiting list to receive it. 4. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me now? You're breaking up. Hello? 5. Curse word insertion. Another dropped call. I hate having insert the name of Cruddy Cell Phone Company as a service provider. 6. Hello? I'd like to order a large pizza with extra insert favorite pizza toppings and hold the insert least favorite pizza toppings. Thanks. 7. Shoot, this stupid thing isn't working anymore. Either my battery is low or I need to buy some more minutes. Sorry. The very convincing lie you tell when someone asks to borrow your cool phone to make a quick call. Remember, it's not real. Step 4. And then here's a little illustration. Clip your faux cell phone thingy on your ear and start talking. Congratulations! Also, welcome back, Pablo. Welcome back. Your new faux cell phone thingy is now ready for public use. Impress your family and amaze your friends. But most important, do your part to help stop global warming by recycling an old hearing aid into a faux cell phone thingy today. The end. Unfortunately, I had a little complication with step 4. After dinner, I decided to practice humming my ringtone so I could start receiving phone calls in school tomorrow. I'd been wearing my phone for only about 5 minutes when I felt a mild irritation and burning sensation on my right ear and the area around it. Like, yeah, girl, because you use spray paint and you're, like, putting it on your ears. Crazy? I mean, she's a kid, but damn, girl, that's dumb. However, after 10 minutes, it turned into a full blown rash, a really itchy, irritating one. It wasn't it didn't take long for me to come to the conclusion that my rash was all my mom's fault. Why she never bothered to tell me I was highly allergic to shiny metallic black spray paint, I'll never know. I mean, she had to have known this information, right? This is the same woman who gave birth to me. Lucky for me, my dad still had some antihistamine cream left over from the time he got attacked by those wasps, so I slathered it all over my ear and the side of my face. Since I had no further use for Mrs. Wallabanger's hearing aid, I decided the moral and right thing to do was return it to her, anonymously. I placed her hearing aid in a little box with a bow on it and attached it a note, and then I put it on her front step, rang her doorbell, and ran away. It's not like I was scared of her or anything, I just kind of wanted it to be a surprise. And then here's the little illustration. Later that evening, I saw Mrs. Wallabanger walking her dog, and sure enough, she was wearing her hearing aid and a huge smile. If I ever find another hearing aid on the sidewalk, I'm definitely going to just leave it there.
You're hot.
I only hope, 1, I get a
love you.
decent grade on my global warming project, and thank you so much for the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. 2, this ugly rash goes away before school tomorrow. Ick. Frowny face. I had an epiphany. TLDR, broke new phone, got a new one, but I just realized I lost 11 months of photos and videos. No! OMG. That's why, like, I always, like, especially, like, for concerts and stuff, I just, like, always have my things backed up onto my Google Photos. It's definitely worth it, but you do have to clean your Google Photos because it does get full. Unless you buy, like, more storage, but, like, I feel like even more storage is just, like, I don't know. Paying a lot more for storage is, like, eh. Yeah, that's so unfortunate. I'm so sorry, Pablo. I'm so sorry for the loss, but hey, at least you get to make new memories now, right? But I'm sorry, my love. That sucks so much. I kind of lost like so much from like my middle
You're
school
hot.
times because I didn't really
I love
save.
you.
Thank you so much for the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I also lost yeah, I lost a lot of like memories and photos and stuff from middle school. I only have like a few saved from when I actually started saving my stuff in like I think the 8th grade on my Google Photos, but yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. All right. Friday, September 20th. I was up and getting ready for school when I noticed I still had that rash from my faux cell phone. I almost choked on my minty fresh tartar control, extra brightening mouthwash strength, cavity fighting gel toothpaste. This drawing is actually pretty damn nice. Like the bathroom, like the detail of the bathroom drawing, like girl. And you drew like the tiling and stuff, like hello? We were really supposed to believe that this girl drew a full ass background like this in the 8th grade, like dang. Now that my crush Brandon had finally noticed I was alive, there was no way I was going to school with a rash that made my ear look like it belonged to a severely sunburned Keebler elf. You know, the ones who bake cookies inside a tree trunk infested with ants, termites, centipedes, and beetles. I always wondered what those brown crunchy things were in their cookies. Ew. Anyway, I knew my mom was not going to let me stay home from school unless I was spiking a temperature of at least 289 degrees, which, by the way, is the same temp she uses to bake her Thanksgiving turkey. Mom's temperature requirements for a Thanksgiving turkey and a sick daughter. My mom's life motto is, hey, why let a little case of gangrene or leprosy get in the way of achieving a good education? After trying every trick in the book, I finally figured out how to convince my mom I was too ill to go to school. I had to pretend to throw up all over myself. Now, how sick is that? I came up with this idea last spring after Brianna had the stomach flu. Mom took time off from work and let my little sister stay home from school for an entire week. On top of that, she totally pampered Brianna by buying her all of her favorite Disney movies on DVD and a new computer game to keep her occupied while she was in bed. I think all that vomiting must have really gotten to Mom. About 3 weeks later, I stayed home from school with a bad case of strep throat and was hoping to at least get a couple of new CDs out of it, but all Mom bought me was a cruddy box of popsicles. And to make matters worse, they were really gross, low-calorie kind with no sugar. Ew. I hate those kinds. They tasted like frozen pickle juice on a stick. I was like, delish, frowny face. Thanks a million, Mom. And here's like a little illustration. Me ready for Brianna's projectile vomiting due to her stomach flu? Yuck. But I have to admit, Brianna was a lot sicker than I was. She couldn't keep anything down, not even water. That was literally me like last week. Last week, guys. It was awful. I refused to go anywhere near her unless I was suited up in full puke protection gear. Since I was pretty sure Mom was not going to consider my rash serious enough to let me stay home from school, I decided to run downstairs and make a quick batch of phony vomit, aka faux puke, which I needed because of the rash caused by my faux cell phone. It was just another one of life's surprising little ironies. Lucky for me, I was the first one out of bed, which meant I had the kitchen completely to myself for about 15 minutes. Since things were going to get a little messy, I changed to my old hard PJs and rushed downstairs. My secret recipe was easy to make, and it looked and smelled like the real thing. Stay home from school, faux vomit, 1 cup of cooked oatmeal, a half a cup of sour cream, or buttermilk ranch dressing or anything that smells like rancid sour milk. 2 chopped cheese sticks for chunkiness, 1 uncooked egg for authentic slimy texture, 1 can of split pea soup for putrid green color, a 4th cup of raisins to increase grossosity, mix ingredients and simmer over low heat for 2 minutes. Let mixture cool to warm vomit temperature. Use liberally as needed. Makes 4 to 5 cups. And then there's her making the vomit. Warning, this stuff is so gross that it might really make you sick to your stomach and cause you to really throw up, in which case you will really need to stay home from school, frowny face. I poured about 2 cups into a bowl, ran back upstairs to my room and dumped it down the front of my heart PJs. Then I yelled down the hall in a really whiny voice, "Mom, please come quick. I don't feel so good. My stomach is really queasy and I think I'm going to... blah." Of course, it worked like a charm. Mom was totally convinced and said that not only did I have an upset stomach, but there was also a mild rash on my ear. Cooking vomit from scratch, that's so extra. Right. Like she was so serious about missing school. She said that since I was not running a temperature, I'd probably feel better after a day of bed rest. I told her that suddenly I was feeling a lot better already, wink wink. Then she cleaned up my mess, helped with my bubble bath, and tucked me back into bed with a kiss. I actually slept until the Tyra Banks show came on at noon. I just love that girl. Wow, Nikki is such a Tyra Banks stan. However, when I went to the kitchen to grab a bite for lunch, I suddenly realized I'd totally forgotten to pour the leftovers of my faux vomit down the garbage disposal. So, when I saw that my mom had left a note for me on the counter right next to the now empty pot of puke, I just knew she was onto me and I was in really big trouble. I totally panicked and my stomach started feeling queasy, but this time for real. Her note said, "Dear Nikki, thank you for making breakfast for us even though you're not feeling well this morning. Your oatmeal was so delicious that we all had seconds. You must cook this for us again soon. We are so very lucky to have such a kind and considerate daughter. Thanks again. Love, Mom. P.S. Hope you're feeling better." I spent the entire afternoon just lounging around, watching television and raiding the fridge. I even ordered a pizza. Like, look at how happy she is. Honestly, I love missing school too whenever I could, so. Plus, I had 3 things to be very happy about. 1, the Tyra Banks show rocked. 2, my rash completely cleared up. And 3, my parents think I'm a 14-year-old Rachel Ray. Monday, September 23rd. I think Chloe and Zoe have totally lost their minds. First of all, they practically freaked out when Mrs. Peach announced she was taking 6 of her most hardworking committed LSAs on a 5-day field trip to New York City Public Library to participate in National Library Week. From what I understand, it's like a big Mardi Gras celebration for people obsessed with libraries. Mrs. Peach is already making plans, even though it's in April, which is a whole 7 months away. But when Mrs. Peach said there was going to be a meet and greet with a lot of really famous authors like Kate Bryan, Scott Westerfield, DJ McHale, and some guy I've never heard of, Zoe said he was Dr. Phil's son and her fave self-help guru for teens. Dr. Phil had a son? Like a famous author son? I didn't know that. Chloe and Zoe actually started jumping up and down and screaming their heads off. I was like, girlfriends, take a chill pill, please. Mrs. Peach's announcement. Great news, girls! I'm taking 6 of my LSAs to a meet and greet with authors for National Library Week. Whatever. OMG, OMG. I mean, I was excited, but not that excited. Now, if Mrs. Peach had announced she was taking us to New York City to have a meet and greet with, like, the Jonas Brothers, Kanye West, and Justin Timberlake, the random Kanye West sneak in there, I'd have hyperventilated, fainted, and rolled around on the floor having seizures. What I wish Mrs. Peach had announced. Putting the Kanye West sneak in there is crazy. Chloe and Zoe are really nice and sweet friends, but I have to admit that sometimes they are like so weird. The whole time we were shelving books, they were talking nonstop about how we needed to do something really special to convince Mrs. Peach to select the 3 of us for the trip to New York City. Well, why don't we just try to be the most hardworking and committed LSAs, I suggested, and we could start by maybe dusting off the books. It was a no-brainer to me. But Chloe and Zoe both looked at me like I was crazy. All of the other LSAs are going to be doing boring stuff like that to impress her, Chloe groaned. Yeah, we need to come up with a secret plan that will blow Mrs. Peach's mind, Zoe said excitedly. So dusting the library books was not exactly a mind-blowing idea, but it definitely would have solved my little sneezing problem. We were putting out a batch of brand new magazines when Chloe swiped a That's So Hot and buried her nose in it. Suddenly, she gasped, then shrieked, "Oh my god, this is exactly what we should do!" Then, illustration. What? Get makeovers and become teen supermodels? I asked sarcastically. No, of course not, Chloe said, rolling her eyes at me. I know. Make your face sit-proof, Zoe said, reading one of the captions printed on the magazine cover. No way, Chloe said. Not that. She was so excited, her eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. Thank you so much for the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. Then she shoved the magazine in our faces and pointed. This! Me and Zoe were like, tattoos? Are you nuts? A tattoo promoting reading would be perfect, and it would show that we're serious and committed. Then Mrs. Peach will choose it for the field trip for sure. I guess this is what she was looking at. That's a wicked idea, Zoe said, staring in awe at the beautiful tattooed model in the magazine. I bet we're going to look as cool as her once we get ours. Sweet. Okay, I could deal with going on a boring field trip for the National Library Week, but there was just no way I was getting a tattoo to celebrate going on a boring field trip for National Library Week. I mean, what kind of tattoo would I even get? Read or die tattoo? I had to think fast. I agree that this is the coolest idea, you guys, but I just found out a few days ago that I'm super allergic to spray-painted hearing aids. Chloe and Zoe looked really confused. Why would anyone spray paint a hearing aid? That's like so bizarre, Chloe said, shaking her head like I was really pathetic. Zoe agreed. That's when I lost it and yelled at them both. You know what I think is bizarre? Bizarre is getting a tattoo for National Library Week, but I just said that inside my head so no one else heard it but me. Well, spray paint and tattoo ink are both kind of, colorful, so I'm pretty sure I'm allergic, I said, which is really unfair because I was totally looking forward to getting a tattoo one day before I die. Well, if it's a medical problem, we understand, right, Zoe? Hey, why don't you help us pick out our tattoos? Chloe was trying to make me feel better. Yeah, we should ask our parents to take us to get them this weekend, Zoe said excitedly. I can hardly wait to see the look on Mrs. Peach's face when she sees our tattoos. But I already knew what her face was going to look like when she saw Chloe and Zoe. Poor Mrs. Peach. And then the illustration is just like them all tatted up and she fainted. Tuesday, September 24th. I was hoping Chloe and Zoe were over their wacky idea of getting tattoos for National Library Week. Thank goodness their parents said no way. But when I saw them in gym class, they were still pretty upset. Our teacher, or our gym teacher, divided us up into groups of 3 for our ballet skills test. And at first, I was happy that me, Chloe, and Zoe were together. Each group was supposed to pick classical music from the teacher's CD collection, and then make up a short dance routine using the 5 ballet positions we had learned over the past weeks. Since I knew all of them, I was sure I was going to get an A, or at least lowest, maybe a B+ on the test. And me demonstrating my awesome ballet technique. But unfortunately, Chloe and Zoe were too depressed to participate. I was like, come on, guys, cheer up. We have to make up our ballet routine and practice it before we run out of time. But both of them just stared at me with big, sad puppy dog eyes. I can't believe our parents won't let us get tattoos. How unfair is that? Chloe whined. And now Mrs. Peach will never pick us for the trip to NYC. It's like our hopes and dreams have shriveled up and died. Zoe sniffed, wiping a tear. They spent the next 45 minutes venting, and I, being the sensitive and caring friend that I am, sat quietly and listened. Then the gym teacher came over and told us she was ready to start grading and we were going to be the second group to go. I just had a heart attack because we hadn't selected any music or made up a routine. I ran over really quick to grab a CD, and the only one left was Swan Lake, and since I had seen Mackenzie looking at it a few minutes earlier, I was definitely a little suspicious. So, the first thing I did was pop open the CD case and peek inside. I was surprised and relieved to see that a CD was still in there. Hey, I didn't trust that girl as far as I could throw her. Mackenzie's group was first, and I have to admit, they were pretty good, but it wasn't like due to their awesome talent. Combined, the 3 of them had like 8 to 9 years of private lessons. They danced to Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy and ended their routine like this. They were all doing the splits. What a bunch of show-offs. I mean, what real classically trained ballerina would end her dance by doing splits and cheesing? Which, by the way, means smiling, like she just got her braces off or something. I was like, hey girlfriends, this ain't Dancing with the Stars. But I just said it inside my head so no one else heard it but me. We were up next, and I started getting butterflies in my stomach. Not because I was nervous. I just really hated humiliating myself in public. Chloe must have seen the look on my face because she whispered, don't panic, just follow my lead. I took ballet lessons for 3 weeks back in 2nd grade. I said, thanks for sharing that, Chloe. Now I feel so much better, frowny face. Then Zoe whispered, what lies behind us and what lies before us are tiny matters compared to what lies within us. Ralph Waldo Emerson, which, of course, had nothing whatsoever to do with anything. I had a really bad feeling about our routine, and we hadn't even started yet, mainly because I discovered our Swan Lake CD was not a Swan Lake CD. It said Swan Lake on the case, but the CD inside said something else. When I read the title, I was like, what the? It was Thriller by Michael Jackson. Then my teacher snatched the CD out of my hand and popped it into her CD player and told us to take our places in front of the class. I was about to explain that we had a slight complication with our music, but I got distracted when Mackenzie's group started squealing and hugging each other. They had gotten an A+ on their routine, but it was not like I was jealous or anything. I mean, how totally juvenile would that be? Anyway, when our music came on, Chloe must have completely forgotten we were supposed to be doing a ballet routine because she started doing some funky dance moves like she was one of those half-rotted zombies from the Thriller music video. The next thing I knew, Zoe was acting like a zombie too, so I didn't have a choice but to follow along. Plus, I figured our teacher would probably knock a few points off of our grade if Chloe and Zoe were staggering around like the undead and I was doing ballet pliés in the 1st and 3rd position. Okay, I really, really like Chloe and Zoe, but while I was up there dancing with them, I couldn't stop thinking, what am I? Flypaper for freaks? I had to keep reminding myself that this whole thing was Mackenzie's fault, not theirs. Me, Chloe, and Zoe in Ballet of Zombies. Hold on. This is actually really, really cute. Actually, I was surprised that Chloe and Zoe were such good dancers. It looked like our gym teacher was pretty impressed too, because when we finished, she just stared at us with her mouth open and started tapping her ink pen on her clipboard really fast. Then she asked us to see her after class. We were really nervous when we went up to talk to her because we didn't know what to expect. Chloe and Zoe thought she was going to ask us to join the school's dance squad since she was the assistant coach. I was keeping my fingers crossed on that one because the dance squad meant automatic membership in the CCP clique. Our dance teacher smiled and said, "Girls, if we were doing the section on contemporary dance, you would have definitely gotten an A+." After hearing that, I was pretty sure she was going to give us a good grade on our routine even though we had made it up on the spot with the wrong music. Then our teacher stopped smiling. "The three of you were supposed to be doing classical ballet, but you weren't even close. The highest grade I could give you is a D. I'm really sorry." I mean, what else would they have expected? Like, it was supposed to be a ballet dance. So we were like, "Oh no, she didn't." Me, Chloe, and Zoe were crushed. Literally. And this is them crushed. Then I screamed at my teacher, "Are you nuts? How in the world can you give us a D? Do you even realize how tricky those dance steps were? It was definitely a lot harder than it looked. Let me see you try to moonwalk like a zombie sister." But I just said all of that in my head so no one heard it but me. And get this. Then our teacher had the nerve to tell us, "Hit the showers." Like, what did showering have to do with classical ballet? Absolutely nothing. I was a little peeved at Chloe and Zoe. Honestly, that's kind of reasonable considering the fact that they don't want to make a routine that entire time. Because if they had not been wasting time about whining about tattoos in National Library Week, we could have made up a decent ballet routine to the correct music and maybe earned at least a C. But no! Then at lunch, things went from bad to worse. Chloe and Zoe had a total meltdown. They actually came up with this elaborate scheme to run away from home and live in the secret underground tunnels beneath the New York City Public Library. But the crazy part was that they planned to leave this Friday and then just hang out for 7 whole months until National Library Week rolled around in April. They figured that by arriving early, they'd get in free and be first in line for the author meet and greet. Chloe said residing at the library was going to be an exhilarating experience because they could read all the books they wanted 24 hours a day without having to check them out or reshelve them. And Zoe said they were going to live off Diet Pepsi and nachos, which they planned to swipe from the library snack bar each night. I cannot believe Chloe and Zoe were actually going to do something so crazy, dangerous, and illegal. This is them robbing the snack bar. I plan to do everything within my power to stop them. Why? Because Chloe and Zoe are my best friends at this school, and my only friends at this school, but that's besides the point. Unfortunately, I only have two options. One, rat them out to their rents and risk losing their friendship forever, or two, figure out a way to get girlfriends some tattoos for National Library Week, PDQ, which, by the way, means pretty darn quick. Wednesday, September 25th. I hardly got any sleep last night. I kept having horrible nightmares about Chloe and Zoe living in the secret underground tunnels beneath the New York City Public Library. And this is them as Victorian children. Living underneath the tunnels of New York City. In one of my dreams, they were having a dinner party with some of their neighbors. And in the scariest one, I got married to Brandon Rogers. Or Brandon Roberts. Sorry, I thought of the YouTuber. And Chloe and Zoe were bridesmaids, but they brought a few uninvited guests to my wedding. Our wedding. And then they're accompanied by their friends that are rats. I actually woke up screaming my head off until I realized it was all just a very bad dream. Thursday, September 26th. This morning at breakfast, my little sister, Brianna, got on my last nerve. I was just sitting there, eating my cinnamon life, reading the back of the cereal box, and trying to figure out what I was going to do about the Chloe and Zoe situation. They were planning to leave in less than 24 hours. Brianna was eating Fruity Pebbles and drawing a face with her hand on her hand with an ink pen. She said she was naming the face Miss Penelope because she was born from a pen. Then Brianna's hand, and then a little spoiler. Got milk? Even though I was trying to concentrate on my personal problems, Miss Penelope asked me to watch her perform Itsy Bitsy Spider, the Rihanna remix version. Apparently, the Itsy Bitsy Spider went up the water spout but got washed out by the rain because she had no umbrella, Ella. The whole thing annoyed me to no end because I wasn't that into puppet shows. Anyway, I warned both Brianna and Miss Penelope to quit bothering me, mainly because I was in a really horrible mood. And it was not helping matters that Miss Penelope's awful singing sounded like a humpback wailing neighbor. She must have been highly insulted by my unbiased critique of her singing abilities because she hauled off and socked me on my arm. So I grabbed Miss Penelope and tried to drown her in my cereal bowl. I was like, and here's her shoving her sister's hand into the cereal bowl. Brianna started screaming, "Stop it! Miss Penelope can't swim! Let her go! You're smushing her face!" But I wouldn't let go. That is, until my mom walked into the kitchen. "Why on earth are you shoving your sister's hand into your cereal? Let go of her this instant!" So I released Miss Penelope only because I didn't have a choice. Brianna stuck her tongue out at me. "Miss Penelope says she's not inviting you to her birthday party. Na 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 na." Then I stuck out my tongue at her and said, "I've already not been invited to a birthday party, so there." I could thank Mackenzie for that one. Anyway, I think I taught Miss Penelope a good lesson. I bet she won't be interrupting my breakfast again anytime soon. Evil grin. Since Penelope had been contaminated by Miss Penelope's germs, I dumped it into the sink and ran upstairs to my bedroom. I sat on my bed and stared at my wall as millions of thoughts bounced around in my head. I had to admit, the Chloe and Zoe situation seemed hopeless, and there was nothing I could do to fix it, frowny face. To make matters worse, Miss Penelope was still in the kitchen singing so off-key, I thought my ears were going to bleed. I felt like taking my favorite pen, a water-based, non-toxic, dark purple gel ink pen by Hot Rider Incorporated, and drawing a big fat zipper across her mouth to shut her up. But I was pretty sure my mom would have just yelled at me again. I mainly just use it to write in my library and to bring me good luck, but lately, the good luck part hasn't been working so well. Then, it's her lucky pen, very cute. I was twirling with my pen in my fingers when suddenly the craziest idea popped into my head. I was like, OMG, this might work. I quickly scribbled out 2 notes and then rushed off to school 15 minutes early to tape them on Chloe and Zoe's lockers. "Meet me in the janitor's closet before class starts. It's really important," from Nikki. I waited in the janitor's closet for 5 long minutes and was starting to worry they were not going to show up, but finally they did. I was hoping you didn't ask us to come here to try to change our minds about running away," Chloe said, real serious like. "Yeah, this is something we just gotta do," Zoe said, staring at the floor. It got so sad and quiet, I thought I was going to cry. I asked you both to come here to tell you about a special present I wanted to give you on Monday, but since you're leaving tomorrow..." Of course, this made Chloe and Zoe really curious, and they started begging me to tell them what it was. Well, you may not know this, but I'm a pretty decent artist. Not that I'm bragging or anything. Since you guys are my BFFs, I decided to personally give you each a tattoo, temporary ones, in honor of National Library Week. At first, Chloe and Zoe just stared at me like they couldn't believe it. Then they started screaming and jumping up and down and hugging me. Me, Chloe, and Zoe doing a group hug. Aww, very cute. "Just decide what kind you want," I said, "and I'll design it over the weekend and draw it during lunch on Monday. But you both have to make me one promise." "Anything," Zoe gushed. "Let me guess, we have to ditch our plans to run away and live at the New York Library?" "Okay, then it's officially canceled," Chloe announced and did jazz hands like the show was over. "Actually, that's not what I want," I said, hiding my smile and trying to look all scary serious. "I want you both to promise me you won't bring rats to my wedding." "Huh?" They both looked at me like I was crazy. "Never mind," I giggled. "It's a long story." Friday, September 27th. Before biology class started, I noticed Brandon was kind of staring at me, but I wasn't sure if it was my imagination or not. Lately, it seemed like whenever I looked at him, he was looking at me. But then we would look away and pretend like we weren't really looking at each other. Well, today he actually smiled at me and said, "So, which cell cycle would you rather study? Mitosis or meiosis?" I smiled back and kind of shrugged my shoulders because actually, I hated both of them equally. And I was afraid that anything I said would probably make me look like a bigger idiot than he already thought I was. But the main reason I couldn't talk to Brandon was because I was suffering from a very severe and debilitating case of RCS, or roller coaster syndrome. Studies show that it mainly attacks girls between the ages of 8 and 16. The symptoms are difficult to describe, but whenever Brandon talks to me, my stomach feels like I'm dropping 900 feet at 80 miles per hour. Simply calling it butterflies is a common and dangerous misdiagnosis. Suddenly, and without warning, I feel compelled to throw my hands up in the air like I just don't care and scream, "Wee!" And then that's her running on the love roller coaster. I I so love to hate this feeling. Then my day got even better. While I was working in the library, Brandon came in to return a book called Photography in You. I was just sitting there doodling a few tattoo designs for Chloe and Zoe when he leaned across the counter and peeked at my notebook. "Now that is good. I didn't know you were an artist." I looked around to see who he was talking to. Then I totally freaked out when I realized he was actually talking to me. I could hardly breathe. "Thanks, but it's no big deal. I've been going to art camp like forever. Last summer, I got practically a million mosquito bites, and wow, did they ever itch." I babbled like an idiot. Well, one thing's for sure, he definitely got skills. Brandon's hair was hanging in his eyes again as he smiled and kind of leaned in even closer to look at my sketches. I thought I was going to die. He smelled like Snuggle fabric softener, Axe body spray, and red licorice. I couldn't stop blushing, and there was no way I could draw with him watching me like that. I started feeling that roller coaster thing all over again. Whee! Suddenly, Brandon's eyes seemed to twinkle with excitement. "Hey, are you entering the avant-garde art competition? I'll be covering it for the newspaper." Axe body spray. Yeah, no, dude, I was secretly kikiing in my head because I'm like, no, not Axe. Axe body spray, like, especially if it's like you spray it on a lot and it's strong, it makes my head hurt. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I got any guys that use Axe body spray in the chat, but you guys gotta tone it down if you guys want to be bearable to be around. Yeah, I'm thinking about it, but everyone's saying Mackenzie's fashion illustrations are going to win this year, so I don't know. "Mackenzie, are you kidding? You have more talent in your smallest burp than she has in her entire body. I'm serious. You know that, right?" I could not believe Brandon actually said that. It was so rude, so wickedly funny, so true. We both laughed really hard. I didn't know he had such a wacky sense of humor. Soon, Chloe and Zoe came staggering up to the front desk, each loaded down with a stack of books that needed to be put away. When they saw us, their mouths dropped open. They looked at me, then back at Brandon, then at me again, then at Brandon, then back at me, then Brandon, then me, then Brandon again. This went on like forever. They were gawking at us like we were a new animal exhibit at the zoo or something. It was so embarrassing. Brandon's smile went slightly crooked, but otherwise, he acted coolly nonchalant about the entire thing. "Hey, get a load of these two. It must be mating season or something." Wait, pause. If we think about it, damn! What the fuck? Why is she so skilled at drawing animals too? Like, what the hell? She ate that. "Hey, Chloe. Hey, Zoe," he said, but they were so shocked they didn't even answer him. "Well, I better get back to class. See you later, Nikki." Then he strolled out the door and disappeared into the hall. Chloe and Zoe made a big deal over Brandon talking to me like that and started nagging me to admit he was my secret crush. After I made them both pinky swear not to tell anyone, I told them about how Brandon helped me up after Jessica tripped me in front of the cafeteria a couple weeks ago. Then I grabbed my backpack and unzipped the cute little pocket in the front and showed them the napkin. At first, they just stared at it in awe, but soon they were teasing me and giggling like two kindergartners. "Brandon and Nikki sitting in a tree. Kissing." I told them to shut up before someone overheard them and it got out all over the school. Chloe insisted that I keep the napkin for the rest of my life because there was a chance that Brandon and I could accidentally meet up on some exotic romantic island 20 years from now. She said it could happen just like it did in those chick flicks at the movie theater. My Best Friend's Napkin, Sleepless in San Diego, directed by Chloe Christina Garcia. Brandon, I couldn't help but notice you from across the room and be hopelessly drawn to your brains and beauty. Ugh, I'm sorry, I'm not able to read right now. It almost seems that we've met before, perhaps in another place, another time, another life. Me, alas, allergy season is upon us. Please, take this most cherished napkin from my very heart-wrenching mysterious past, and do with it what you must. Then chew! What a powerful sneeze you have! It is aptly captured in this delicate napkin of forgotten love, now merely a disposable tissue drenched and lost in shattered dreams. Brandon, hark! Do mine eyes deceive me? I'd recognize our napkin in even the darkest of murky depths. My joy and passion overwhelm me. Brandon, is it really you, my beloved Nikki? Finally, I found my true love. Will you marry me? The end. I told Chloe her story was really sweet and romantic, but if the napkin was really dripping with snot and Brandon proposed on the spot like that, my story would probably have a different ending. Me. Gee, Brandon, I think we need to take things a bit slower. First, let's get rid of the snotty napkin. Ick. Second, how about a pizza and a movie? The end. Zoe said she didn't blame me for rewriting Chloe's happy ending because snot and airborne bacterial particles were the most common way of transmitting germs to others and getting COVID-19. But Chloe complained we both totally missed her point. The napkin, germly or not, should be cherished because it was a token of Brandon's love. And after reading Twilight, she learned that forbidden love, obsession, and sacrifice could be very messy things, just like snot. I had to admit Chloe had a really good point. Then Zoe said I should always remember that guys from Mars and girls are from Venus because they think and communicate very differently, according to a book she was reading on dating. I was really surprised to hear this because I thought for sure that Earth was the only planet with human life on it. I'm really glad Chloe and Zoe know so much about guys, dating, love, and stuff like that because I don't have a clue. Duh. Saturday, September 28th. This is going to be my longest diary entry ever. I have the most horrible headache, and it's all Brianna's fault. Why couldn't I have been born an only child? Okay, this is what happened. My mom and Brianna was supposed to see a matinee movie today? Manatee, maybe? But Mom needed to go to the mall to buy a present for our baby shower she was attending later this evening, so she offered me $10 to take Brianna to the movie in her place. Since I was broke, I agreed to do it. I figured that, at worst, I could sleep through the movie and earn $10 for a 90-minute nap. The movie was called Princess Sugarplum Saves Baby Unicorn Island Part 3. There must have been 400 squealing little girls there, and half of them were dressed up like princesses and unicorns. I should have charged my mom $50 for taking Brianna because the whole event was so sugary sweet it actually made me nauseous. But Brianna thought the movie was super scary because there was a fairy in it, and she has this irrational fear that the tooth fairy is going to pull out all her teeth to make dentures for old people. I guess you could say she suffers from fairy phobia. Anyway, Brianna practically drove me crazy because every time the fairy appeared on screen, she got really scared, grabbed my arm, and bumped my popcorn. I must have dumped 3 whole boxes on the nice lady sitting next to me. But when that nice lady looked like she was going to slug me, I decided it would be safer to eat racinets instead. I was too happy when that movie was finally over. Brianna and I were waiting near the main entrance for Mom to pick us up. However, when I saw Dad pull up in his Maxwell's bug extermination van, I got a really bad feeling. Although, that creepy-looking roach bolted to the top of his van gave most people a really bad feeling. By the way, the roach's name is Max, courtesy of Brianna, because if I had a puppy, I'd name him Max. I was like, oh crud, if anyone from my school saw me getting into Dad's van, my life would be over. I scanned the crowd for middle school kids, and luckily, it was still mostly 3 to 6-year-olds. Hi girls, hop in. Your mom's still shopping. I just got an emergency call, so you get to ride along to keep me company, my dad said, winking. I was like, thanks, Dad, but I have an awful lot of homework to do, so could you drop me home first, please? I was trying really hard to remain calm. My dad glanced at his watch and frowned. Sorry, but I don't have time to swing by the house. This customer is hysterical and has agreed to pay my emergency rates. She's hosting some kind of big shindig later today and says her house is crawling with bugs inside and out. Hundreds of them just showed up out of the blue this morning. Ick, Brianna said, scrunching up her nose. Sounds like a box elder infestation to me, Dad continued. Hopefully, she's not throwing that baby shower your mom is supposed to be attending later today. I grumpily climbed into the front seat of the van and tried to slouch really low so no one could see me. Whenever we stopped at a red light, a bunch of people would point, stare, and laugh. Not at me, at our roach. For some reason, Brianna thought all the gawkers were just being friendly, so she started smiling, waving, and throwing kisses out of the window like she had just been crowned Miss America or something. And Dad was pretty used to all the rude stares. He just ignored them and hummed along to his Saturday Night Fever CD. Thank goodness I noticed an empty grocery bag sticking out from under the seat. Even though it said warning, to avoid serious injury or death, please keep plastic away from very young children, I poked 2 eye holes in it and pulled it down over my head. First of all, I wasn't a very young child. And second of all, I'd rather suffer a slow and painful death by asphyxiation than be spotted riding around in the Roachmobile. I have to admit, it probably looks like a freak show on wheels. Dang, that roach is fucking huge as fuck. It was so embarrassing. I wondered how serious my injuries would be if I jumped from a moving vehicle traveling 45 miles per hour. Assuming I survived, I could at least walk home and end the humiliating ride in Dad's van. About 10 minutes later, we drove up a long driveway that led to a huge house. Wow, nice house, I thought. Too bad it has bugs. Brianna stared at the house in awe. Daddy, can I go inside with you, pretty please? Sorry, Pumpkin, but you'll have to wait out here in the van with your sister and make sure no one steals Max, okay? Like, who in their right mind would want Max? 2 shiny black bugs about a half-inch long landed on the window of our van. Yep, box elders all right, Dad said, eyeing them carefully. Basically just a harmless eyesore. To spray the entire premises, I will probably take about 20 minutes, but I'll try to get it done as fast as I can. If you girls need anything, I'll be right inside. Dad unloaded his equipment and lectured up the front steps. Before he could ring the doorbell, a frantic-looking middle-aged lady in designer clothing opened the door and ushered him in. Brianna started to point. I want to go in there with Dad. No, you're supposed to stay here and watch Max, remember? I said sternly. Brianna wrinkled her nose at me. You watch Max. I gotta go to the bathroom. Brianna, Dad will be back real soon. Can't you just hold it a little longer? No, I want to go now. I was like, just great. All of this drama for a measly $10. Okay, fine, I said, finally giving in. When we go inside, don't touch anything. Just use the bathroom and come out. Got that? I want to say hi to Dad too. No, you're gonna use the bathroom and then we're coming back to the van to wait for... Before I could finish my sentence, Brianna slid open the van door and dashed to the front steps. By the time I caught up with her, she was already leaning on the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The flustered-looking lady answered the door again and looked surprised to see Brianna and me. I really apologize for disturbing you, I stammered, but we were out in the van waiting for our dad and... Hey lady, I gotta go pee, Brianna interrupted. Then she started screaming, making ugly faces for maximum dramatic effect. This is her. The lady looked at Brianna, then at me, then back at Brianna. She stretched her thin red lips into a strained smile. Oh my god, Shimiyu! It's so nice seeing you! And hello, readers! My name is NEIRU Nakayama. I'm a Y2K-inspired gyaru Vtuber. And right now we're kind of taking a throwback and I am doing some kind of like ASMR-ish quiet reading of my favorite childhood series, DORK Diaries. Hello and welcome! I hope you guys had fun on your stream. And of course, Shimiyu, I know it must have been it must have been tiring having to stream, so if you guys are tired from stream, or if you guys have other priorities you guys gotta attend to, feel free to do so. That is a-okay. You guys are not obliged to stay here, but if you guys just want to have some background noise, or you guys are just interested in watching me finish this crazy series, I really appreciate it if you guys stayed, and thank you again, Shimiyu, for bringing your community over here. Oh my god, I totally forgot to give Lucy a shout out, what she rated to. OMG, I won't forget to give you a shout out, though, Shimiyu. What'd you guys play or do? I hope you guys had fun. Yeah. We're currently on page 151 of 211. Dang, we were reading for a minute. Oh my gosh, we've been reading for almost 3 hours. But we're almost done with the book, so I kinda wanna hold it out. But yeah, basically, TLDR guys, we're on like a little segment where they're in a little bit of a pickle. So basically, the main character, Nikki, her dad is currently trying to do an extermination job because he's an exterminator, and they got invited to this really big, rich house that is infested with a bunch of bugs. But unfortunately, her little sister really has to go pee, even though they were told to wait in the car. So she brought her in to go pee. So we're gonna see the chaos break through. So yeah. And there's like little illustrations throughout the book as well, so I just show them every single time it comes up. But yeah, just a little cool little reading we're doing. And just, we're just chilling. Oh, so your dad is our exterminator. Sure, honey, the bathroom is right this way. Follow me. The inside of the house looked like something out of one of my mom's fancy home and garden magazines. We were headed down a hallway off the foyer when the lady stopped in her tracks. Oh, wait, there's bug spray in all the bathrooms on the main floor. You're going to have to use the one upstairs. All of the bedrooms have an attached bathroom. I'd escort you myself, but my caterer is supposed to call me any minute now for a final head count. The telephone rang, and the lady gasped and rushed off, leaving us standing there. Miranda smiled and darted up the huge staircase ahead of me. As she entered the first bedroom on the right, she squealed with glee, "Ooh, pretty!" It was decorated in shades of pink and had plush carpeting soft enough to sleep on. The laptop and big screen TV were to die for. My entire bedroom could fit into the walk-in closet, but personally, it was a little too sugar and spice for my taste. Not that I was jealous or anything. Like, how juvenile would that be? Hey, can I jump up and down on this princessy bed? Brianna asked. Here's the illustration. It says, me and Brianna in total all of the fabulous bedroom, which, by the way, took me like forever to draw. Like, girl, if you could draw like a whole bedroom background, like in like in the 8th grade, like, oh my gosh, like going to art camp, dang. I wish we had stuff like art camp, where I grew up. I would go to that if I was a kid. But unfortunately, there was not really any events like that. Plus, my parents probably would have never been able to afford it. No, I snapped. Get down. It took all my willpower not to snoop. I wondered what school the girl attended and if we could ever be friends. I bet she had a perfect life, unlike me. Guys, are you guys getting a little feeling? Do you guys have the same feeling as me of who owns this bedroom? Because I'm having some pretty high suspicions as to who. Brianna skipped into the adjoining bathroom and locked the door behind her. Wow, I'm gonna get a bathroom like this for my birthday. Soon, I heard the toilet flush, but after 3 minutes, she still had not come out. Brianna, hurry up, I shouted through the door. Wait, I'm still washing my hands really good with this strawberry soap, and then I'm going to put on some yummy smelling cupcake body spray. Come on, we have to go back to the van now. Wait, I'm almost done. Suddenly, I heard a sickeningly familiar voice. But Mom, I can't have my party with these horrible bugs crawling all over. We should have had it at the country club like I wanted. This is totally your fault. I almost wet my pants. It was Mackenzie, frowny face. I was like, OMG, OMG, OMG. Today was the party I had not been invited to. It was like a demented nightmare. I was trapped in Mackenzie's bedroom, my sister was locked in Mackenzie's bathroom, and my dad was exterminating Mackenzie's house. And if all that wasn't awful enough, our van with a humongous roach on top of it was parked in Mackenzie's driveway with my last name plastered across the side of it. The van, not the roach. I wanted to dig a deep hole in the lush pink carpet, crawl into it, and die. I pounded on the door. Me having a meltdown. Brianna, come on, open up! I'm busy, go away. You've been in there long enough. Now open the door. Say pretty please. Pretty please. Now say pretty please with a sugar on top. Okay, open the door, pretty please with sugar on top. No, I'm not done yet. Mom, this party is going to be a disaster. My reputation will be ruined. We have to cancel it. I could hear Mackenzie's shrieks getting louder and louder. She was coming up the stairs. Brianna, open the door quick, please. It's an emergency, I hissed through the door. Wait, I'm putting on the yummy smelling cupcake body spray now. What's the emergency? Now Mackenzie was in the hallway. Mom, I'm calling Jessica. She'll never believe this is happening to me. I had exactly 3 seconds to convince Brianna to open the bathroom door. Brianna, it's the Tooth Fairy. She's coming and we have to get out of here now. The lock on the door clicked, and Brianna whipped open the door. She looked even more afraid than she had been at the Princess Sugar Plum movie. Did you just say Tooth Fairy? Yes. Come on, let's hide. Quick. Brianna was panicking, starting to whine. Where is she? I'm scared. I want Daddy. Let's hide behind the shower curtain. If you're really quiet, she'll never find us. Brianna shut up instantly, but her eyes were as big as saucers. I actually felt a little sorry for her. We dove into the bathtub and huddled behind the shower curtain. This is them in hiding. I could hear Mackenzie stomping around her bedroom and screaming into her cell phone. Jess, there's no way I can have this party now. Our house is crawling with bugs. What? How am I supposed to know what they are? They're these big black, roaches or something. Some guy is here spraying, but now the house stinks. It stinks, Jess. How can I have a party with this house stinking? Nikki, I'm scared. I want my daddy now. I begged my mom to let me have my party at the country club. Lindsay's mom let her have her party at the country club. But no, getting my mom to do anything these days is like pulling teeth. Why did Mackenzie have to say the T word? Brianna totally lost it and started climbing out the tub. Oh no, did you hear that? She said she's going to pull out my teeth. I want to go home. Brianna, wait! I tackled her and held her in a headlock. Finally, she stopped squirming and went limp. Then the little brat bit me. Hard! I let go of her and yelped in pain like a wounded animal. Yow! But I did it inside my head so no one else heard it but me. Brianna scrambled out of the tub, opened the bathroom door, and disappeared into Mackenzie's bedroom. I froze and held my breath. I could not believe this was happening to me. Then I thought, maybe this is just a nightmare, like those scary weird dreams I was having earlier in the week about Chloe and Zoe. If I could just wake up, this would all go away. I closed my eyes, pinched myself really hard, and tried to wake up. When I opened my eyes, I was still standing in Mackenzie's bathtub, with Brianna's now black and blue teeth marks on my arm next to a throbbing red pinch mark. Dang, how hard did she bite for it to turn black and blue? Holy shit. I so wished I was dead. Suddenly, another idea popped into my head. If I turned on Mackenzie's shower and stood under freezing cold water for an hour, I might die of pneumonia. But even that could take a few days. I needed to be dead right now. OMG! Jess, there's a little kid in my room. How would I know? She appeared out of nowhere. I've told Amanda 1,000,000 times my room is off limits to her and her pesky little friends. Hold on. Mom, Amanda and her friends are playing in my room again. Would you please do something? Okay, Jess, I'm back. If they so much as touch my makeup again, I swear I'm going to strangle. Don't you dare touch me, you wicked tooth fairy! Brianna screamed at the top of her lungs. Suddenly, I felt really lightheaded. I was sure I was about to faint. Hold on a minute, Jess. Who told you I was the tooth fairy? What are you doing in my bedroom? And where is Amanda? You can't have my tooths. Never, Brianna shouted bravely. Mom, Amanda! Hold on, Jess. I have to get rid of this little kid. Then I'm going to kill Amanda. Out of my room right this. Stop! Let go of me! I love my tooths! There was a loud thump, and Mackenzie shrieked. Mom, I've just been attacked by a demonic munchkin. Oh my god, I think I'm bruised. I can't wear my Jimmy Choo flip-flops with a big bruise on my leg. And I guess Brianna just kicked her, I guess. Damn. Are you still there, Jess? I can't have my party like this. I've got a bruise the size of a pancake. No, I didn't get bruised by a pancake. I said, hold on. I could hear Mackenzie hobbling down the stairs like a one-legged pirate. Click-clunk, Click clunk, click clunk. Mom, last week Amanda and her friends put gum in my hair and colored my lipsticks. With my lipsticks. Now one of them just. When it sounded like Mackenzie's screeches were coming from a safe distance away, I jumped out of the bathtub, grabbed Brianna, tossed her over my shoulder like a sack of rotten potatoes. Honestly, I think she deserved right. Honestly, she deserved more than that. Like, let me in there. I could have thrown a few punches in too. Without stopping even once, I hauled her down the stairs, through the hall, to the foyer, out the front door. I deposited her butt in the backseat of the van and slammed the door. My dad was in the back loading up his equipment. Oh, there you girls are. Perfect timing. I'm all done. As Dad started the van and drove off, I stared at the house, half expecting Mackenzie to come limping out the front door ranting that Brianna be arrested for creating a bruise that prevented her from wearing her new Jimmy Choos at her birthday party. Amazingly, Brianna sat calmly in the back seat and seemed quite pleased with herself. Daddy, guess what? I went to the bathroom, and after I washed my hands with strawberry soap and put on cupcake body spray, I saw the tooth fairy with rollers in her hair talking on a fairy phone, and she said she was going to strangle me and pull out all of my teeth to make dentures for old people. So when she grabbed me, I kicked her and she let go and she started screaming for her mommy. Then she flew back to fairyland to go to a party for Jimmy's shoe. She's not so nice, that's for sure. I like Santa and the Easter Bunny much better. Lucky for us, Dad was only half listening to Brianna's rambling. Really, Pumpkin? So is that what your Princess Sugarplum movie was about? At the next stoplight, I noticed a carload of teen boys pointing and laughing. I put my plastic bag back over my head and slouched down in the seat. I was so mad I could spit. All of this drama for a measly $10. Doesn't this picture? Have you guys ever watched Phineas and Ferb? Have you guys ever watched Phineas and Ferb? Remember that episode where like Candace is singing the song and it's just like EVILBOAS evil, and she had like that allergy that made her voice super super deep and raspy and soulful. She looks like Candace in that moment. Sunday, September 29th. I'm starting to get really excited because the avant-garde art competition is only 8 days away. I decided to enter my watercolor painting that took me 2 whole summers at art camp to complete. I spent more than 130 hours on it. The only complication is that I gave it to my mom and dad last spring for their 16th wedding anniversary, so it's technically not mine anymore. It was either my painting or spend my entire life savings of $109.21 to buy them dinner at a fancy restaurant. But I knew the dinner was going to be a total ripoff because I watched the Food Network. All those 5-star restaurants serve really gross stuff like frogs' legs and snails, and then give you a tiny portion on a really big plate with chocolate syrup drizzled over it and a garnish. And garnish is just a fancy name for a plain old piece of parsley. So, to save money, Brianna and I decided to cook a romantic candlelit dinner for Mom and Dad as an anniversary surprise. We took a bucket and a net to the pond at the park and hunted down some fresh frog legs and snails. It was my brilliant idea to make it an all-you-can-eat buffet, since we were basically getting the food for free. Chef Nikki and her assistant prepared a tasty gourmet dinner of frog legs and snails. And that's them preparing the meal, I guess. Trying to prepare a gourmet dinner was definitely a lot harder than I thought it would be. The frogs kept jumping out the bowl, and the snails wouldn't stay on the plate. Fortunately, none of those shows on the Food Network explain how to control all the critters while you're trying to cook them. And Brianna was no help whatsoever. She was supposed to be my assistant, but she kept swiping the frogs and kissing them to see if they turned into princes. I scolded her really good about that because she had no idea where those frogs' lips had been. Not surprisingly, Brianna threw a big hissy fit when it came time to put the food in the oven. She said they were her friends, and friends don't cook friends. I had to admit, she did have a good point. So we decided to take Mom and Dad's anniversary dinner back to the pond and let them go. I guess you could say they were really lucky. They meaning the frogs and snails, not Mom and Dad. Since our dinner plans fell through, I didn't want to part with my life savings. I stuck a big red Christmas bow on my watercolor painting and used that as a gift instead. Mom and Dad must have really loved it because they paid a ton of money to have it professionally matted and put into an expensive antique frame. Then they hung it in our living room, right over the couch. Even though it's now a priceless family heirloom with tremendous sentimental value, Mom said I could borrow it for the avant garde art competition as long as I took really good care of it. I was like, Mom, don't worry. Nothing's going to happen. I'll be super careful. I promise. Although, now that I think about it, Jamie Lynn Spears probably told her mom the same exact thing. Oh my god. Not Jamie Lynn Spears shade in this book. OMG. What the heck? Honestly, deserve Jamie Lynn Spears is a bitch, but oh my god. Monday, September 30th. I couldn't believe that Mackenzie actually came to school on crutches today. She even stuck that little heart stickers on them so they could match her new Gucci hobo handbag. Only someone as vain as Mackenzie would try to look cute while hobbling around on crutches. She didn't have a cast on her leg or anything, just a SpongeBob band-aid below her left knee. How fake is that? According to the latest gossip, Mackenzie was taking scuba diving lessons on Saturday from this really hot ninth grader when she ruptured her shin while saving him from drowning. She supposedly did mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on him until the ambulance arrived. And since the poor guy's dying wish was for her to escort him to the hospital, she was forced to cancel her birthday party. So she rescheduled it for Saturday, October 12th at her parents' country club. I was like, yeah, right. This book go crazy, right? I do not remember this book being so out of pocket. Low key. Mackenzie is such a liar and a drama queen. Why couldn't she just tell the truth and admit her party was canceled because her house was infested with bugs and stank from bug spray? Anyway, today I could hardly wait for lunch. Chloe and Zoe were even more excited than I was. We sat at our usual table and snarfed down our lunch as fast as we could. Then I rolled up Zoe's sleeve, took out my lucky pen, and got started on her tattoo. She kept giggling and screaming and saying it tickled. I said, Listen, Zoe, shut up and sit still or I'm gonna turn any stray ink barks into ugly baby snakes. Lucky for her, she stopped moving after that. Practically everyone in the cafeteria was staring at us, but I ignored them and kept right on working. Zoe's tattoo turned out really cool. She loved it. This is really cute. Show you guys. That's her, and then reading is extreme board. This is like a skateboarding tattoo. It's cute. I like that. I was just getting started on Chloe's tattoo when the weirdest thing happened. Jason Feldman got up, left the CCP table, and sat down at our table to watch. He's just the most popular guy in the entire school and the president of the student council. On the cuteness scale, I would say he was a 9.93 out of 10. Damn, tough crowd. You're doing a tattoo with a pen? Cool, it looks so real. I should know because my brother just got one for his 18th birthday. It's our special LSA project for National Library Week, Chloe said, and batted her eyelashes at him all flirty-like. Yeah, and all the latest fashion magazines say tattoos are hot, Zoe added in this really nasally voice that sounded a lot like Paris Hilton. Those two were acting so phony baloney it was sickening. I thought I was going to puke on my lunch right in Jason's lap. So what do I have to do to get one? Jason asked excitedly. Donate a book or something? Do you have a sign-up sheet? Zoe's and Chloe's faces lit up at the same time, and I could see the little light bulb click on in their brains. I just sighed and rolled my eyes. First it was the tattoo thing, then Ballet of the Zombies, and then running away to live in the secret underground tunnels at the New York City Public Library. I didn't know if I could put up with much more of this drama. Chloe fluttered her eyelashes at Jason again. Well, Nikki is art director. I'm overseeing book procurement, and Zoe here handles scheduling. Zoe, would you please give Jason our sign-up sheet? What sign-up sheet? Zoe asked, looking confused. Chloe winked at her and said really loudly, You know, the sign-up sheet in your notebook, silly. Finally, Zoe caught on. Oh, that sign-up sheet, of course. She gazed at Jason and giggled nervously. Zoe whipped out her notebook, tore out a sheet of paper, scribbled tattoo sign-up sheet across the top, and handed it to Chloe. Chloe added the words book donation required, nowhere used, in big bold letters and gave it to Jason. I was shocked and appalled to see Chloe and Zoe lying like that. I always felt honesty was a very important quality in a friend. Jason scrawled his name on the sign-up sheet and yelled to his lunch table on the other side of the cafeteria. Hey, Crenshaw, get Thompson and come check this out. Ryan Crenshaw was a 9.86 and Matt Thompson was a 9.98. They both came over and sat down at our table, right next to Jason. Then the three of them started laughing and talking to me, Chloe, and Zoe like we were CCP girls or something. That's when I decided that, although an honest friend was nice, and I can hook you up with really cute guys friend was far better. She's so real. And besides, Chloe and Zoe weren't actually lying. They were just over embellishing some fabricated truths. Even though I was enjoying all of the unexpected attention, there was an incessant gnawing deep down inside of my gut that had me really worried. Why were the three most popular CCP guys suddenly sitting at a lunch table, flirting with Chloe, Zoe, and me, the three biggest dorks in the school? And what exactly did they want from us? Then I had to force myself to ponder the most intriguing and troubling question of all. Was my lucky pen going to melt from all of the CCP guy hotness? Oh wow. Is that what they actually okay. It's definitely an exaggeration of what middle schoolers look like, but here's the illustration of all of them. Why did they low-key look like the Wings Club guys? Actually, the guy in the middle, okay, the guy on the left looks like the Chase from Zoe 101. If you guys have watched Zoe 101. And then the guy in the middle looks like fucking Joseph. I think his name is Joseph, yeah. Joseph from from Dream Daddy. That's kind of funny. Within minutes, 7 more guys had crashed our table and were passing around the sign-up sheet and boasting about how wicked their tat was going to be. I finally finished up Chloe's tattoo, and she said it was perfect. It just says, "Reading is magical." That is so cute. Jason rolled up his sleeve and took Chloe's place. Hey dudes, listen up. Mine is gonna say Guitar Hero. All the guys started slapping him on the back and giving him high fives and fist bumps. He was acting all smug, like he was getting a new sports car or something. Then a large crowd of girls gathered around the large crowd of guys to watch me work on Jason's tattoo. Isn't she the new girl? I think her locker is right next to Mackenzie's. She's like the best artist in the entire school. Hey, I want to sign up. Give me the sheet next. What's her name? Mickey, Ricky, or Vicky, I think. Whatever her name is, the girl's got skills. I'm so jealous. I can't draw a stick figure. She's in my French class. Her name is Nikki Maxwell. I'd love to draw on Jason Feldman. He's hot. OMG, I'd give anything to be Nikki Maxwell. I was starting to feel like a pop star. This is so cute. This is everyone surrounding their table. The only CCPs not at our table were Mackenzie and her little group. They were glaring at us from across the cafeteria. By the end of the lunch period, I had completed 7 tattoos. Chloe had collected 9 books, and Zoe had scheduled 11 people to get tattoos tomorrow at lunch. We decided to call our new LSA project Ink Exchange, trade a book for a tattoo. In no time, the entire school was gossiping about it. Mrs. Peach said collecting books for charity was a wonderful idea, and she was really proud of us. Brandon even congratulated me and said he wanted to interview me for the school newspaper on Friday since I was breaking news. He said he planned to photograph a few students showing off their new tattoos for the article. Now I can hardly wait for Friday to get here. There's a chance we might actually become good friends. But the absolute most mind-blowing thing about all of this is that Chloe, Zoe, and I started the school day as LSA dorks and ended up as CCP divas. How cool is that? Tuesday, October 1st. Today, tattoos done, 17, total 24. Books, 34, total 43. This tattoo craze has really caught on at WCD. I did 11 more during lunch, and most of the CCP sat at our table to watch. It was pretty cool hanging out with them, and they were not mean or snotty like we thought they'd be. I guess it was just a matter of getting to know them better, right? Because, yeah, not all popular kids are snobby or mean like that. It's just, most of them are just like, attractive. They're attractive, but most of them, for the most part, are not really, like, snobby. Most of them are just really nice, and that's how they're popular. Surprisingly, I ended up doing another 6 tattoos while I was on LSA duty. It seemed like everyone and their mother was getting library passes during 5th hour homeroom and pestering me. but Mrs. Peach said she didn't mind me not shelving books since I was working on our group project. So far, we've collected a total of 43 books for charity, which is fantastic, but it was mainly because Chloe decided to start charging 2 books per tattoo instead of 1. Zoe and I thought 1 book was perfectly fine, and we told her so. But Chloe said that since she was the director of book procurement, it was her decision, not ours, so it didn't matter what we thought. Now, how rude was that? I was like, okay, Chloe, we're supposed to be doing this as a group project. Who died and make you queen? But I just said it in my head, so no one else heard it but me. So now we're getting 2 books for each tattoo, although it seems a bit greedy if you ask me. Wednesday, October 2nd. 19 tattoos done, total 43. Books 57, total 100. I used to daydream about everyone at WCD knowing my name, and today more than 24 people said hi to me before I even got to my first hour class. It made me so happy to have so many new friends, smiley face. In biology, we had to choose a lab partner and look at dust mites under a microscope. I thought for sure Brandon was going to ask me to work with him, but 3 people interrupted him while he was trying to talk with me. They were all like, hey Nikki, let's work together so we can talk about my new tattoo design. But I didn't really want to talk to people I hardly knew about tattoos. I wanted to have a really deep emo convo with Brandon about dust mites. In the end, I got stuck with Alexis Hamilton, the captain of the cheerleaders. The whole time we were working, all she did was blab about how they, the cheerleaders, needed me to come up with a new, super hot tattoo for their big game against Central, which, by the way, was on Friday. But I already knew this because I overheard them talking about it in front of my locker this morning. A few of them were waiting around for me after second hour, and they seemed pretty cranky. It wasn't like I was afraid of them or anything. I just jumped inside my locker because I can be a little shy at times. And then here's them, I guess. Me being hunted down by an angry mob of cheerleaders. Anyway, I told Alexis that everyone had to sign up with Zoe first, but she said Zoe had a waiting list of 149 people through next Wednesday and she needed the tats right away since it was kind of an emergency. Alexis said she had already donated 3 books for each tattoo to Chloe, and Chloe was authorizing the squad to be placed at the top of the waiting list. So now it was 3 books? I told Alexis that since Zoe was the director of scheduling and Chloe was the director of book procurement, she should probably just ignore Chloe. Then Alexis got an attitude about the whole thing and refused to talk to me or help write our lab report on dust mites. Talk about a cruddy lab partner. But what was really upsetting to me was that Zoe had scheduled 149 people without asking me first. I have a French test on Friday and a geometry test next Monday, and I'm barely pulling a C in each of those classes. How am I supposed to study if I'm staying up past midnight every night designing tats for all of these new people? And I haven't even had the time to eat lunch for the past 2 days. Then, as I was leaving class, Samantha Gates stopped me to say how much she loved her tat of Justin Timberlake. She said all of her friends in the drama club wanted one too. She invited me to hang out with them after school on Friday, and I told her I'd let her know. But how can I have a social life when I have to draw tattoos 24/7? Frowny face. Honestly, I get her, she didn't sign up to be even if there's quote unquote commissions, having your friend be in charge of that, and they're I don't know, it's I understand her being upset with that too, by that a lot, you know. Thursday, October 3rd. I had a really cruddy day today. It seems that all Chloe, Zoe, and everyone cares about is tattoos. I came to school early and did 9. Then I did 14 at lunchtime and another 10 during library. That's 33 tattoos. Then I overheard Zoe tell Chloe behind my back that I worked slower than a constipated snail in an ice storm, and I needed to speed up since she now had 216 people on the waiting list for next week. I was so not doing 216 tattoos in 1 week, and I told Zoe that right to her face, in a really friendly way. Then Chloe wanted to know why I told Alexis to ignore her. She said that since the cheerleaders had a big game, she thought they should be put at the top of the list for tomorrow. That's when Zoe said, as the director of scheduling, that the decision was hers alone and she didn't care what Chloe thought, which was the exact same thing Chloe had said to us a few days ago. Then Mrs. Peach came over and asked us to please lower our voices because we were, after all, in a library. But I knew better. It wasn't a library. It was a wicked tattoo sweatshop. For real, me feeling very miserable. Friday, October 4th. Tattoos today, a big fat 0. Books today, a big fat 0. Why? First of all, Chloe and Zoe were mad because I didn't come to school early and they had 17 people waiting for tattoos. Well, excuse me, but I had a French test today I had to study for. Then at lunch, there were 25 people waiting, but instead of sitting at table 9 and helping me, Chloe and Zoe sat at the CCP table on the other side of the cafeteria. I could see them giggling and acting all flirty with Jason, Ryan, and Matt while I was supposed to be working my butt off like Cinderella or somebody. But I nearly freaked when I saw Mackenzie give Chloe and Zoe invitations to her rescheduled party for next Saturday. They were pink envelopes with big white satin ribbons tied around them, just like the one she had given me, and then taken back when she uninvited me. Chloe and Zoe were acting all happy and sucking up to Mackenzie, even though they knew she hated my guts. Oh, that's so fake. Hell no. So I did the most mature and rational thing possible under the circumstances. I quit, frowny face. If I have to draw one more tattoo, I'm going to vomit. I thought Chloe and Zoe were my real friends, but now I could see that they were just using me all along to earn that trip to NYC for National Library Week. How could they do this to me? Then Brandon came up to my locker all smiley and said he wanted to interview me for the newspaper after school. But I told him to just forget about it because my tattoo career was over. He asked me if I was okay, and I said, yeah, it's good. I just need to find some new friends. He just blinked and looked kind of confused. Then he shrugged and walked away. So now it's like Chloe, Zoe, and Brendan are all tripping. Are you really? This book is so funny. I hope the three of them have a blast at Mackenzie's little party since they all got invited and I didn't. But it wasn't like I was jealous of them or anything. I mean, how totally juvenile would that be? Saturday, October 5th. I had the most horrible nightmare. It was like something out of the Twilight Zone. Kenzie was spitting bugs at me and all I could hear was the 5th-hour bell ringing and ringing. Thank goodness I finally woke up. That's when I realized it was morning and the telephone was ringing, not the 5th-hour bell. Let me show you guys a little illustration real quick of her nightmare. I dragged myself out of bed and answered the phone on my desk. It was my grandma calling to tell us she was planning to come visit us for 2 weeks at the end of the month. I told her my parents must already be out running errands or something since they hadn't answered the phone. Then she asked me how I was doing, and I told her not so good. I said I was thinking about transferring out of my school and asked her what she would do if she were me. She said it was not so much about the school I chose, but whether I chose to be a chicken or a champion, which of course had absolutely nothing to do with anything. Since Grandma was talking out of her head again, I told her that I loved her, but that I had to go because someone was at the door. Then I hung up. I wasn't lying to her because, unfortunately, Brianna and Miss Penelope were at my bedroom door. Miss Penelope wanted me to watch her do a medley of songs from High School Musical 3 in the stylings of Amy Winehouse. I had been awake for less than 3 minutes and had already forced to deal with my senile grandma, my hyperactive sister, and a wacky puppet. I climbed back into bed, pulled the covers up over my head, and screamed for 2 whole minutes. So many freaks and not enough circuses. Such a real statement. Monday, October 7th. Please, please, please make all of this not really be happening to me. Today has been the worst day of my entire life. It all started Sunday night when I was sitting at my desk doing review problems for my geometry test. My mom came into my room around midnight to tell me she was leaving the house extra early in the morning to chaperone a field trip for Brianna's class. Nikki, since you have a test and an art competition tomorrow, it's really important that you set your alarm clock so you don't oversleep in the morning. I was like, thanks, Mom. Good night. I really did plan to set my clock as soon as I finished all my geometry problems. But the next thing I knew, it was morning. I was still sitting at my desk with my geometry book open. I was just about to have a heart attack because, according to my clock, it was 7:36 a.m. on Monday, and my first hour class started at 8 a.m. The only logical explanation was that I must have fallen asleep while studying at my desk. Then, here it is. Me getting my snooze on and drooling all over my geometry book. My day was off to a very bad start. I had overslept, I didn't have a ride to school, my page needed to be turned in for the art show, and my geometry test started in less than 24, no, make that 23 minutes. Oh my goodness! Oh my gosh, there's so much. Oh my god, Chu Raid.
You're hot.
Who is it? Churo! Thank you so much for the follow. Is it Churo? I apologize if I'm saying that wrong. But hello and hello, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. Let me give you a shout out so I don't forget. My name is NAKAYAMA. I'm a Y2K inspired gyaru VTuber. And right now I am doing some like little ASMR chill reading of one of my favorite childhood throwback books, DORK Diaries. And if you guys aren't familiar with DORK Diaries, if you guys know what Diary of a Wimpy Kid is and all those like diary journal entry type children's books, that's kind of around like the same gist. It's kind of the same style for this book. And I'm just reading it, you know, very nostalgic to me as one of my favorite books of all time. And actually, my VTuber lore video was kind of inspired by it. So yeah. Let me give you a shout out, my love. I hope you guys had fun on your stream. Just You is fine. How are you? Oh my goodness, I'm doing well. Honestly, I'm really proud of how we have gotten so far into the book. We're on page 185 out of 211. Like, we are almost done with this book, y'all. I hope you guys had fun on stream though. What were you guys doing? And thank you guys so much for the follows. You guys are so hot and sexy. Thank you. Thank you. But Chu, I understand if you might be tired after stream, and the same applies with all the raiders too. If you guys are tired or if you guys have other priorities you guys gotta tend to, feel free to do so. That is a-okay. You guys are not obliged to stay here, of course. But if you guys just want to have some background noise, or if you guys just want to listen in on some of the adolescent teen girl fictional drama we got going on right now, because things are kind of starting to heat up in the book right now. I'd really appreciate it if you stayed too, as always. But thank you so much to Chu for bringing your community over here. I really appreciate it. Thank you, my love. Read DORK Diaries as a child, same. It was like my favorite book in elementary school. Like during the Scholastic Book Fair, like this was like the book that I always wanted, like love to buy. I used to have like so many books from the series, but I lost them, or like my mom probably gave them away or something. I don't have them anymore. I was low-key thinking that maybe I should buy the entire series again, but when I looked at how much the entire series costed, it was like over $100. So I was like, okay, you know what? Maybe I should stick to the ebooks. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming by. Okay, guys, so basically TLDR, this is basically the first installment of the book. This is the very first book, and we're near the end. So what's happening now, and why I said the drama is kind of ramping up, is because basically, Nikki, our protagonist, she was doing some. Thank you for the follow. You're so honestly sexy. Thank you. And she was like doing tattoos for her friends for like this trip to get like their librarian to notice them and choose them for like a library trip to show how enthusiastic they were for books. So they were like doing tattoos in exchange for books, and her friends were overbooking her, the artist, because she's a very talented artist, obviously, and she was at first doing it just for friends as kind of like a nonchalant thing, but then suddenly they actually started booking her like she was a real tattoo artist and putting her into work like a tattoo sweatshop. And so she was irritated by that, and she kind of like immediately lost it when her friends like got invited to like her arch nemesis's, like her popular arch nemesis's Mackenzie's birthday party, and then she was the only one not invited. So she dropped them, or allegedly dropped them, and she just right now is kind of like crashing out. So and she literally just missed she overslept, and she's about to miss her test and her art competition entry. So yeah, things are really wrapping up, y'all. I love you. Thank you so much for the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. I had overslept, I didn't have a ride to school, my painting needed to be turned in for the art show, and my geometry test started in less than 24, no, make that 23 minutes. Even the weather perfectly matched my miserable mood. It was dark, overcast, and pouring rain. I was fighting back my tears when I suddenly heard the low rumble of our garage door opening. I ran to my bedroom and spotted the flicker of bright headlights. It was my dad, and he was leaving the house. I rushed around the room in the panic, trying to get dressed before he pulled out. I jumped into my jeans and slid on my jacket. When I couldn't find one of my shoes, I decided to just go change into my gym clothes once I got to school. I grabbed my backpack and my painting and dashed downstairs like a maniac. By the time I got out the front door, my dad was already pulling into the street. I ran down our driveway, waving my arms and screaming hysterically, "Wait, Dad! Wait! I overslept! I need a ride to school!" You've always lurked during readings and you were always looking for an Oh my god, stop! I'm feeling so flattered right now, Chu! I'm so flattered! Let me follow you, girl. I'm literally so flattered right now. Like, I'm blushing, I'm kicking my legs right now. Ah! I'm so honored to have you raid me and you be lurking in my streams,
Hey, don't
my
forget
love.
to drink water.
Yeah, you're right. I probably should drink water. I've been reading for like, oh my gosh, I've been reading for 3 hours, 3.5 hours. I lied, it's not water. It's actually Dr. Pepper. Ah. Girl, I love your model design. Thank you, my love. Is that Leon? Yeah. Basically, like my water redeem and like everything, I have like they're all centered around Leon Kennedy. For anyone new here, basically, I have a very bad Leon Kennedy addiction that'll probably never be resolved and that I probably need therapy for. But it's okay, guys. He's just my baby girl. That's pretty much it. Carbonated water, same thing. Not carbonated water. Do you guys like sparkling water? I actually do not like sparkling water. It's just like TV static to me. What should we call it? But that's just I guess it's just a personal preference thing. Like like LaCroix and stuff like I don't know. It's like crunchy water. I can't. But yeah, let me show you guys this sad little illustration of her chasing after her dad's car in the rain. I think I had the same exact situation happen to me. I was for my Japanese class back when I was in high school years ago. We had like a little project where we were all cooking. I think it was like okonomiyaki, and I was in charge of bringing like a bunch of the food, but it was so hard for me to carry everything and I was late to my bus.
I love you.
And so I started running. With everything, and then I like tripped and I dropped like all of like I think it's like the lettuce or like this. Yeah, I dropped like the entire thing of lettuce that you use for the okonomiyaki on like this on the road. I had scrapes on my knees, and I also dropped a bunch of Dr. Pepper that I was bringing for the drinks. It was a whole mess, y'all. It was so funny. But yeah. Unfortunately, my dad didn't see me, so I just stood there in our driveway in the pouring rain, feeling really, really cruddy. I couldn't believe I was going to miss the art show, receive an F on my geometry test, and get an unexcused absence all in the same day. I got this large, painful lump in my throat, and I felt like crying again. But my dad must have finally noticed me on his rearview mirror or something, because suddenly he slammed on his brakes. Screech! I took off running down the street towards the van as fast as I could. As I climbed in, Dad chuckled. Does Sleeping Beauty need a ride to school, or are you waiting for your prince? I ignored his corny little joke and collapsed into the backseat of the van. At least, like he noticed you were there. Like if it was my parents and or like my older siblings who lived with me at the time, like they probably would have ditched me for, and I probably would have had to walk like the hour to school anyways. I was soaking wet, but I felt happy and relieved. All was not lost. Yet, anyway. But I also felt really anxious. For the first time this year, I was riding to school in the Roachmobile. Oh yeah. So for those that missed it, basically, when her dad gives her a ride, he like since her dad is an exterminator, he has like his exterminator car instead of a regular car, and it has like a big ass roach on top of it. And she's embarrassed. She's so embarrassed of it to the point where like the MC, like Nikki, she like cut out eye sockets in like a plastic bag and puts it over her head every time she's riding in it because people always make fun of the van. And if anyone saw me getting out of it, I was going to absolutely die. By the time we pulled up to the front of the school, the rain had finally stopped. Thank goodness the only other vehicle around was a large truck with some men in uniform carrying in tall flat panels. I guess that they were the displays for the art show. I thanked Dad for the ride, grabbed my painting, and climbed out of the van. Just as I was about to slam the door shut, he waved and pointed to my backpack on the floor. Hey, I think you're forgetting something. I carefully set my painting on the ground and leaned it against the side of the van. Then I climbed back in and grabbed my backpack. I think I'm all set now. Thanks again, Dad. I waved and slammed the van door shut. Uh-oh. I could not believe that I had actually made it to school in one piece with 6 minutes to spare, and not a single soul had spotted me getting out of the roachmobile, which was a miracle in and of itself. Then I noticed a girl wearing matching Burberry raincoat, hat, and boots climbing out the back of the truck parked in front of us. Hey, careful with that, buddy. It's a piece of art, not a piece of plywood, she snarled at one of the men. I froze and thought about trying to duck back into the van to hide until she left, but it was too late. Mackenzie's mouth dropped open. At first, she had a look of shock on her face as she stared at me, my van, and Max. Yes, the roach. Then her lips spread into a really evil grin. Wait a minute, you're the same Maxwell as Maxwell's bug extermination? And what is with the hideous brown thing on top of your van? A dead horse? Let me guess, it's supposed to be a matching set with those two dead bunnies on your feet? I just glared at her and didn't say a word. Okay, Mackenzie was the undisputed winner if we were competing for richest snob, cutest designer wardrobe, most friends, coolest bedroom, or biggest house. But we weren't. Avant-garde art was all about pure, unadulterated talent, which Mackenzie could not buy with her parents' money. I need to go wash my face, but I'll be lurking. Thank you so much for the lurk, Chew! And of course, no worries, babe, no worries. It was her Fab Forever fashion illustrations against my watercolor, and that was when I finally remembered my painting. I spun around and lunged to grab it just as my dad was pulling out. But it was too late. I gasped and watched in horror as the van tire slowly crushed the glass, antique wood frame, my hopes, and my dreams. It was shockingly painful to see the unique expression of me that had taken more than 130 hours to capture in watercolor so brutally destroyed in a matter of seconds. And then, oh my gosh, she illustrated it in happening and Mackenzie laughing at her. But the torn, twisted, and splintered mess on the side of the curb was not nearly as ugly as Mackenzie's final insult. Oh no, was that your little art project? Too bad. Hey, just throw some bugs on it and enter it as a modern art piece called Maxwell's Bugs on Garbage. Then she cackled like a witch and sashayed off. I just hated when Mackenzie sashayed. I watched sadly as the roachmobile turned the corner and disappeared down the road. For the first time in my life, I wished I were inside it, warm and dry and speeding away from Mackenzie, away from friends who were really not my friends, away from Westchester Country Day Middle School. I didn't fit in at this place, and I was sick and tired of trying. I sat down on the side of the curb next to the pieces of my painting and cried. The rain started to pour again, but I didn't care. I had been sitting there like forever, trying to sort things out inside my head while I noticed it stopped raining. On me, anyway. Then I recognized that faint aroma of Snuggle fabric softener, Axe body spray, and red licorice. Oh my god! It's her man! Her man came for her! I looked up and was surprised and slightly embarrassed to see Brandon standing there holding an umbrella over me. If you think about it, has anyone here watched Miraculous Ladybug? This is Loki reminding me of like when Adrian and Marinette first met. Loki Maxwell or Nikki, she was the blueprint for Marinette. She walked so Marinette could run. This is them, so cute. You okay? I didn't answer. Then he extended his hand. I just looked at it and sighed. If I sat out on the curb in the cold rain much longer, I'd probably end up dying of pneumonia, which, by the way, didn't sound like such a bad thing. I grabbed a hold of his hand, and he slowly pulled me up off the wet curb. I could not believe we were doing this stupid little scene all over again. How pathetic. I rolled my eyes, sniffed, and wiped my runny nose on the back of my hand. I was not going to let him see me cry. Both of us just stood there, not saying anything. He was staring at me, and I was staring at the ground. Suddenly, Brandon dug deep into his pocket and fished out a wrinkled-looking piece of tissue. I think you have something on your face. Probably snot, I said sarcastically and snatched the tissue from his hand. Yeah, probably, he said, trying hard not to smile. Like, I dig those shoes. They're not shoes. They're bunny slippers. I was in a really big hurry this morning, okay? I blew my nose at him loudly and angrily. Honk. So, it looks like you had a little accident with your project. I wouldn't call it little. Well, if it will make you feel any better, Mackenzie is entering some life-size paper dolls. I'd say your painting is still better than hers, even in 27 pieces, with mud smeared in it, and a few worms. A mischievous grin slowly spread across Brandon's face. Come on, everyone knows you have more talent in your small spark than. Yeah, I know, I said, interrupting him and blushing uncontrollably. I hated when he did that to me. Okay, even though I was mad at the world, I had to admit this whole thing was a little funny, in a really bent sort of way. Finally, I smiled at Brandon and he winked at me. He was such a dork, but in a good way. He had a slightly weird sense of humor and was friendly and a little shy all at the same time. And unlike me, he didn't obsess about what other people thought about him. I think that was probably the coolest thing about him. Thanks for the umbrella. Hey, no problem. Then we both walked to the front entrance. Even though the building was warm, I felt really chilled. My slippers were soaked, and it seemed like I was wearing sponges dipped in ice water on my feet. I need to get my shoes out of my locker and then go to the office to call my dad. Hopefully, he can drop off some dry clothing. So, I'll walk you to the office if you don't mind. My class is on the way. As Brandon and I made our way down the hall, some people stopped and stared, while others pointed and laughed. But I just ignored them. I knew I looked pretty crazy. With every step I took, my bunny slippers went sloshy squeak, sloshy squeak, sloshy squeak, and left some small puddles of water behind me. When I finally got to my locker, there was a large crowd of kids gathered around it. At first, I thought they were there for tattoos, but everyone quickly scattered. Then I saw what they were looking at. Oh no! And Mackenzie drew a thing that says Bug Girl on her locker. That's so lame. It felt like someone had punched me in my stomach so hard I could hardly breathe. I covered my mouth and tried to blink back my tears for what seemed like the 10th time this morning. Someone had written on my locker in what appeared to be ravishing red-hot cinnamon twist lip gloss, which, by the way, was Mackenzie's favorite. I'm really sorry, Brandon stammered. Only a real loser would do something as mean and stupid as. But I didn't hear the rest of what he said. I turned around, pushed my way through the crowded hallway, and went straight to the office to call my parents. I couldn't take it anymore. I was leaving Westchester Country Day Middle School and never coming back. That's so mean. Like, why is this Loki making me wanna cry? Like, that's just so horrible. Like, oh my god. I don't know. Why I kind of relate to that. It's making me want to cry. I'm angry for her. Emotional. Very emotional for her. Tuesday, October 8th. Today I stayed home from school with a cold and just lounged in bed all day and drank lemon tea. The Tyra Banks show rocked, as usual, but for some reason, it didn't cheer me up. After my dad picked me up from school yesterday, I started thinking that maybe I was overreacting. Watching my painting being smashed into a zillion pieces had been pretty traumatic, but it was mainly Mackenzie who was making my life miserable. Maybe WCD wasn't such a horrible place. Maybe if I tried talking to Chloe and Zoe, we could go back to being friends again. Maybe Brandon hadn't written me off as a total loser. So, on Monday afternoon, I called the library desk during fifth hour to talk to Chloe and Zoe. Plus, I was a teensy bit curious about how Mackenzie's art project turned out. Okay, I admit, I was dying to know. My hands were trembling as I dialed the phone. Library front desk, Zoe speaking. Hi Zoe, it's me, Nikki. I was just calling to see how you guys are doing. You'd never believe what happened to me this morning. Then I heard Chloe's muffled voice in the background. OMG, it's her? Just say you can't talk right now because we're really busy. We don't have time to waste. What's up, Nikki? Brandon told us about everything that happened. Actually, he's here right now. Too bad about your art project, Zoe stammered nervously. Yeah, I know. So, what are the three of you doing? Listen, Nikki, I really have to hang up now. We're really busy with, a project. Chloe and Brandon said hi. Wait, Zoe, I just wanted to. Sorry, gotta go. See you tomorrow. Bye. Click. After that conversation, There was no doubt in my mind that Chloe, Zoe, and Brandon practically hated me, so there really wasn't anything left to do but make plans to transfer to a new school and have a really good cry, which is what I've been doing on and off for the past 24 hours. Aww, and she drew herself crying. This is me as fuck. The only good thing that's come out of all of this is that my parents have been so worried about my emotional state that they finally agreed to let me transfer to the nearby public school. I thank my dad for arranging the scholarship and all, but unfortunately, it just hadn't worked out. Surprisingly, Mom and Dad took the news of their anniversary painting being destroyed really well. I even promised to paint them a new one, although Brianna insisted that she wanted to do it instead. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I'm almost done making you a brand new anniversary present, and it's way better than Nikki's dumb old painting. But I had a really bad feeling about Brianna's art project. When I asked her if she used finger paints or crayons, she said, "Nope, a black permanent marker. I drew it over the couch in the exact same spot where your painting was hanging." Brianna said her drawing was called "The Maxwell Family Visits Princess Sugar Plum on Baby Unicorn Island." Oh my gosh. Actually, something similar happened with me. This happened with my nephew, my baby nephew. Like, he was just drawing all over the walls, and I didn't notice because I think I was supposed to be watching him. I was kind of irresponsible for that. But my brother, which is he's my nephew's dad, he noticed, and yeah, he was pretty upset, to say the least. That's kind of an understatement, actually. It's more so furious. He was outraged, and then I had to clean it up after the end of it. Like, what the fuck? When Mom saw Brianna's wall mural, she just about fainted, and then Brianna tried to get out of it by blaming Miss Penelope. It was kind of nice to laugh again after feeling so hopelessly depressed. Wednesday, October 9th. My parents and I drove over to WCD 45 minutes early so we could get everything taken care of before the students started arriving. As Mom and Dad sat in the office chatting with the secretary and completing the school transfer paperwork, I couldn't help but notice the colorful displays off the main entryway for the art competition. No matter how much I tried to convince myself I didn't care, I just had to know if Mackenzie had won. It was like I was obsessed or something. If I hurried, I could stop by the art competition for a few minutes and still have time to clean out my locker, get back to the office, and be out of the building before anyone spotted me. Well, I better get going, I muttered to my parents. I grabbed the empty cardboard box I had brought to carry the junk from my locker and headed down the hall. The art exhibit was set up in the large student lounge near the cafeteria and was divided by grades. I hurried past the 6th and 7th grade displays to the 8th grade section. There were about 24 entries, and I immediately spotted Mackenzie's. Like everything she did, it was big, bold, and over the top. She had painted 7 life-size mannequins dressed in her Fab Forever fashions on a 6-foot tall panels. I had to admit, she was actually a pretty good fashion illustrator. But the strange thing was that I didn't see her first place ribbon. Although, knowing Mackenzie, she probably had taken it home so her parents could have bronzed it to match her baby shoes. Then again, maybe not. I was surprised to see the blue ribbon was hanging on the very last display. I couldn't help pitying the poor artist who would have put up with the drama over Mackenzie's very public and humiliating defeat. The winning display was a series of 16 8x10 close-up black and white photographs of inked artwork. When I read the title and artist's name, I almost freaked out. And I immediately recognized my tattoo artwork on Zoe's shoulder, Chloe's arm, Tyler's neck, Sophia's ankle, Matt's wrist, and on and on. They arranged it for her. That's so sweet. Oh my gosh, guys, why is this children's book about to make me cry? That's so sweet. They compiled all of that and printed it out so they could enter her in it. So this must have been the project Chloe, Zoe, and Brandon were working on when they said they were too busy to talk to me on the telephone Monday afternoon. Slowly but surely, the reality of the situation started to soak in. I was like, OMG, I won first place in the avant-garde art. First place and $500. Thanks to Chloe, Zoe, and Brandon. They must have cooked up this elaborate scheme after my painting got destroyed. And that fabulous display with my name on it had probably taken hours to complete. I was so wrong about them. They were the best friends ever. And more than a dozen other kids had volunteered to be photographed. All of this totally blew my mind. Maybe WCG was not such a horrible place after all. I actually had real friends here, and of course, it didn't hurt that I was now rich, rich, rich beyond my wildest dreams, cause shit, girl got paid more than me. I hurried back to the office in a daze and burst inside. Mom, Dad, I changed my mind. I want to stay. They both looked surprised. Honey, are you okay? My mom asked, concerned. Actually, Mom, I'm great. I've changed my mind. I want to stay. Please. Well, it's up to you. Are you sure? My dad said, putting down his pen. I'm sure. I'm really sure. The secretary gathered the papers from my dad, ripped them in half, and tossed them into the wastebasket. This is great news, she beamed, and congratulations on your first place in the art show. You're coming to the reception for the winners this Saturday, right? They'll be giving out the cash awards, and the catered dinner is fabulous. My parents looked totally confused. I thought you said you didn't, my mom began, but I quickly interrupted her. Listen, I'll explain all of this later. Like, don't you both have somewhere to be? I smiled and waved goodbye to them, hoping they would take the hint and get lost. Dang, Nikki, they literally were about to transfer you out, girl. Mom kissed my forehead. Okay, hun, we're glad you decided to hang in there. Yeah, and you could thank Maxwell's extermination for hooking you up, my dad said and winked. I knew it would work out for you here if you just gave it a chance. Well, I gotta go. Oh, here, Dad. I tossed him the cardboard box. Can you get rid of this for me? Then I turned and rushed out of the office. Students were starting to fill up the halls, and a few actually congratulated me. As I made my way back to my locker, I wasn't quite sure what to expect, but I was ready and willing to deal with it. The graffiti had been cleaned up, thank goodness, but there was something new in my locker. I knocked on the door of the janitor closet and peeked inside. It was this on her locker. Nikki, please meet us in the janitor's closet ASAP. It's very, very important. Chloe and Zoe. Chloe and Zoe were sitting on the floor in a corner and looking pretty sad. I felt kind of sorry for them. We owe you an apology for the way we acted, Chloe said. We got really carried away with all of the tattoo and book stuff, and that wasn't fair to you. Yeah, and we learned who our real friends are too. The CCPs wanted to hang out with us as long as you were doing the tattoos. What a bunch of phonies, Zoe added. Actually, I kind of figured that out too. That angry mob of cheerleaders was too scary, I said, shuddering at the memory. Listen, please don't be mad, Nikki, Chloe said, starting to tear up. We actually have a confession to make. Zoe cleared her throat. Well, after we heard about the accident with your painting, we rounded up the kids with your best tattoo artwork, and Brandon took pictures of them during lunch. Then he printed out the photographs on the computer in the newspaper office. Mrs. Peach let the three of us work on your entry the entire afternoon in the library. We called it the student body. And you'll never guess what happened, Chloe sniffed, blinking back tears. I won! You won, they said together. Wait, you knew? Zoe asked, surprised. Yeah, I just found out a few minutes ago. We know we shouldn't have done it without asking you first, but there wasn't time. You're not mad at us, are you? Chloe asked and gave me jazz hands and a line in the mood. Actually, I am. I'm very angry, I hissed. Chloe and Zoe both hung their heads and stared at the floor. We're sorry. We were trying to help, Zoe muttered. You're supposed to be my friends. How could you two do this to me? I'm so ticked. I would have given anything to see the look on Mackenzie's face when she lost. I was trying so hard not to laugh that I was starting to snort. At first, both girls blinked and looked bewildered. Then, slowly, smiles spread across their faces until they were grinning from ear to ear. OMG, Nikki, you should have seen her, Chloe squealed. When they announced you as the winner, she went into shock. It was hilarious. Mackenzie threw a hissy fit right there in front of the judges, Zoe snickered. Pretty soon, we were laughing and joking in the janitor's closet, just like old times. Uh-oh, I think I just heard the first bell, I groaned. Let's get out of here before we start smelling like a mildewy mop. Chloe and Zoe opened the door and then stood there waiting for me to leave first. Talent before brains, Zoe winked and then gave me the stink eye. Talent before beauty. Chloe grinned and then gave me jazz hands. Hey, girlfriends, I see the talent, but other than me, there's definitely no brains or beauty up in here, I teased. That's when Chloe and Zoe both socked me on my arm. Ow, I giggled. That hurt. Almost done, guys. We're almost done. Thursday, October 10th. There must have been a big sale at the mall yesterday or something because 4 girls were wearing the exact same outfit. I hadn't really noticed it until I heard Mackenzie ridiculing them in the hall. OMG, look at that! They're all wearing the same butt-ugly ensemble. Wait, don't tell me. They were giving them away for free with the purchase of McDonald's Happy Meal. It was only 7:45 a.m., and I was already visualizing duct tape over her mouth. When Mackenzie finally noticed me, she tried to act all innocent. Just in case you were wondering, I didn't write Bug Girl on your locker. Lots of people wear ravishing red hot cinnamon twist, you know. I just rolled my eyes at her. That girl is such a liar. I didn't believe her for 1 second. Mackenzie flipped her hair and gazed at her perfect image in her mirror. Besides, even if I did it, you don't have any proof. Then she applied her morning layer of lip gloss. Since I was stuck having a locker next to Mackenzie's for the rest of the year, I decided to utilize the mind over matter coping strategy that Zoe had developed. In my mind, I was so over being impressed with Mackenzie because she didn't matter. Although, I have to admit, those hoop earrings she were wearing were to die for. Why is it that huge dangly earrings look really glam-tastic on the CCP girls, but when normal girls, like me, wear them, we end up needing reconstructive cosmetic surgery? And then, here's the little illustrations. Popular girl in big dangly earrings versus unpopular girl in big dangly earrings. Zoe, Chloe, and I sat together at lunch at table 9, and a lot of people stopped by to ask about tattoos. Since our ink exchange program was such a hit, we had already collected almost 200 books for charity, and we decided to continue it for just 3 days each month, starting in November. It was going to be great not having to hide inside my locker between classes due to fear of angry mobs. My shyness. But the strangest thing was that I actually started to look forward to attending National Library Week at the New York Public Library, and we had a good chance of being selected. Just think about it. Chloe, Zoe, and me in Manhattan for 5 days without our rents. How exciting would that be? We were going to have friends, fun, fashion, and food, and flirting like it says in That's So Hot magazine, and maybe even get tickets to the Tyra Banks show. I just love that girl. I also plan to take full advantage of the meet and greet with all of those famous authors. I had no idea an autographed novel was so valuable. I plan to collect half a dozen and then sell them on eBay for big bucks. Then, ka-ching! I could buy that iPhone I've been wanting. Am I not brilliant? By the way, I decided to save the $500 prize money for art camp next summer. It was going to be my 5th year attending, and my instructor said I already had an art portfolio strong enough for college, which is pretty fantastic seeing as I'm not even in high school yet. She said if I continue to work really hard, I can maybe land a 4-year scholarship to a major university. Thank you so much for the follow. You're so nice, sexy. Thank you. New iPhone. Yeah, no, this book came out when just when the iPhone's released, because they were discussing it. In the beginning of the book, she was kind of like, "Oh, I really wish I could get one of those new iPhones that all the cool popular kids now have." Blah blah blah. Yeah, it was so hype back then. Meanwhile, there's me. I haven't I don't know what number iPhone we're on, but I still got the iPhone 15. It's just the regular one too, just because I wanted the pink model. I remember upgrading to a hand-me-down iPhone back then. Oh my gosh, same. I upgraded to an iPhone 4S when everyone was already on the later numbers, and it was still mind-breaking to me. I was I was definitely struggling growing up, but I was just honestly happy at that time to have a phone. And Android from 2019, oh my god. A lot of my friends that have Android, they go through the same thing. They don't give a fuck. Honestly, at this point, as long as it functions well and it does what needs to be done, who cares? You know? It's a smartphone. It's a smartphone at the end of the day. Brandon stopped by our table to ask if he could interview me about winning the avant-garde art competition since it was breaking news. I thanked him for taking the photographs of my tattoo designs and told him what a great job he had done on them, but he said it was no biggie and he had planned to use the photos for the article he was writing. Then Mackenzie came over, acting all friendly and actually congratulated me. I was so shocked I almost puked my lunch on her Jimmy Choos. But I think she really just wanted to flirt with Brandon because she kept batting her eyes at him all fluttery, like she had accidentally stuck a false eyelash to her eyeball or something. How did she have the nerve to do that right to my face? Probably because she has the IQ of lint. In spite of the fact that we had agreed not to do any tattoos until next month, Chloe and Zoe insisted that I do just one more for myself, and my tattoo totally rocked. Champion. Okay, I admit, I was wrong about Grandma being senile, but I was correct about that demented puppet, Miss Penelope. After lunch was over, Brandon walked with me to biology class. He brushed the hair out of his eyes with his fingers again and smiled at me kind of shy-like. So I was wondering if you wanted to be lab partners for structure of mitochondria? I could not believe he asked me that, so I looked deep into his eyes all serious and said, "Whee!" I'm sure he thought I was crazy. But hey, I can only be myself, right? I'm such a dork, smiley face. Yeah, we do, and like he is having a crush on her back, but of course Miss Girl is so oblivious to it, she doesn't realize it. But guys, that was the end of Dork Diaries Book 1! Yay! We finished the book in 4 hours! Yay! Is it Elua? Elua? How many pages? It was 211 pages. We read 211 pages of this young of this. Is it young adult? I guess it's more of a kid's book. Of this kid's book in 4 hours. That's crazy. Polly? Oh, I see. Polly. Okay, I'll call you Polly. I feel so bad you stopped by, or like you stopped by just as like you're like ending the book. I'm like, no. Slay, right? I'm so happy. Oh my god, guys, we literally got through it all. That was crazy. I mean, like, oh my gosh, this like near the end, I was getting so emotional because I was just like, damn, I don't remember her having this much of bad luck. Like, as someone that has like bad luck all the time, as someone that has like bad luck all the time, like I was like getting a little bit tearful because I'm just like, oh my god, I feel like I've had days like similar to this. And yeah, those kind of days want to make me cry, but like seeing how sweet like her friends got and like they entered the art competition for her and she won, that like really warmed my heart. Damn, like why is this, like I don't know, I was kind of invested in it, actually like invested in it, and it actually like was a lot funnier than I remembered. Although I will say it was more out of pocket than I remembered. Like I cannot believe they let like the whole R word slide in this book, and also the way they were referring to like Tyra Banks and put Kanye West in this story. It kind of made me chuckle. This year about to be a better year though. I hope so. I'm like, I was just like a little worried, just for the sole reason that like apparently like one of my years is like one of the lower ranked on the Chinese zodiac in terms of luck. And then when I looked at like my birthday, like you guys know like the Japanese birthday list that was going around that like showed like each of the like 365 days of the year for each birthday ranked on luck. I think I was like 289th place for my birthday. Yeah, no, I'm like so serious. Hold on, I think I can find it. Let me see. Let me see. Let me try to find it for y'all. Where is it? Japanese birthday luck ranking 2025. Let's see. Let me pull it from here.
They're coming, and so am I.
Oh my goodness, Iris ASMR. Oh my gosh, that is a huge raid. Wait. Oh my god, wait.
I love you.
Wait, that is a huge raid. Oh my goodness. Hello, Raiders, and hello, Iris. Thank you so much for the raid. My name is NEIRU Nakayama. I'm a Y2K inspired gyaru Vtuber, and we just finished reading all 211 pages of Dork Diaries Book 1.
I love you.
Oh my goodness. Wait, that is a very big ray. Hold on. I'm about to start doing the gritty right now. What the heck?
I love you.
Thank you so much for bringing your community over here. I hope you guys had fun on the last stream. Oh my gosh, I feel so bad. I feel like you guys just like came in like as soon as I finished the book too. Dang. Well, TLDR, basically, the first book, it was kind of like a roller coaster. She gets entered into this new school. Basically, if you guys aren't familiar with Dork Diaries, if you guys have ever heard of or read like Diary of a Wimpy Kid or books similar to that, like kids books like that, it's pretty much the same gist, but it's like very girly pop, very slay. It is nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you. I hope you guys had fun on your
You're
last
hot.
stream. Let me give you a shout out, my love. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I know you guys just came back from streams, so if you
You're
guys are
hot.
tired or if you
I
guys
love
have
you.
other priorities you guys gotta tend to, feel free to do so. I don't mind. You guys are not obliged to stay here. But if you guys just want some background noise or you guys just want to hear me yap for a little bit, because I am just gonna probably yap post reading that entire book just to discuss.
Cutie underscore
I
Stallfro
really appreciate
gifted
it
a
if you
tier
guys
1 sub to Arith
stayed.
ASMR. This is their first gift sub in the
Let me
channel.
give you a shout out before I forget, OMG. You are so sweet. Oh my gosh, stop. No, you're the sweetest, I think. Like I'm literally so flustered right now. I didn't Oh my gosh, I just feel so bad because you guys came in just as I finished the book. It was like a pretty invested, like we literally spent like the last 4 hours reading 211 pages of middle school, like fictional middle school girl drama. But yeah, it was like I was kind of discussing, like near the end of the book I was actually getting teary-eyed because near the end she had like a terrible day, and like people were making fun of her. She was drenched in the rain, like trying to, like, because she was late for school and she was about to like transfer to another school because she was having such a bad experience at her new middle school. And I was like, I don't know, it kind of reminded me of how I was back when I was in middle school and high school, because I also had like unfortunate experiences like that. Like I was kind of discussing it, like she like mentioned like, oh, like she literally had to like catch up to her dad, who was like literally driving away in his like exterminator truck, because he's like an exterminator that had like a big ass roach like on the top of it. She was chasing him in the rain, like barely changed out of her
You're
pajamas and her bunny slippers,
I love you.
and she was just like, wait, and that literally kind of happened to me. So when I was in high school, I used to be in Japanese class, and there was one time where we had a project and we were making okonomiyaki, and we all had like assigned roles and what to bring and stuff. And for some, like, I don't know why I thought I could like just take everything and I'd be good to go. Like I was like that one person that was like wanted to be in charge of everything, you know? Because I don't know why I was like that in school, but like I like was in charge of bringing like the drinks. I was in charge of bringing like the lettuce, I believe, or like the cabbage for the okonomiyaki. And I think I woke up like, or no, I didn't wake up late, but I did take the bus, and like I was carrying, I don't know why my dumbass didn't think it through. I was carrying like a paper bag full of a bunch of Dr. Peppers, and I'm sure you guys can kind of see where this is going. But of course, that didn't, like, the Dr. Peppers were breaking out of the bag slowly and surely, and one by one, each of the cans started to drop. But I didn't notice until like, because I had my headphones plugged in, until I started feeling the bag get noticeably lighter and lighter, and then I was like, oh shit. And then as I was trying to pick all of these Dr. Peppers up, I noticed my bus pull up, and then I was like, oh no. And so I started running. I'm trying to carry all these Dr. Peppers that were falling out of this paper bag, which also had my cabbage in it. And then I tripped. And then I tripped, and then I fell in front of the bus driver. Everyone was looking at me, and I dropped all of like the cabbage and stuff, and I started crying because I was so embarrassed and I was so flustered. And I called my brother about it, and like my older brother, I call him Oniru, kind of like Neiru, but like I call my Oni-chan about it, and he just started yelling at me. He was just like, "Dude, I'm trying to get ready for work, and like you're bothering me, blah blah blah," and that also added to my stress. I was like, "Oh my god," and I cried on the bus. Like I thought I was such a flop, but what, like, really, like, I don't know, like it, like after all of that, my brother, like, he called me like after I got to school, asked if I was okay, and he apologized, and he went back to like the sidewalk that I like tripped on, and he picked up all he picked up all of the cabbage and the container I dropped of the cabbage. And yeah, like a lot of like the stories in Dork Diaries, like you would think like they're supposed to be, you know, hashtag quirky, LOL, like, oh, I'm such a weird girl, not like the other girl experiences. But like, guys, am I really this big of a loser because I high-key experienced so many similar stories like that she experienced. There was like um basically in the book, I forgot where in the book, I think in the middle of the book, she was kind of getting bullied by the popular girl, right? Who's like kind of jealous of her because, you know, her like the popular girl and the main girl have the same crush. And so the popular girl is bullying her and she trips her in the lunchroom and she like drops her food and it gets all over her and stuff, right? Something similar also happened to me in middle school where I don't know what the fuck I was doing. I think I was just like I was like doing like walking like weird, like you know like when you kind of slide with your feet and you walk like without like stepping. I was trying to do that, but I ended up tripping and I dropped my tray of food and and my binder and all of my papers flew out and the entire cafeteria laughed. It was legit and the and the biggest gag of it all was that that wasn't even the like most embarrassing thing that ever happened to me in middle school. Like there was like no, like I sound like a commercial right now because I'm just like that's not all, folks. That's not all. Like yeah, like I wish I could have like one of like those like just chatting streams one of these days where I could tell you guys all about like my like hashtag traumatic experiences from like middle school and high school because like oh my god babes there is like quite a lot there's quite a lot but I hope you guys like enjoyed the reading of Dork Diaries. I honestly in my head before going into the stream I was thinking oh maybe like I don't think we're gonna go through all of it but like imagine how like how much of a gag it would be if I actually did and then we actually finished it. I think it was more so like I myself just wanted to finish it. It like it gives me flashbacks to when I was like in elementary school, like when you first buy like your book at the Scholastic Book Fair, and then like it's that book you've been eyeing for a really long time, and so you just have your nose stuck into the book, especially and like you like you're just reading it nonstop, especially like when you're like after you're done with a test or something, and then they say, oh, you guys can like have some quiet reading time to yourself after you're done with your test. Like I was reading it. Like I was on that hoe, like especially for Dork Diaries. I think let me see. So by the way, let me put some background music. I don't know, would it destroy? I don't know if it'll like complete. Hopefully it won't like destroy the vibes. Or I don't know actually. Would you guys prefer background music or would you guys prefer it without it on? Not sure. Cause I wanna keep a nice little quiet vibe so you guys can have me on in the background if you guys want to make myself a little bigger. Yeah, I think I had like I didn't have them in chronological order though. Like I think I would read like some of them like in my like school library and then the rest of them like I bought at the book fair. I think I got like this, let me see. I think I had the second one or something. It was like one with a yellow cover. And if you could guess, like yeah, it's kind of like Diary of a Wimpy Kid, where like the author she is still making the Dork Diary entries to this day. Like like they're still in middle school, still making like Dork Diaries to this day. Oh shit, y'all! You know what this just reminded me? The main character of Dork Diaries, Nikki Max, she actually has a VTuber model. She actually has a VTuber model. Hold on. I said to chat, like, hold up.
You're hot.
Let's we gotta
I
we
love
gotta
you.
witness this. Thank you so much for the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. I appreciate everyone that gave me a follow so far too. I forgot to thank everyone because I was just like so flustered at the time. And there are a lot, so let's see, hold on. This is something I gotta witness. We gotta witness this, guys. Where is it? I think I saw it. Do they have like a YouTube channel where they're doing it? Let me see. Or maybe I had to search it up on Google. Dork Diaries VTuber. Let's see. Huh. Wait, Pablo. I don't know if Pablo's still in here. He's one of my regulars. I think he saw it, and now I'm like so curious. Oh wait, is it this? No, this is a real fucking girl. Norway. Where is it? Let's see. Like, I'm so curious. Or maybe it's on their Instagram. I'm wondering if one of these days, maybe it exists already. I don't know. Do you think they'd have a Diary of a
I'm a
Wimpy Kid
bad boy, aren't
VTuber?
I?
OMG. Yeah, my redeems are now all back on. So I have some pretty cursed redeems, y'all. I'm gonna warn you that right now. I feel like, like everyone that came into the stream was just like, oh my god, it's like a cute little pink anime girl. She's doing some cute little ASMR, and then you see a victorious jump scare, and it literally says, "I just sucked dick" from Robbie from from Victorious, and it popped up on this as the status, and on the slab. Dude, I don't know. Balo, what the heck are you talking about? I do not see a VTuber at all. Like, I was literally about to start cracking up if I actually saw this DORK, like, Nikki Maxwell as a VTuber. No way. Yo, what the heck? I don't see anything about it. I can't find it. If anyone finds it, let me know. But like, dude, wouldn't it be so crazy though if like you see Jeff Kinney, if you're watching this right now, you could literally like if Greg Heffley or Roderick Heffley had a VTuber debut right now, like I would be tuned in. In fact, I would subscribe. I will like guys, mark my words. I'll literally give like 30 gifted subs if Jeff Kinney, the creator of Diary Wimpy Kid, decides to debut Greg Heffley's VTuber debut. I'm gonna give like 30, 50 random gifted subs to Greg Heffley's VTuber model debut. I'm so serious. I need to see that in action before Gen Beta starts.
I love you.
Thank you so much for the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. It would be kind of like fun to see too, like a little like almost because I mean they're not technically stick figures, I guess. They're like it's like more of what you call it? I don't know what like it's just like a cartoony, very simplistic style, I guess. For Diary of a Kid. I still feel like it would be kind of cool to see though. I think the most cursed thing that I could think of
You're hot.
that would come.
I love
Thank you
you.
so much for the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think the most cursed thing that would come out of seeing like Diary of a Wimpy Kid, like a VTuber debut, would be like if they were facing forward. Like you guys know like how cursed it is seeing Phineas from Phineas and Ferb like facing forward. I feel like it would kind of be like that, but like seeing Greg Heffley, like you know, like the way his nose is drawn, like facing forward. That or like his little brother, like Manny. Because his nose looks so like his nose and mouth are so long. That would also be super cursed if we like saw him facing forward. Isn't you know what, it would Loki kind of work out because doesn't what do you call it, doesn't Greg Heffley's actor, isn't he like a voice actor now too? I'm pretty sure he voices like is it Tainari from Genshin Impact? I'm gonna be so honest, guys. I don't know anything to do with Genshin Impact lore or anything, so I'm not entirely sure. But I think I know some of the voice actors, but I also only know them because like you know they're big famous and like that's like one of their big roles. Like I know Keith Silverstein is was it Zhong Li too, and I like him. I like his voice acting. I'm specifically referring to this is the part where like I duck my head in shame and hide behind a paper bag with eyes like holes poked out for eyes. I liked his work in Miraculous Ladybug as Hawkmoth. I know, y'all. I know. Guys, I'm embarrassed to say I like it. I know it's a kid show, and I know I'm like at my grown ass age. I should be put down. But tell me why I am here and seated for for the new season of Miraculous Ladybug 2. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm a disappointment to everyone my age. Also, hello, Floby0002. Hello, Floby. Welcome in. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you. But yeah, I don't know. Do you guys have any like really like embarrassing middle school moments too, or like high school moments?
You're hot.
I feel like there's just too many for me
I
to
love
name. You also liked. Okay, thank God I'm not alone, y'all. Like, I need to be. I got into Miraculous Ladybug. I will say, in my defense, when it actually like came out, because the show, I didn't realize like how old it actually is. Oh my gosh, this is so cursed. I forgot. So basically, guys, I actually debuted a 2.0 model not too long ago. I debuted a 2.0 model, and I forgot all the redeems I had for because I've been using my 2.0 model for like a little bit after my debut. Because I debuted my model on, I want to say like the December 31st. So like for over a week I've been using it. And so I totally forgot that like I had like so many silly redeems that I have on this one. I haven't switched it over to my new one, so I haven't had them. And now I'm just remembering, oh my god, I have so many cursed redeems now. Now I don't look like a cute anime girl. Now I'm all emo with cockroaches on my eyes. My emo soul has my cockroach eyeliner and my and my hold on, you guys can't see my Chemical Romance shirt. Shh. You told me think about it, well, I did. I am so sorry to anyone listening to this for ASMR. That probably just ruined your ears. Y'all, stop. You're driving away everyone. Usually, but yeah, guys, I don't typically do ASMR. This was like a very rare night for me where I actually did it. I don't typically use ASMR, so the reason why all of these are really cursed is because typically I am I'm like a variety streamer, and I'm usually really loud, rambunctious, and and all of that. So I'm usually pretty loud. So this isn't like my usual content, but I'm planning on actually doing a lot more ASMR content because this is my very first time actually doing reading sessions as ASMR here on Twitch, and I honestly really enjoyed it. Like I did not expect to finish that entire book. If you guys have any suggestions, feel free to let me know. But I had this like planned for like a really long time. I just didn't know when I was gonna do it. But I'm gonna have you guys know I do have, I think, almost the entire series of Dork Diaries as ebooks. So I'm planning hopefully to make this like a regular thing, just having like a very chill like ASMR reading session of like all these throwback books, because my concept as like a VTuber is like Y2K gyaru. So like I wanted it to be a regular thing where like I had something kind of like throwbackish, and so I thought like initially going into this channel was just like, what better way to like do all of this other than to start than to start like using some of my favorite childhood books, from when I was a kid back in the 2000s. So that's how this all started, and I'm very, very happy, to be able to do it. And finally, and I'm glad a lot of you guys actually really liked it too, and I got to meet so many of you guys because of doing this. So I'm definitely gonna make it a regular thing now. I think this is like the push I needed. That and the way I actually ended up reading the entirety of the the first book in one sitting, in one session of this. I'm kind of actually super surprised myself. I did not expect this. Also, wait, guys, since we did get a lot, since we have a lot more Beidus now. Let me hold on. I gotta see something real quick. I think we're almost at our goal of reaching 1K, y'all. I think because right now I'm not at 1,000 followers. I think because we got so many new people into the stream, we actually might just hit it. That's like a very huge. That's actually kind of like making me tremble a little bit because that's such a huge goal for me. No way, hold on. I gotta see. Where is it at? We're at 916 right now. Right now. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, we're at 916. Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, I doubt it'll happen this stream, but like I'm just like so like we actually made it to 900 and we might actually hit 1K this month hopefully. I'm so happy. And I'm very happy I got to meet a lot of you guys because of this stream too. So if you guys are in here just listening in, I'm very happy to have you guys all in here. Very, very happy to have you guys all in here just listening to me yap away. I don't necessarily think I have like the most aesthetic or peaceful voice like out there, to be honest, but like yeah, I don't know. It's like I think I like asked like a couple days ago because I saw a tweet from one of my friends, or she quote tweeted like how it was her biggest fear of people saying that she doesn't fit her voice, or like her voice doesn't fit her model. And like that was actually like one of the biggest fears for me too. Like I try my best to like, you know, maintain like a very like typical high-pitched VTuber anime voice, I guess. but like I don't know, like when like, you know, I get used to like just talking for hours, like, you know, my normal voice gets out and then I'm just like, oh my gosh. Like it's also just like a me thing. I mean, I think a lot of people can relate to like when you hear your voice recorded and then you're just like, ugh, you're like kind of grossed out. Like you just don't think your voice sounds good. That's kind of like my dilemma most of the time. I'm just always like kind of scared that people think that like my voice doesn't fit my model or something like that, or like my voice isn't like pleasing enough. I'm always scared of that. I'm always scared of like people like thinking that, oh, this seems like a cute VTuber. Ew, her voice is trash. That's like one of my biggest fears. I think I think so. But yeah. Ah. Honestly, like I wasn't sure if it would like mess with like I guess the immersion of the stream, but I was originally like gonna end the stream like listening to some tunes with y'all or whatever, but yeah. I wasn't sure how much longer I'd stay on stream, but because like we got like rated like after stream, I'm just like I feel like I should talk to you guys a little bit longer. I don't know. Oh my gosh. But yeah, that was like quite a roller coaster of a read. It was like honestly, yeah, Dark Diaries again was like a lot funnier than I thought, but the Kanye West like insertion jump scare for me, I think kind of like made me I was just like, whoa. Yeah, it's definitely very much a book of its time though. But like I feel like it was so out of pocket. Like it was more like if you compare it to Diary of a Wimpy Kid, like I don't remember Diary of a Wimpy Kid also being like especially like with how much the, you know, like that word was used in Dark Diaries, and like the low-key shade towards Jamie Lynn Spears from Zoe 101 and Tyra Banks. Like I don't think they have anything similar to that in Dark Diaries, but it could be like the same thing where like I did not expect seeing all of that going into Dark Diaries. So who knows what I could see going into Diary of a Wimpy Kid if I decide to read it next. Which might be on the list. Which might be on the list, y'all. Like, looks around, scratches head. Teehee. I guess a little sneak peek for you guys. Oh my goodness. But yeah, guys. Oh my gosh. I don't know how much. Hmm. But yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I'm also like a little bit like I'm like mostly done with my sickness. Like, it definitely wasn't as bad as it was like a week ago. I actually got sick. I don't know what from. I think it was just like a flu. But I got like sick like 2 weeks ago, and I had like really really bad congestion, and I think I still like kind of have it. It's like mostly like, and it was like definitely coming back like near the end of the book. Like I don't know, I get like super super congested, especially like in the nighttime. I feel like in the day, like I'm okay during the day, like nothing, like everything is a okay, and then when it comes to nighttime, like more and more my nose will be congested. And it's just like ah. Also, guys, like I woke up like so late today. I woke up I woke up at like 7 p.m. Bear in mind, I slept okay. you guys are gonna hear what time I slept and you're gonna be like, oh, are you okay? But like I slept over 15 hours because I fell asleep at like what 3 a.m., 4 a.m. But usually when I sleep at that time, I wake up at like what, like 10, right? 10 a.m. I woke up at 7 p.m. I don't know why I was knocked out for that long. I also had like a really weird dream too. I don't remember too much about my dream, as most people don't, but I do remember. So, what I remember, like specifically from my dream, was that I like I dreamt that I was in a rave, and one of these girls that I didn't like from like high school, and like her entourage were all there in like the front, like by like the DJ or whatever. And then all of a sudden, like one of my best friends, his name is Toga, he was like, oh my god, he was just like, oh my god, it's so dirty here, we gotta get out of here, it's so dirty. He tried to drag me out, and I was literally just so confused and puzzled because I was just like, what the heck is going on? Because it felt like I was just transported there because it's a dream, it's so random. And then all of a sudden they were cheering on one of the other girls,
You're
this
hot.
other girl I knew. Thank
I
you so
love
much for the
you.
follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And they just kept like screaming. And then all of a sudden there was another girl that was being highlighted on the screen. And apparently she's like a very underground like designer. And she designed something for this artist named Nikki from 88 Rising, who was also performing at the rave for some reason, even though she's not a rave, like an EDM artist. And like, I don't know, it was so random. And that's the last I remember from my dream. And then I woke up and it was 7 p.m. And the reason I woke up is because basically there were cats outside of my house. There were cats out my window. Like I could hear them. Like I heard really loud meowing and it caught the attention of my cats. Because I'm gonna say, so I adopted a cat like not too long ago. I want to say I adopted her in the beginning of December. And so her and my longtime cat that we've had for 3 years, they do not get along. My other cat pretty much hates her, but they don't like fight or anything. Like she's slowly more and more tolerating how close they can be, but she still doesn't like her like really really close, like inches apart. For example, she does not like them like inches near each other. Like she'll swipe whatever. But basically, like there was cats meowing outside, random cats, and then they started fighting. Like you could hear like the cat fight, and it like made and my other cat was like looking like my new cat. She was looking throughout the window watching it, and then my other cat heard the cat fight noises, and she got so intrigued that she actually jumped up on the desk even though my other cat was there, and I was worried they were gonna fight, so it made me spring up, and then my other cat saw that I sprung up and then she got scared. and then and then like I was still like in a daze. I was just like, what is even going on? And then I heard like the cat fight ended, but then like I still heard meowing, like frequent like meowing and howling outside. And so I like me still in a daze had just woken up. I like get up, I like open the garage, and like I check for the cats, but then the cats were already like they skedaddled, like they went out, like they they scurried as soon as they heard me, I guess. But I was still looking for them because I was just worried that one of them was hurt, and that's why they were like meowing a lot. But yeah, I guess it ended after that because I didn't see any cats afterwards. And I had like a little like security cam footage and it caught the sound, but I couldn't see the cats fighting. So I didn't know what the cats looked like or anything, but they were definitely there. And yeah, like I think the cats were also trying to approach my other cat, but like the window obviously was blocking them. And but I did hear my other cat, Sasha, that's her name, and she was just like she was like how she's just like she was just like hissing back at them like very quietly, and she's like a like both of my cats are like the sweetest cats in the world, so it was like kind of surprising seeing her do that too. Do you say you have cats? Yes, I have two cats. Hold on, let me see. Actually, no. Oh my gosh, I'm using my phone for my for my VTube studio. Yeah, guys, I don't have a refurbished phone yet. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to get paid, and then maybe I'm thinking of getting one separately for my VTube studio. Because before I would use exclusively a webcam, I finally upgraded to my phone. I use my phone in like do not disturb mode, so I don't get any calls or anything. But like at the same time, I can't search things up. I have all of my cat photos and stuff. So they're just on my phone. Actually, maybe I have some on my Discord. Discord. Hold on. Let's see. Let me try to find it, y'all. Where is it? I think I do have a picture of her. Yeah, their names are Sasha and pudding, like pom-pom pudding. Yapping of a yapper's peak yap. I'm glad you get me. This is pretty much all my streams. I'm like the biggest yapper ever. I always have something to talk about. I think it's something I've learned how to yap this much because back when I was in like this organization, I was like in a leadership organization. I was the president. I was like forced to like, even though I'm actually a very introverted person, like I was pretty much forced to like, learn how to like talk to people nonstop for hours and be like invested, and like talking to people and whatnot, and like it would tire me out, but like I think it came very much handy for when I decided to debut as a VTuber. It came very, very much in handy. Let's see. Okay. Gonna do this. Let me try to find cat named after a dog is Peak. I don't know why. Like originally we are gonna name her just Pudding, but then I was like, no, Pudding is cuter. And then we call her Puddingcess. Too, because she's kind of a diva. Love her. Let me see. I have a picture of Sasha, but I don't know if I can find a picture of Pudding. Let's see. Screen. Yeah, this is Sasha. She is my new girl. I actually adopted her from my friend. It was originally one of my best friend's cat, but my friend, she's actually moving to a smaller house with her boyfriend because they originally lived with her boyfriend's parents, and they lived in this big ass like mansion like house, and so they had a lot of room, and like they have like a lot of pets. Like they have 3 dogs now. 2
You're
of them
hot.
are big dogs. Thank
I
you so
love
much
you.
for the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. They have like 2 big dogs, like a small dog, which is like a corgi, and then they also have a parrot now. And so they're like, yeah, like when we move to the smaller house, we won't be able to take all of our pets. So like we figured that like, our cat would be the most adjusted to like moving into a new home versus like our other pets. And I agreed, and that's why they were looking for someone they could trust to take in their cat. And like our cat, our first cat, Pudding, she has a lot of trauma. We also adopted her from another friend. She has a lot of trauma because she was in a household for the longest time where she couldn't get out of like a room, like a singular room, because the other cat that lived in the house, her old house, would always bully her and like fight with her, and like she, to the point where she was too scared to go outside of any rooms, even though she was like a really sweet cat. And so we just wanted a cat that was also like really nice and sweet, like because we always thought about getting another cat, but we like never did because we were just scared, like, if they didn't get along. And so when they said Sasha's super sweet, she's very independent, and she doesn't like, yeah, she's just like, she doesn't like going out, whatever. We're just like, oh my god, this would be the perfect opportunity. Like, this sounds like the perfect cat to get along with her cat. And it turned out, like, I guess Pudding was the byproduct of her environment, because now Pudding is the bully and like swiping at Sasha, and now Sasha's like the one that's scared to like go around her. Cute kitty, thank you. Let me see. Maybe I could find her somewhere. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I have found a picture of Pudding, but I'm not gonna lie. This picture of her is so derpy. Wait, hold the phone. Let me see. This picture of her, so like she kind of looks like a man that's flexing. I swear she looks cuter most of the time, but yes, this is Pudding. This is her when she's bullying Sasha, her flexing her muscles. Your YouTube model is very skibbity. Thank you, Floby. I appreciate it. She looks concerned. I swear on most, like, she's very cute kitty, but like but like every single picture we have of her, she's always super derpy. She's adorable. Thank you. Yeah, though. She's like the biggest like derpy kitty I've ever met in my life. Maybe hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Can I find any more pictures of her where she doesn't look like a total nerd? But yeah, she's like the one bullying Sasha now. But she's been getting more and more used to her. Like, luckily, I thought it would take them, honestly. It's like pretty, like, honestly, if you think about how long it typically takes for, like, you know, cats to get along with one another, it's pretty impressive how fast they've been able to move along. Because it's been, like, what, a month, and they're able to get pretty close to each other. They're able to, like, sleep on, like, the same bed, albeit Pudding will, like, she'll groan and she'll complain whenever Sasha's around her, but she won't do anything because we're there. In the enchantment language, what is that? Oh my gosh, like the the villain arc. You guys know that one TikTok sound, the one that's just like, "Oh, that's a good kitty." I says, "No." Evil kitty says, "I am evil kitty." That's literally Pudding. Let me see. I'm out this it's actually so, like, useful that Google Photos has like a pet recognition thingy, because it recognizes Pudding's face because he takes so many pictures of her. Let's see. Let me see. Oh, this is a good picture. I took it on my laps. Like, you guys know the app laps where, like, it like takes those Polaroid photos on your phone. Yeah, this is a way better picture. Isn't she a cutie? Isn't she so cute? She hates wearing these little cat hats though. She hates them. But she looks so cute in her curvy hat. I love it. The bombastic side eye, right? But she is such a cutie. I want to see if they have I don't know if they recognize Sasha's face by now. I doubt it, but yeah, Pudding always loves sleeping at my side too. She's like she's like our little cuddly. She's like the most cuddly cat ever. She'll always like want like rest in between like my legs, or like any like kind of like she likes very like fluffy textures, like blanket textures. She's very particular about where she lays down. And your legs have to be like a perfect like triangular like shape for her to get snugly in between. I once put a tie on my goose. He did not like it though. I can imagine. Oh my god, aren't these like super terrifying? Like when they're mad, OMG, I can only imagine how scary it must be. Oh my gosh. Let me see. No, I don't think. Oh my god. You know what's the funniest thing about Google Photos? It recognizes the most random people as like constant people in your photo camera roll, because why does it recognize why does my camera roll recognize? Hold on, I literally just lost it. It literally recognized this random ass. It recognized Miranda Cosgrove in my camera roll. Oh my god, and the pictures it recognizes her for are so cursed. Like, oh my goodness, guys. The pictures, the memes I saved of Miranda Cosgrove, like, make this so cursed. OMG. If you raise them, they're okay, but yes, they will attack anything. You raise them? Oh my gosh, do you have like a farm or something? Oh my god, I would love it used to be my dream as like a kid to like work with animals and like have a farm and stuff like that, and like, but like, you know, like, yeah, having like managing a lot of animals, especially like wild animals, yeah, like I can imagine it's like a lot of work because you gotta get up. I watched like a girl who had like a bunch of animals at her own farm. She like feeds like 200 animals a day, and like she starts from early morning just to be able to feed all of them. I'm like, that's like such a lot of work. Like, I really give kudos to those. Like, yeah, oh my god, I give kudos to those that are ranchers or farmers out there. Like, people that, yeah, like that's like, it is really really tough work. Taking care of animals is not easy at all, even if it's just like the smallest, like, you know, like I had guinea pigs, and like people always think that they're easy beginner pets. Like, no, they are not. Like, all living things, they like require so much care, so much effort put into them for them to live a long like happy life. Like, I don't know. As I'm like a very much, when it comes to animals, I'm like a very sensitive person. Like, I love animals so much. Like I always wanted to become a vet, but I just can't do it because I think I would be like the biggest crybaby because I could never put animals down daily, which is what vets do. Like seeing it would just be too sad to see all those animals die. Easy beginner pets, none. Exactly. My uncle used to be a dairy farmer. When we visited, I got to see his day to day, and it was absolutely crazy how much work he did in a day. Yeah, like all the stuff, like because like there's so much land you have to go over. Like the animals all have to live in like different settings. Like you got to put like your horses
You're
like in their
hot.
own like stables and stuff
I
like
love
that.
you.
You got like outdoor animals, indoor animals. Like you got upkeep all of their cleaning and their cages and stuff like that. Like and you gotta feed them all. Like that's crazy, dude. Yeah, it's too much. It's like it's so much work taking care of animals. Knowing me and like how depressed I got, I was just like I don't think I can do it. Like I become too much of a little bitch when it comes to like when animals are crying or suffering. I couldn't do it. I almost went to school to be a vet too, but I said not because of the same thing. I couldn't put down the animals. Yeah. I actually know someone that I went to school with. He's currently going to school to become a vet, and he currently works as like a vet tech. And yeah, he puts down like animals like on the daily, and it's so sad. I can't do it. The winter storms are the worst. There are always losses, and most of our animals are pets, so we have attached. No, oh my gosh, the winter. Oh my god, I could see that. I was always wondering like how animals, especially like if you have to raise them like outdoors, how it would be. Oh my gosh, stop, guys! You guys are about to make me cry. Guys, it was already pathetic enough that I was like crying at the like when I was reading at the end of Dork Diaries when she was having like her most unlucky days. But like now because all these pets dying, I'm like you guys just see my face right now. Like I'm pouting. Like I have like tears are about to form in my eyes, guys. I can't even think of like the thought of animals dying. Like it makes me so sad. It's if you're gonna speak on like good on like a good note though, did you guys see like that video of the top dogs of 2024? There was a dog that literally act like somehow was able to perform CPR on his owner that was having a heart attack by jumping up and down on his chest. Like, hello? I forgot the dog's name. You guys can literally search it. That's right. Like, now that's like shit. I work in the healthcare, and that's like literally more. He knew how to do CPR before like 80% of Americans could. Most people. Exactly. Were you guys ever required to learn CPR actually in school? Like in this is actually reminding me of like a funny moment. In middle school, we had like these required CPR like certification classes. And there was this guy, he was doing it, but like his like when you had to put your like hands like to the chest and start pumping. This guy was literally pumping. Like you guys know that like Michael Scott from the Office video where he's doing the CPR, like he was doing it too much. This guy was literally, instead of like only a few inches into the chest, this man was like a foot down in his chest pumping in. And me and my friend were like laughing at it, or like discreetly laughing at it because she pointed it out and she just like, oh my god, that guy is like killing him. He's killing him even more. After that, I accidentally set my school on fire. OMG. Yeah, no, I had to learn CPR again for another class because my major was kinesiology. I had to learn it again for one of my required courses when I was in university. I graduated in May. I had to learn it again, and it's so funny. Like that was such a fun class, but it reminded me of that too. I had to get certified twice, but to be honest, I kind of forgot about it again. I still haven't like been able like I don't know, I just don't get the practice in, I guess, but I do need to relearn how to do it again. But I don't know. I'm still working in healthcare though, but I don't have to work because right now I like work from home, so it's kind of chill. I work right now as like as a medical scribe. Actually, I'm working as like my job is like putting me to work though because I like work in like the mornings and then I get off at like 7 to 8 p.m. here. So it's like 10-hour, 12-hour shifts and it kills me every single time, guys. Like it makes me so tired out. Like this week I wanted to gorilla stream this week, like during my work days, but I was just so pooped out after work. Like I was straight up immediately collapsed after work. It like I don't know. Do you guys agree with me? Like mid shifts are the worst shifts. I'm sorry, I don't make up the rules. Like at least when you have a morning shift, like it sucks when you wake up, but at least you get to get off and you still have hours of your day to go about. Same with like night shifts. Like at least like throughout the you have like hours to like do whatever you need to do beforehand, you know? But mid shifts, like that entire day, like you can't do anything. Like as soon as you get off, nothing's open anymore. Like in terms of restaurants, like you want to eat out, oh, girl, like 90% of the restaurants they've closed down by then. Underrated streamer. Aw, I'm glad you think so. Also, hello, Ronan Lord. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you. Welcome in, welcome in. I used to work days, but now I do nights and love it. Yeah. I think like night shifts are definitely like more suited to me because I mean, if you guys can't tell, I am very much a night owl. I am very much a night owl, so I enjoy staying up versus versus like getting up early. Like I am sorry, like even like when I like even when I not like getting up naturally early, I'll feel good. But if I'm forced to like if I have to set my alarm and wake up early, like if I have to wake up early for something, like I'm not gonna enjoy my day. Like I'm gonna wake up my day dreading. Like I mean I wake up and the first thing I think of is, oh, I have to get ready for work. Like I'm in a bad mood. Like I'm not gonna be like you gotta like I'm gonna be grumpy, I'm gonna be grouchy. Okay, guys, it is 3 a.m. here. And oh my gosh, I honestly did not expect this stream to go on this long. I wish I could talk to you guys longer, but unfortunately I have to call it because I did promise one of my friends that I was gonna hang out with them. And it's already almost 3 a.m. It's probably like 5 in the morning for them there. I feel really bad. I'm sorry, guys. I want to talk with you guys more. But I am going to be streaming again tomorrow. If you guys haven't already followed my socials, wink wonk if you haven't already. If you guys put in the command exclamation mark socials, they should all pop up. But I'm very active on Twitter as well as my Discord, which also has a command. If you guys want to join them, it'll show the updates for when I'm next streaming, and I also talk in there as well. I'll be definitely updating on my next stream, and I'm definitely going to be streaming again this tomorrow and the rest of the weekend. So I really hope to see you guys on my next stream and to meet you guys again and talk to you guys again. It's been such a fun stream. I'm really happy to have met a lot of you guys, and I really appreciate you guys if you stayed here this entire time, even if you just popped in. I really appreciate you guys. I wish I could talk to you guys more, but you know, duty calls. But I really do love and appreciate you guys, and thank you guys just so much for being here for me. Let's
You're
find
hot.
Before we leave, let's find someone
love
hot
you.
and cool to raid. Thank you so much for the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. Let's find someone cool. Who's cool and hot and sexy that we can raid right now. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Do. Let's raid my friend Froggy. Let's raid my friend Froggy. She is so cute. If you guys aren't familiar with Froggy already, they have the cutest design, and she's just the sweetest streamer ever. I really love her model and everything and her vibes and her little Australian accent. If you love Australian accents, I'm sorry, I'm really bad at doing Australian accents and British accents. You would really enjoy her. I really recommend her. She's like one of the biggest sweethearts ever. So we're gonna raid her, okay, guys? But as I said, feel free to follow me on my socials. Be sure to join the Discord if you guys are interested in joining me on my next stream and my next reading session as well. Be sure to follow Twitter. I also post the most updates on there if you guys aren't available on Discord. Stay hydrated, stay safe, take care of you guys yourselves, okay? And I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? be there or be bald, okay, y'all? I'm kidding. But for real, guys, take care of yourselves, and I'll see you guys next time, okay, y'all? Okay, bye, guys. Good night. Love y'all. Bye-bye.